Welcome to the Aaron O Show. Thank you for tuning in. It is officially time to start the show. So, welcome everybody. This is the Aaron O Show. For those of you who are just joining us, as the end of Fight Club just happened, as you saw, we had quite the interaction today. But luckily, Miss Doris is supporting, making sure I got my water. So everything's gonna be just fine. Thank you, Miss Doris. I appreciate you. Everything's gonna be just fine. But we had some what is the proper word? We had some differences of opinions right before the stream ended. And you know, it's not Sunday, but I'm up for all the smoke. I'm up for all of the smoke, okay? But I'm gonna be nice. I'm gonna be nice. But as y'all see, as time has gone on, things have changed. People, what they like to say, the space. And shout out to Grizz for being a sponsor of the last show, bro. I appreciate you. Always supporting. So definitely appreciate you, bro. I must say, it's been some craziness. It's been some craziness. Gang. It's been some craziness in the space. And so a lot of changes has happened. A lot of things have occurred. Now, the only thing is, I'm going to stay the same. I'm going to stay the same. I'm not going to change up. I'm not going to get frustrated and irritated with these crazy people. I'm going to address them. I'm going to deal with them accordingly, right? But I'm not going to switch up, right? I'm not going to switch up. But boy, do they tempt you to. Boy, do they tempt you to. But I got it. I got it under control. That's why I always keep the night piece around just in case. Always keep the night piece around just in case. But it was a fun show for me. I enjoyed it. I make sure we try to have a good time. Whenever I'm around, we're gonna try to enjoy the show. That's the goal, right? Now, on to today's show. Thank you, Auntie Dearest. Thank you. On to today's show. I know y'all wondering what we're gonna get into. I'm just gonna say we're gonna have a conversation. And depending on how that conversation goes, we'll have to see how everything go. How the show ended up turning out. Because I'm not sure. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not sure exactly what to expect, but I know that this show will be a little bit different than what we guys are used to. But it's all right. We're gonna still make it the show. Okay. For all of you who are in the chat who have not traveled, you must be black because black people don't travel enough. So if you are black, don't be offended because you don't travel enough. Just get you a passport and get to traveling. The first country I want y'all to go to so y'all can learn, so y'all can become bright, intelligent, and get education is the Dominican Republic. There is where the brightest minds and all of the most intelligent species exists is in the Dominican Republic. So please get your passport. Please travel there. That is where your mind will be opened up and you'll be able to increase your level of intelligence by learning a new language potentially, experiencing different cultures and things like that. So please, please, please make sure that you travel, travel, travel. For all you blacks, please travel because we know y'all don't travel enough. Now, it's been an interesting last few weeks, I think, and I don't think we've been covering the stuff that we need to cover. I don't think we've been covering the stuff that we need to cover. There are some things that we need to talk about. Now, as you guys know, I'm not in the Dominican Republic. I'm actually in California, which is part of the United States for now, right? We get labeled a whole bunch of different things, but as now, I'm part of the United States, right? And it's very important that you guys don't get swept up in mass media. It's very important. Because the media will have you paying attention to one thing and ignoring another thing, right? The media will have you paying attention to one thing and ignoring the other thing. And here, we're not going to let y'all do that. We're not going to let y'all ignore the important things, okay? We're going to remind y'all of what's important. Now, in this show, we're going to cover a few things. We're going to have a conversation. We're going to discuss, I think, some important things. I think some dynamics that we have not broached well enough. We need to be a bit more in depth about these conversations because I think they have severe penalties. And I think that they have outcomes that we're not necessarily prepared for or that we don't know we're going to experience. And if we're not careful, they're going to sweep the rug right from under you. They're going to sweep the rug right from under you, right in your face, talking directly to you, smiling in your face. You know how these women smile in your face while they're sleeping with your man. You know how they do that to y'all women. No different than your homie saying, I got your back, putting money on your books while he's smashing your chick. All in your face while you're the most distracted is what's going on right now. And it starts small, but then it avalanches. It avalanches, okay? And that's the things we have to prepare for. So it starts small, and then a huge avalanche happens, okay? There's a lot of woke culture. There's a lot of people that think they're smarter than everybody else. There's a lot of people that come to this country. Their parents are fortunate enough to make it over the borders to the Americas, and they come here and tell us Americans what we should be doing, how we should be conducting ourselves while utilizing our country to benefit their lives and their families. It's a little bit of everything occurring right now. But don't forget, as long as you travel and get cultured, boy, you're the smartest people on the planet. That's point number one. Now, I've been seeing some things lately that I'm not very happy about in particular. And I'm seeing things transpire. I'm seeing things happen right in front of my eyes. I'm seeing people being distracted and y'all not realizing what's going on. And so we're gonna broach those subjects. We're gonna attack those today. That's what the goal is. I think you guys noticed I used like a voting back thumbnail because I want you guys to realize how important it is, your voices, your votes, things like that, right? It's more important than we actually know. And as people invade some of the spaces in which we don't even know that they're invading, it's causing a lot of trouble. So that's what I want to cover. I also want to cover this video, which will be probably the first part of the show. But initially, I want to cover this because I seen this and I thought this was insane, but I'm not shocked. I think it's insane, but I'm not really shocked. Now, I seen this lady, right? Now, this lady here believes she's trans abled, and she basically takes her own eyes out with cleaning fluid because she feels she was meant to be blind. She believes she was meant to be blind. So, because she believes she was meant to be blind, she basically destroyed her own vision so that she could live a life without vision, because that was the way that she was supposed to be born. That was the way in which her life is supposed to be. She is supposed to be a blind person. This stuff continues to get scary. I don't even remember what she said. Let me play the video and see if I can remember some of the things that was said. Hold on.
Do you have any regrets about taking your own vision, or the process with which you did take your own vision?
I don't have any regrets taking my vision. I believe I should have been born blind, and I'm happy the way I am. I do have some regrets about the way I did it, but in the end, I'm happy the way I am.
Dr. Phil, with all due respect to Jewel, but I am having a really hard time sitting so close to someone who traumatized herself, who damaged herself. We took an oath in medicine to help people. We see horrible tragedies every single day as doctors, and people who would give anything to go back and restore their vision, their health. My heart is beating out of my chest. I can't even make sense of the emotions I'm feeling, because to hear someone say, I've always felt I should be blind. Well, I've always felt I should be the Queen of England, but I'm not going out to become the Queen of England.
Well, it's a good point. I always thought I should be a billionaire. And so I think I should be a billionaire. I feel like I was a billionaire. I feel like I was born to be a billionaire. I feel like in my heart, I am a billionaire, but my wallet don't say so. Now, it is interesting, right? We're getting to this point where this whole woke stuff, this whole I feel like I was born a certain way, I should be able to live my life the way I want to live it. It's getting dangerous. It's getting real dangerous. And we only broaching the surface of how dangerous I believe it's potentially going to be. But I think it's going to be very, very dangerous. I'm paying attention to this stuff right now. And I'm a little concerned about some of the things I'm hearing, some of the things I'm seeing, some of the people that are putting themselves in position to do some crazy things. Are you guys really paying attention to what you need to pay attention to? I don't think we are. Shout out to CBC. Robert H says you voted for it. I didn't vote for that, brother. Trust me. I did not vote for that. It was not me. I assure you, I did not vote for that. It was not me. Shout out to O'Neill Air, says Titus for the channel. Keep up the good debates. I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you. Batman 4,000,000,011 says words of the day. Was that state ostentatious? Example, she talks of books ostentatiously, but she never gets past the cover. I appreciate the support, but don't use no big words like that ever again. Don't you come on my channel using words that I can't pronounce. It's offensive. You're trying to embarrass me on my own show. And I don't appreciate such things, but I do appreciate you. Now, are you from another country? Are you trying to get me to be more intelligent? Are you trying to get me to open my mind and all this stuff? Because it seemed like you are. Let me guess. You from the Dominican Republic? Because that's where y'all use those big words at. That's where all the smart people at. They in the DR. So, I mean, I appreciate you. I thank you for bracing the Americas with your presence. We duly appreciate it. Shout out to all the DR people. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful that we have people from the Dominican Republic in the U.S. in order to enlighten us about just how unintelligent and how uncultured and less traveled that we are. It is what it is. But shout out to you. Thank you for supporting the channel. But I saw that video and I was thinking like, man, people will do anything. People will do anything. This stuff is offensive to a certain degree. It's like, man, we gonna do anything we want. We'll intentionally destroy ourselves and then go on TV to talk about why we think it's a great idea. We'll say things like, well, this is just, I can only speak for me, but doing it in front of everybody in one of the biggest places where they get millions of views and people to look at. It ain't like no small channel like mine where you get a few hundred people, maybe 1,000 people, whatever. You're talking to millions of people about how to disable yourself intentionally. Making decisions that only, dare I say it, non-humans should make, basically. You're making those type of decisions, right? Now, I'm glad I got water for this. Now, somebody said in the comment section of that lady, I hope she don't get disability. She should be disqualified from getting disability. I don't necessarily disagree with that because I think that's crazy. Could you imagine you having trouble finding work? You having trouble, going into the business world and making a name for yourself and create money, and you say, I'm just going to disable myself so I get a check from the government every month? It's actually probably rather ingenious in a lot of ways. But I can't imagine intentionally depriving yourself of something that is probably one of the greatest experiences you can have, is the ability to see, the ability to hear, the senses, and to take one of them away intentionally is really sad. And the sad part is, this is the sad part. This won't be the last time. This won't be the last time, y'all. This will absolutely not be the last time we see somebody like that, okay? Now, last show, we talked a little bit about, hold on one second here. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Now, last show, we talked a little bit about, I think I had, who did I have here? I had, we had to end the show pretty briefly, pretty abruptly because people were acting a little insane, and I didn't have the energy to do it. I work a lot of hours already, and I'm slowly adjusting of how I'm going to deal with people on my show, because some people are overly rude. They intentionally undermine the experience of the viewers. They just scream and yell too often. And I do my very best to give people rope to express themselves, to get their thoughts out. But it's getting a little bit of excessive, right? So I'm going to be a lot more forceful and a lot more intentional about making sure that when I'm running my show, that it flows the right way, instead of letting people get a little too over the top and not stand on topic, all these things, because my natural curiosity is to listen to people. My natural curiosity makes me think, okay, hear this person out. Maybe they're going somewhere with it. And then a lot of the times they just fail us. A lot of the times they just fail us. And I go, why did I allow you to get your thought out and derail us this much? Hoping that me being patient and genuinely listening to you, that you're going to get to a point. Then they get all over the arguing stuff. So we're going to work on that, y'all. People in the chat, make sure y'all pay attention to that. Let me know when y'all see somebody trying to intentionally derail, yelling, starting beef and all this extra stuff that we don't need, because a lot of times I don't know who beefing in this sectors. I don't watch a lot of people's shows like that. I don't know who got issues with one another. That's none of my business. But we're not going to let y'all throw us off, right? These shows be going so well, and we're going to make sure that that's the goal. I talked to Podcast. He said, Aaron, no, I don't want your show to turn into Fight Club. I said, I'm with you. I'm with you. It won't. But I understand what he meant. So I definitely want to make sure that's an asserted effort, because it's not Fight Club. And so it's meant to give a different experience. Although I am who I am, and that impacts people, that's something we got to work on, right? Now, last show, we had a conversation about the Supreme Court. Yeah, we had a small conversation about the Supreme Court. Culture, diversity, and things like that. Oh man, shout out to my guy CJ. He says congrats on the 3K. Shout out. I didn't even know I got the 3K, but appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. Yeah, we just grinding, bro. We just grinding. Hopefully, look, my goal was 2,000 subscribers. I know y'all think that's crazy. I know y'all think that's crazy. I know y'all think that's insane, but I genuinely and honestly mean that. My goal was to get 2,000 subscribers. That's it. That's all I ever wanted to do. But if 1,000 was going to get you monetized, I would have been happy with 2. So the fact that we still grinding, we still pushing, we still putting in work, we still creating conversations that I think is necessary to have. It's just, I enjoy it as much as I can, although it is draining mentally, emotionally, physically. I go through a lot to do these shows, to push these conversations. Hey, Miss Bliss. But I appreciate that. Thank you for acknowledging that. I did not know I was at 3K, so that's what's up, man. So now whatever's at 3K, we just go up from there. So it is what it is. But shout out to y'all for being here. But we had a conversation about diversity, inclusion, exclusion, merit, and a host of other things. And I had PH Diva on the panel for a little while. Shout out to PH Diva. Some of y'all might have issues with her, but I like PH Diva. I like people who everybody don't agree with. I like people who irritate other people who disagree, because they don't do it to me, because it's very difficult to do, right? So I want to talk to people that have differences of opinions, strong opinions, different thought patterns. I would hope you be respectful, but I don't even force you to be. So that's your choice. You get to see how people act. So gang. And so all I do is facilitate the environment for you guys to allow people to expose who they are. That's what it is. Within those conversations, we talked about some important things. And I think that we explored some of it. We allow some people, like my guy AL, he's a blackity black, but that's my brother. I love AL. He's a blackity black. We got a lot of blackity blacks. I think Raw B was here. She was discussing some of her numbers and this, and that, right? And it's fine, right? But sometimes it's best when we just sit back and allow other people who don't have to go back and forth and argue with us to express their views and opinions, right? And so what I'm going to do, shout out to my guy Bear, what up? What I'm going to do is, Sal, I see you, bro, is we're going to play this video. And y'all tell me what y'all think about the truth, the relevance, the value in people. Right is right, wrong is wrong, right? Now I'm going to fast forward the video a little bit till we get to a certain point, because I'm not about to watch every blinking moment of every single video, okay? It'll drive us all crazy. But I want to get to a point in the video. Let me see if I can find it. I don't even remember where it's at. So give me a second while I actually try to locate that, because it's going to take me a second to do that. I forgot where the timestamp is. All right, we'll start right here. We will start right here, y'all.
Group that advocates against affirmative action. He's also a member of the board for Students for Fair Admissions. That's the group that brought this case against Harvard and the University of North Carolina.
Now, what I want you guys to see here, this is important. Here you have this lovely lady. I'm not sure what she's wearing. It looks like maybe a magenta type of purplish color. And she has a conversation with this guy. Now, this guy, he basically, he essentially stands up for rights, and he has a company in which they fight against the Supreme Court and all this type of stuff and these actions and whatnot. And this was an interesting dialogue back and forth about one another. And a lot of times we have people that believe they're informed when they're not as informed. And they don't know when to concede. And they throw pie in their own face.
Admissions. That's the group that brought this. Now, Kenny Hsu, president of Color Us United, a group that advocates against affirmative action. He's also a member of the board for Students for Fair Admissions. That's the group that brought this case against Harvard and the University of North Carolina. Kenny, thank you for joining us. So today's ruling obviously is one that you were hoping for, arguing that the rules in place that support affirmative action were unfair to Asian Americans. So from a practical perspective, how does today's decision help Asian American students looking to get into elite colleges?
I just want to say I'm ecstatic about this decision. It means that Asian Americans can finally get treated on their merits. Guys, we know why Asian Americans should get into Harvard at disproportionate rates. It's because they study twice as many hours as the average American. It's not because of their race. It's because of their culture. It's because of their family values. Academic excellence, that should be prioritized. Those should be the values that schools like Harvard and Chapel Hill, supposedly elite schools and academic programs, should be valuing in an applicant, not race.
Now, I will tell you this. He seems to me to be a very, very proud Asian man. And seems to be that he's fighting, trying to be productive, trying to get some fair, basically trying to get to a fair place where the culture that his people have put into them in order to fight hard, to be well educated, to study, education, stop going outside, joining gangs, stop wasting your time, be productive members of society, do basically value education at the highest levels, right? Study twice to triple as hard as anybody else, and it will pay off. And that's basically what he's fighting for. And he's fighting so that people are properly and fairly treated, right? We get as close as to meritocracy as we possibly can get. And I think it's fair for him to say that, right? I know growing up, one thing we said was Asians are smart. Y'all know that's what we said. We probably shouldn't have, but that's what they said. And they know how to do math. And we copied off of their paper in class. And y'all tell the truth, right? That's what we copied off in class. So watching the interaction between them fight back and forth, I think it's fair for him. That's what he said. I can understand why he's fighting. He's, in my view, he has a fair point and a fair argument to make. He has a fair point and a fair argument to make. And I think that he actually, remember, he's against affirmative action, especially in the sense of university admissions, right? So, I think it's fair what he said so far. Now we'll listen to the rest and see what else he has to say. But so far, no complaints here. I can't necessarily disagree with what he said. I do believe that's the culture.
Elite schools and academic programs should be valuing in an applicant, not race.
So you've argued also that Harvard and other colleges should get rid of their legacy admissions, which also gives people points for having a parent that went to that school. That's not happening here. I wonder why not challenge that, which is also presumptively an obstacle for Asian Americans being treated fairly in the admissions process.
Now, what she's saying is there's why are you arguing this point instead of that point? So so this lady here, I don't know who she is. So guys, if you know who she is, y'all could tell me, but I don't know much about her. But I'm going to guess she's a reporter. She may be a journalist. I don't know exactly what C3 you said exactly. So she's agreeing with what the lady said, right? She's agreeing for what the lady said. Okay. But I don't know exactly what her background is, but I'm guessing she could be a journalist, a reporter. Say normally, that is typically the role. Maybe I'm guessing she might be an anchor, right? Miss Bliss says Abby Phillips. Well, hello, Miss Abby Phillips. She's not a bad person to have on TV if you want to look at your screen. I'll say that. She's not a bad person to have on TV if you want to look at your screen. Okay, so it's good. It's good. But she's asking him, why are you attacking race, affirmative action, instead of this other aspect? Don't you think that would have been productive? So that's where we are so far. That's what she's attacking, right?
Legacy admissions, which also
schools and academic programs should be valuing in an applicant, not race.
So you've argued also that Harvard and other colleges should get rid of their legacy admissions, which also gives people points for having a parent that went to that school. That's not happening here. I wonder why not challenge that, which is also presumptively an obstacle for Asian Americans being treated fairly in the admissions process.
Well, I hope you followed the case, but Students for Fair Admissions has challenged legacy admissions repeatedly over and over again. In fact, we argued that the way that Harvard could implement some of their diversity policies without discriminating against Asian Americans is to get rid of legacy admissions, which, as you know, disproportionately privilege white applicants. In fact, 33% of Harvard students who are white are legacy, and they have a 5 times more likely chance of getting in if you are legacy. So you really want to ensure diversity in admissions, get rid of legacy admissions.
Now, clearly, whatever her background is, we don't know, journalism, reporter, whatever. She said that why not challenge? And he said, we have challenged. Have you done any research on what we've done? We actually did do that. The thing that you said is important to do, we did that. We have challenged legacy admissions. We've done that. We understand. So why did you say that they haven't done that? See, you have to be careful who you attacking, because you don't like the fact that they coming after your affirmative action. You have to be careful because maybe you can't get on CNN without affirmative action. Maybe you can, but maybe you can't. We don't know. As long as affirmative action exists, we don't know if you got there on your own merit. We don't know if you just as worthy of being there as somebody who didn't get a leg up because of affirmative action. We don't know. But to sit there and imply that his group have not challenged legacy admissions is wrong at best, and it shows your inability to do research on the people that you have on your platform. I mean, you should know these things. You're interviewing him because before we had the white lady on, right? I don't know her name either, but I have to say the white because I don't know her name. And she introduced y'all. So we can't be upset at her. So it means you were supposed to do this interview. And I'm guessing they selected you because you are a black woman. I'm guessing they selected you because you have the complexion for... And so they picked you to have this conversation. And this is not very good. You're starting off not doing well. Okay, I want to make that clear. You're starting off not doing well. Do your research if you're going to interview somebody, because that brother has come to your platform, and he's very, very sharp. He's very, very sharp, and he's prepared to have this conversation with you. I think it's important that you do your preparation as a professional. It's just courteous to know the people that you're interviewing. I think that it is. It's important, especially when that's most likely your background. Now, if you're not a journalist, now if you're not someone that actually studies the people that come on your platform, fair enough. Fair enough.
You heard today President Biden expressing some concerns over socioeconomic factors and inequality being made worse given this decision. He also presented what he called basically a way forward. I wonder if you take race out of the picture and you do what the president is suggesting, taking socioeconomic status into consideration, do you think that that would be fair to Asian American students as well?
No, I don't. I think that admissions should be only based on merit. And the reason why is because you can't, why are we asking?
Wait. Let me make sure I understand. So she's asking that you take someone's socioeconomic position into admissions. So like basically depending on how much money you have. So depending on how much money you have or how much you don't have is how these colleges should allow you in. So if you broke, we use affirmative action based upon basically if you're broke or not, right? But if you got money, we should get rid of legacy admissions, right? If you got the money to afford the school, if you got the money to afford going to school, that's a problem. We don't want legacy admissions. We don't want people that have come to our school before. We don't want you to be able to get in using those connections, right? If you have the money, we don't want you to be able to pay to get in either. We want it to be fair. But also, if you don't have money, we need to make society fair. If you don't have enough money, you come from a less than privileged background, we should allow you into our prestigious university and not decide solely based upon merit. And then also, I mean, listen, if my parents did well, right? If they sacrificed a lot for me to go to the best school, if they sacrificed them traveling to the Dominican Republic, right? Could you imagine Asian Americans, their family coming over here, second, third generation, right? Sacrificing, traveling back home, ain't been back home in 20, 30 years, sacrificing going to the Dominican Republic so that they can become the brightest, smartest parents in all the world, right? Because think about it. If you don't go to the Dominican Republic, it's a possibility that your level of intelligence will decrease year after year. You need to go there in order for you to become more cultured and to basically become a better human being in the short, right? So imagine your parents being from, somewhere in Asia, right? Coming to the U.S., sacrificing, working odd jobs, working jobs that they don't want to work, saving up, not traveling anywhere, driving the worst cars so that they can pay for your school, so they can make sure you have the best education so that you can have a change in your life while their life they will suffer for. The stuff that y'all don't want to sacrifice because we should have, why not have both? Why not have both, right? Why not have both? Well, I don't have to sacrifice. Why should I not have the greatest things in life and my children get an A+ education? Okay? Why not? But some people do sacrifice for their children. Some people say, I'm not going to the DR to become a brighter person. Some of them say, I know I'm going to get laughed at for not being extremely cultured and learning a new language in the Dominican Republic. I'm just going to be in the U.S., put my head down, hopefully open a small business, use that to fund my children's future so that they have a greater chance to succeed in life, a chance that I will not have. And even if I did have it, I'm willing to sacrifice for me in order for them to gain, right? And they do all that just to be told, hey, by the way, your parents did too well opening that business and making money, so we're going to let these poor blacks in because we can't use race no more. We're going to use their economic status to allow them into prestigious schools that they probably can't afford. Go ahead and get them some some scholarships and all that, let them in our schools, right? Even if they don't score the highest. Okay. Okay.
A university to calculate somebody's level of adversity. I think that sets a very bad precedent for anybody trying to get into college. We should be treated on the basis of our merits. We should be treated on the basis of how hard we work, our study, our SAT scores, our grades. A name-blind, race-blind process is what I would advocate for as president of Color Us United.
Kenny, can I ask you though? I mean, colleges, obviously they care about grades and SAT scores, but they also are filling universities of people, human beings who have other factors that they bring to the table. Why is it not okay for them to consider those things?
I'm saying if you're going to consider those things, you should consider them without respect to race.
Sure.
So as you know, a lot of Asian Americans.
I think that's exactly right. But socioeconomic status doesn't. If you take race out of it, let's call it socioeconomic status, where.
Oh Lord. It seems like she pushing for this socioeconomic status. Why? You work for CNN. You work for CNN. Why are you pushing socioeconomic status? I don't understand. You should probably. I'm guessing you're doing pretty well in life. I mean, you on CNN, so you seem like you're doing pretty well in life to me. I don't know why you have this issue with pushing for socioeconomic status. What people do you think that's going to benefit? What people do you think this socioeconomic status is going to benefit the most? See, look, if you're willing to take race away from it, right, and you think that's fair, why to push for socioeconomic status? Why? Why are you listen, if you watch the interview, right, the whole interview, she's been asking decent questions. She's been wrong, but she's asked good questions. After she was wrong, she respond. My girl Amber is here. She said, so as a journalist, she shouldn't ask those questions because she worked for CNN there. No. Actually, if you go back to the beginning of the show, she's probably not a very good journalist because she's not well studied on the people she's interviewing. So if you go back, that's the reason why I'm pointing it out. She accused him of something that isn't true, and he debunked it quickly. And in great female fashion, she ignored what he said. And she didn't even make a facial response. She went right over what he said as if she wasn't wrong and glossed right over it. And it's perfectly acceptable. What I'm noticing is there's a push for a social economic status. Who's pushing that? Why? Notice also she didn't cut him off on all the other questions that she asked him. She cut him off none. And then for this particular question about socioeconomic impact, she cut him off. She cut him off because she wants to push that narrative, and she wants to kind of get him to agree to that. I don't know if y'all noticing what I'm noticing, but
if you take race out of it, let's call it socioeconomic status, where whether or not they grew up wealthy or poor. Is that not something that colleges might have an interest in considering?
The reason why you shouldn't consider that is because you should consider the success of an applicant. Because of affirmative action, Black Americans graduate from law school at the bottom 25% of their classes, largely speaking. And we don't want that. We want Black students to succeed. We want every student to succeed, low-income students to succeed. But you have to put them in scenarios, in places where they're likely to succeed. And lowering your standard to admit somebody of a socioeconomic status or race would not help them do that. In fact, it would harm their graduation rate and excellence.
Well, as the case also points out, the standard isn't necessarily lowered because students are all admitted. The question is whether race can be an added consideration, a tipping point.
No, the standard is lowered. The standard is lowered. The standard is lowered as student premier admissions data shows. An Asian has to score 273 points higher on the SAT to have the same chance of admission as a Black person. So the standard is.
Anthony Franklin, when you say, bro, she's a graduate from Harvard, what does that mean? What does that mean? Why are you telling me that she's a graduate from Harvard? What's the relevance? I see you said she went to Harvard. Relevance, please. Please, relevance, please. Are you trying to tell me she went to Harvard and got through because of affirmative action, and that's why she's pushing so hard because of her economic background? I'm not sure what's the relevance that she went to Harvard. Are you trying to tell me that she wouldn't have the job at CNN if she didn't go to Harvard? If affirmative action wasn't there, so she's pushing for it because she knows how important is it for her to have? I don't understand what's your point of telling me she went to Harvard. I really, really don't. But if you think it matters, if you think it's important that she went to Harvard, if you think that puts any more, if you think that adds credence to her position or the things that she's challenging, I don't know. Is that what you're trying to tell me? If you think that she brings more veracity to the conversation or something like that, I don't. So you're telling me she's very smart because she went to Harvard. I don't dispute that. She may have a high level of intelligence. No, there was no indication where I said that she was not smart. I said she wasn't prepared. She wasn't prepared for that part of the interview because what she said was, "What don't you think this is a fight to have with legacy admission?" And he goes, "We did that. We've been fighting for that. What you talking about?" So she was wrong, and I don't know. Maybe that's a bottom end Harvard administrated person who actually didn't outscore Asians but got in because of affirmative action. Glaring miss that she gave, but if it was somebody that was Asian who scored higher than her, would have done better research. It's a possibility. I'm not saying that's true, but I'm saying within reason. Within reason, it's possible to argue that. Now, she's pushing for this whole income thing to be considered to go to Harvard. The problem with what I have with you indicating that she went to Harvard is this. If it matters so much that you go to Harvard, then legacy admissions should be the thing. Because my parents went to Harvard, so I should go to Harvard because it matters. It matters that they went to Harvard, so their opinion on whether I should get in should matter. Because if you're adding validity to her being from Harvard or actually that it matters, then say that. But then we shouldn't get rid of legacy admissions then if someone going to Harvard matters that much when allowing people in and things like that. I don't know what your reference was. She went to Harvard. I never said she wasn't smart, so I don't see the point of that. But I respect your opinion. It is what it is. But I'm just disagreeing with the fact that we need to have economics be a part of admitted. Listen, I'm sorry. What? Listen, if you can afford to go to college, you should get in over anybody. For example, if I can pay the most money to go to a school and I can outbid you, I should go. I don't care if you I don't care if me and you scored the same. Who cares? I give more money to this university. Now, if you think universities don't need money, you should look up a lot of these underfunded Black universities that Deion Sanders was coaching at that couldn't afford actual I would say state-of-the-art facilities, right? Because the thing that Black people do so well, which is sports, it's what we excel at. That's where our most successful Black people are, sports. And I guess you can argue music and entertainment, right? But the sports part is very, very important. If we're going to go to a prestigious Black university, the least they should have is that their freaking athletics department should be A1. Should be A1. So I'm fine with a meritocracy, but I would much tell you this: the money matters more. Money keeps the door open for the school 30 years from now. While y'all just worried about y'all 4 or 5 years of school, if y'all just were, yeah, I just want my 4 or 5 years of school. Listen, everybody else has to project 10, 20 years down the line. So give me that money and we'll let somebody else in, or we'll let somebody with the money come in over somebody that's broke. And I know you don't like that. And coming from somebody that is broke, grew up much more broke than I am now, I accept the reality to be the reality. Broke people don't get the same access as people with money. Otherwise, why are y'all trying to get money? Well, why is there a fight and an urge for black women specifically to say black men don't make enough? Why do you want more money if it isn't to get advantages over other people? Let me guess. You'll argue it's because we want to be on equal ground with other people. BS. No one wants to really play on fair ground except for in sports. Everything else is about getting an advantage, right? Nobody wants to get the same amount of time on an interview. I'm trying to get extra time on an interview. I'm trying to get extra insight so I can outperform you. I want a leg up. I don't want to be on the same I don't want to be on the same level with somebody else. I want to be ahead of them, or I deserve to be behind them. So I'm trying to get advantages. Money gives you advantages. That's how it works. Money gives you advantages. Otherwise, stop fighting for money. So don't just look at money as a negative thing when it doesn't work in your favor. Be honest about it. If somebody got the money, they should go to Harvard over you and you broke. I know that's not kind because most of us is broke, but deal with it. Deal with it. Like it or not.
Lowered because
would not help them do that. In fact, it would harm their graduation rate and excellence.
Well, as the case also points out, the standard isn't necessarily lowered because students are all admitted. It's the question is whether race can be an added consideration. The case also points out the standard isn't necessarily lowered because students are all admitted. It's the question is whether race can be an added consideration.
Now, what she said right here is that the standards are not necessarily lowered. The standards are not necessarily lowered, right? Well, I'll let you guys listen to her. But basically what she said is the standards are not lowered. Now, mind you, this is the Harvard grad. She's the Harvard grad, according to y'all in the audience, right? She's saying the standard isn't lowered. Now, I'm going to make sure y'all hear what she said. She said the standard isn't lowered.
As the case also points out, the standard isn't necessarily lowered because the case also points out the standard isn't necessarily lowered because students are all admitted. It's the question is whether race can be an added consideration, a tipping point.
No, the standard is lowered. The standard is lowered. The standard is lowered as student premier admissions data shows an Asian has to score 273 points higher on the SAT to have the same chance of admission as a black person. So the standard is lowered for black Americans.
Kenny Xu, thank you for your perspective. We really appreciate you joining us.
Now, she says, once again, oh man, this is crazy. Now, she said the standard is not lowered. He counters and said the standards is lowered. Somebody must score 200 plus points higher just to get in. Now, mind you, this is the second thing she said that is inaccurate. Or at least according to her, she didn't challenge it when he said that's inaccurate. She didn't challenge it. So I hate to say it, but I don't know. I know she's a Harvard grad, so maybe she knows something that we don't know. But I'm look, y'all heard what she said. I'll play it again so y'all make sure y'all hear.
An added low. Well, as the case also points out, the standard isn't necessarily lowered.
It's not lowered.
Students are all admitted. It's the question is whether race can be an added consideration, a tipping point.
No, the standard is lowered. The standard is lowered. The standard is lowered as student premier admissions data shows an Asian has to score 273 points higher on the SAT to have the same chance of admission as a black person. So the standard is lowered for black Americans.
Kenny Xu, thank you.
So I'm not smart enough to comprehend what they're saying, okay? But from what I did hear was everybody is admitted. And then he said to have a chance to be admitted, it requires scoring higher. I don't know which one is more correct, but it is what it is. I don't know. I don't know where we're going to stand on this one. Affirmative action, non-affirmative action. The truth is the truth. The truth is the truth. And that man came prepared. I wonder, how come y'all didn't look up what school he went to? I know y'all looked up what school she went to. She went to Harvard. But why you didn't look up what school he went to? Because to me, he came prepared for business. Suit on, hair slicked back, prepared with his proper talking points, got his point across, delivered, and she got stumped on multiple points. And mind you, she's leading the conversation. The lady in the beginning, the white lady in the beginning is gone. They wanted a black woman interviewing this Asian man. That was intentional. So I know she went to Harvard. I know y'all kept telling me this, but I'm going to just be honest with you. I'm going to be honest with you. The issue that I have with her is I don't think she traveled to the Dominican Republic. I don't think she's been fully cultured. I don't think that she studied the great minds in the DR. I don't think she studied all the intelligent people in the Dominican Republic. And so I'm finding it's very difficult for her to make the adjustment in the Americas right now, because if she goes and travels to the DR and she comes back and have this interview, I guarantee she wins. I guarantee that she will come back mind refreshed, higher level of intelligence than it currently is, and she will show why blacks that are broke should be admitted at higher levels than the Asians who are scoring higher on the testing in which they use to qualify people for admittance. But however, we also gonna make sure we use race as a reason to have you in the university. Now, here's the thing about me, right? Because I want to acknowledge that. And shout out to my brother CJ Investing. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for supporting. I really, really do. I appreciate it. Tresh May says historically broke college and universities. That's not my problem. Okay, that's not my problem. And shout out to my brother, the Uncle Tom. Okay, he says she couldn't handle the truth bombs and exits trash. Yeah, she could. Listen, that's chess. She got out of that interview ASAP. Listen, call it what you want, but you got to know when you've been outmaneuvered. You have to know when the points you try to get across did not work. And he swatted down. If they was playing volleyball, every time she was trying to get it over the net, he swatted it right back in her face. Every single time. This is the second interview that we've done here on this show where the people that are interviewing the interviewee, they don't do as well. They think they're doing well. They think they're doing great by attacking them and all these things. But ultimately, they show themselves to be the more ignorant one when it comes to certain points, and they should be more studied, especially when you're trying to discourage a group of people that feel they've been done wrong by not being able to get into the school, even though they've tested the highest score, and even though education and studying should be the highest level. I think that they've kind of shown why they probably should be admitted at high rates themselves. Right now, here's the thing though. I don't necessarily disagree that diversity is important. I've said it. I think the way that black people think is way different than how Asian people think, how white people think, etc. And there's room for it. There's room for it in universities. I just don't know to what degree do we sacrifice other people in order to get our viewpoint out because we're black. That's the part I'm battling. I just don't know to what degree that we fight those positions, okay? See-through-you says, you purposely pick these ones or the person who sends them to you, Aaron? Oh, you not slick. What did I do? So, shout out to my bro. He says, Aaron, do you need more? I got a lot of videos. So here's the thing, right? My guy Lou is in the building. He's mad at me already. I could tell. Every chance he get mad at me. I don't know why. I love my brother Lou. I don't know why he always angry at me every show. But let me just say this. Was that see through you? She's a Harvard educated woman, according to y'all. How can I be picking on a Harvard educated woman? Like honestly, the literal school that people are arguing about is always Harvard. They not letting us get into Harvard. She's literally a Harvard graduate, according to y'all. How can I pick on her and find the interview that make a Harvard graduate look bad? How? How am I cherry picking Bianca? And everybody knows I love my Bianca. And I love my women that disagree. Don't get upset at me because I picked a representation of Harvard and that being a woman and she gets destroyed in a conversation and you mad at me like I'm cherry picking the interviews. That's on CNN. I didn't go to a street interview and said, hey, did you go to Harvard? Did you go to Harvard? Hey, I love to review you on my show. I didn't do that. I didn't do that. I didn't go on the streets. She's on a major network. If y'all not familiar with CNN, I believe it's owned by, what is it called? Warner Discovery. I forget what the name of the newly merged corporation, which is Discovery and Warner Media. They might have changed to Warner Media, but look at how I'm getting attacked now. You can't. She's on CNN. You're on YouTube. Ouch. Ouch. As Bart Simpson says, eat my shorts. My feelings ain't hurt. Look, wash your hands. You watching me on YouTube. I ain't watching you. You watching me. So apparently I'm doing something right in your eyes, my friend. Y'all been so sensitive because I point out something. It's not my problem. Okay. She went to Harvard. Y'all told me that. Argumentatively, I went and got the best of the best. Right? Y'all should get more educated women in these interviews, the ones that lead the conversation. All right, go to Harvard. Get that chick from Harvard and have her interview the dude. Go ahead. Get that chick from Harvard. We get her. We get that chick from Harvard. Y'all get mad at me. Y'all get mad at me. We get some of the highest educated women here. Now, the lady on the Breakfast Club, I don't know nothing about her. Okay, that's not my fault. Okay, that was just a guy, presidential candidate. It's relevancy there. But here I have a highly educated one. Somebody said she's an astronaut. I don't know if that was a joke or not, but still, we went to get to the highest of the highest. Boy, y'all mad at me for what? Citizen Lou, what is it you got to be angry at me about today, brother?
Brother, I'm not mad at you, bro. No, it ain't even on that type of time, bro. I ain't even mad at you, bro. But I do disagree with the Supreme Court rule. This whole situation I disagree with. I just wanted to chime in on it. That's all.
What's your disagreement?
It's some things that are just kind of perplexing. All right, so for one, all right, so many things to unpack. So for one, it's funny. Asians as a group in America, 70% are actually for affirmative action, right? So it's like I don't understand like this whole Asians are. Another thing too, right? So Harvard admissions, right? When they're admitting students, it's not just about getting giga nerds who just study all day and just take a bunch of tests better than everybody else and do a bunch of study for 8. It's really bigger than that. When you look at Harvard, they produce leaders of the free world, titans of industry, politicians. Like pretty much, I would say 90% of all our presidents came through Ivy League. So it's bigger. So when they're admitting students, it's not just about if you had a higher test score. It's about, are you going to be a leader? What do you have on the background? They have like all these different background, all these different extracurriculars, all these things. It's bigger than just giving a perfect SAT score. Another thing too, the Asians, a lot of times Asians really they only pursue the elite institutions, right? So if you're all applying to schools with 4% acceptance rate, like that one dude in California doesn't have affirmative action, and he couldn't get into Berkeley, Stanford, Cal Polytech, those elite institutions. He couldn't even get into those. He was trying to blame because black people are the reason why I'm not getting in. Bro, it's bigger than that. That's all. I just don't understand that. And then when you actually look at like their arguments, I don't know. It just didn't really make sense to me. I find it funny that there's a particular political group that denounces colleges, right? Like the conservative, they hate college. They hate it's the woke mind institutions and all that. But now it's let's just end affirmative action. Let's let the Asians in. That's why y'all Negroes. Negroes get in better. It's just crazy, bro. It's just kind of ridiculous to me. I don't know. It's just, and I don't understand why black people are happy for it. I mean, it's okay. I understand white women are the biggest benefactors of affirmative action, but at the same time, you still had black people, black men, black women who were benefit. I mean, it might not be all, but a little bit is better than none. And I just, it's just, I don't know. And then in the meritocracy argument is goofy because I was saying earlier in the chat, if it's about meritocracy, then why are legacy admissions still in, right? I mean, if your uncle is a janitor, you got a higher chance at Harvard, you got a higher chance to get in because you worked because of your parent or is a faculty worker. I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's not meritocracy. What it said, like 43% of Harvard graduates are legacy, and 7% of them are white. So it's not a.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. It just doesn't make sense. Like the meritocracy
So,
argument is just. Oh, go ahead.
no, I get the meritocracy argument, but he's more making the merit argument, right? Because the meritocracy is the goal at one point in life to eventually get to, but we obviously know that's a long way ahead because money talks. We all know that. We know money. The reason why y'all keep saying black men are broke and they ain't getting no money is because you want more money, right? To give you advantages in life, to give you access in life. So it should matter in a lot of things that you do. And I'm sorry, education is no different. So I have no problem with legacy admissions. The problem is black people not ahead. And it pisses them off. Oh man, if we was ahead, we could get legacy admissions. We'd have no problem with this. But because we plan from behind, there's an issue. Just like they have no problem with using their race as a way to get a leg up because they felt some wrongdoing. Here's the difference. I think they should be able to use their race against white people. Yes. If they're now, and I'm just meeting you where you need to be met at, right? If you're compared to another white person on the SAT scores, fine. Advantage black person because of what white people have historically done to black people. Advantage black people when it comes to that, but not when it comes to the Asians. Leave them alone. It should be merit. It should be merit of merit, score on score when it comes to Asians, and when it comes to white, fine. Even though I don't necessarily like it, I'm willing to concede that. Sure, against whites, yes, you get an advantage because what they've done to you historically. But if you can't outbeat the Asians, you lose. Sit down. I think that's fair.
No, I see. Yeah, so I see your point with that, and I would agree if that was the only thing that went to admission. But that's what I was saying earlier. It's not just about test scores. Like when they admit students, they want to know, class presidents, all these different. It's a whole myriad of things that they look at. It's not just about can you get all areas.
I hear you, right? But when they talk about okay, listen, we can only prove what we can prove, right? I understand when you talk about qualifications, etc. I don't know it in depthly. We could talk to that woman we just saw in the interview. She went to Harvard, right? Clearly, she's the most prepared. So I want to know if they're highlighting the fact that they need to score 200 points or more, right, as a metric, right, something measurable, right? Because you can't. This other stuff is almost immeasurable, right? I don't know how they have testing for it, but it's almost immeasurable. You're almost saying, actually, I don't want to do that. Basically, why do they know that 200 and something points less puts them out of the running? But if they are to score 250 points more, etc., it puts them back in the running, meaning obviously that's the selling point. I understand there are other things that y'all say, character and all this stuff that matters, which I don't know to be true, but at least if they know we can measure that metric, hey, if I score 273 points higher or whatever, I'm going to get in, but it take me 273 points more than the next black person. How come they can measure that if that's not something that they're using to include? If it's not the major thing that they're, because most people attack the major.
Well, that's a good question. So let's break that down. So is it because that's all they have? I mean, if like that's what I want to say. If there's an Asian student who got, let's say, a 1400, it was I hadn't taken the SAT, I took the ACT, but was it like 1600 the max, right?
Yes.
Yeah, 1600. So if you have an Asian student who let's say he was the student body president, he was captain of whatever lacrosse team or whatever. I mean, I'm just saying, like but I don't think Asians for the most part have that type of profile. It's just straight up grades, SAT score 4.0, It's not. And
So my thing is, let's say I meet you there, right? At which jobs do you care about that extra? I was student body president. Like, which jobs do you think that matters in? Like,
but
what
that's
job?
what I that's what
Yeah.
I was saying earlier. Though Harvard doesn't really produce job seekers. They produce titans of industry. They produce politicians and presidents and high profile lawyer. I mean, I see what you're saying. Like, okay, what job? But we're talking about Harvard. Harvard is essentially just a hedge fund with the library. I mean, they want everybody. They want the best of the best from all backgrounds. And I don't think just because you had a 4.0, I don't think you're just a great candidate for Harvard, because you're not.
So
That doesn't translate to you
so
being a
so
leader of the free world.
that's somewhat untrue if you're saying legacy admissions still exists. That would disqualify your current argument. They want the best of the best. You don't believe that.
Well, then at the same time, though, legacy. So let's look at Harvard, right? Harvard's been around since what, 1600s? I mean, their legacy spans 400 years. So that's what I was saying earlier. How many presidents came out of Harvard? I mean, Obama came out of Harvard. The Supreme Court justices on there, or how many?
You're not. I'm not arguing against none of that. But my point being is not that they want the best of the best, because there's no way to measure the criteria of what the best of the best is. Like, you can't measure personality. Like, how can you
You can
say,
measure leadership.
yeah, to a
You
certain
can measure.
degree,
Oh, go ahead.
to a certain degree, but which jobs are, when people leave college, right? Are they going directly into the leadership role? Because you
I
can
mean,
be
it's not
legal and learn to be a
necessarily.
leader.
Well, I mean, okay, so you look at Harvard, right? Don't they? There's so many people that recruit out of Harvard. I mean, I see what you're. It's not necessarily. Ah, man, that's. So you're saying what jobs were the lead? I mean,
Yeah, because
everybody wants to. I mean, everybody wants a leader. Everybody wants uh, uh, what do you call it? A high level
yeah,
entry.
but to predetermine if somebody is going to be a leader or not by testing is interesting, right? But we know there are some things you can't test for. We got to actually get you on the scene. And we also know previous history don't necessarily mean that it's going to be future. Like, past history doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be the indicator of future history. It's just the best indicator that we have to work on, right? So I don't believe just because you were student body president that's going to mean you have some leadership capabilities. And also, why do I care if you're fixing my car? Why do I care if you're a judge or not? I just want to know, can you read law? I just want to know if you can fairly recite the law. Can you be unbiased? Like, what jobs are requiring these leadership roles that you have to have them in school instead of getting these leadership roles on the job?
Yeah, I mean,
Because
uh,
I think we're trying to center the argument to make it more about I wouldn't even say communication skills, to make it more about being social, right? Like, Black people are obviously way more social than Asians, right? Okay, we have an advantage to them there. Okay, I get that part, right? But we want to use the criteria that best benefits us. But what if the criteria? Why can't the criteria just be whoever tests the best? Because then we know that wouldn't benefit us.
well,
That's
I mean, for me personally, for me per se, I don't. I mean, I'm not even that crazy about it. I mean, Black people. I mean, we don't even represent the Ivy League institutions like that anyway. So I mean, I guess I see what you're saying. You're saying that take out test scores because Black people will get in more. I don't know about that, but at the end of the day, I mean, you look at George Bush. Where did he go to? Did he go to Harvard? Or did he go to Yale? I mean, he wasn't an all A student. This dude was a 2-term president. So it's like,
are you proud that he went to Harvard or something? Like, to
no,
me, it seems like
no,
you
I'm
think he
not
shouldn't have
proud.
been
I'm
admitted.
saying that's what they produce. They produce. That's what I was saying earlier. They produce titans of industry, like Gabe and Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates. That's what they do. I mean, I don't know what.
Yeah, but the problem when you use titans of industry, right? These are exceptional people. And when I say exceptional people, I mean exceptional people, like to the highest degree of being exceptional to the highest degree possible, right? And those guys are supremely more intelligent than most people in general. So I don't necessarily disagree, because I think personality matters. I just don't know to what degree. That's where the issue that I'm having. I don't know to what degree. Like that we give it, how many percentage points is it worth for your charm, your personality? 200 points?
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, like when they're doing admissions, it's just when they're doing the whole student body, it's more than just the grades. That's what I was getting at. They have to have certain people for certain things. Like that's what I was getting at. I mean, it's not all about the grades
No, I get that
because they
part.
can afford to do that because they're an elite institution. Because whoever graduates from Harvard, I mean, they're pretty much going to be straight because they have a network built in. They got an alumni network. I mean, their degree is pretty much the equivalent of like a Louis bag. You see what I'm saying? So it's like it's not just about that's all. That's my only point is that it's bigger than just 4.0s and perfect SAT and ACT score. That's what I was getting at. Even if I would say they'll definitely take like I'll give you an example, right? So I know this one guy. He went to Stanford, and he had an app that made like when we were in high school. He made an app that made like $8,000 a month, right? I
Mhm.
mean, he was decent in school too, but that put him over the edge over anybody that was that was coming into the game. You see, that's what they want. They want people who take the initiative and step. I'm just using that as an example, right? And he was Indian, so I mean, but I'm sure he had no issue getting into Stanford. You get what I'm saying? Hey, he not on Facebook crying about black people stopped him from getting his money and getting in the Stanford. He had no issue at all. So I'm just using that as an example. So if like that's what I wanted to ask too. Like, where are the Asians that are at Harvard currently? Like, how do they feel about it? I don't see them really saying anything uh about this at all. It's always the ones who didn't get in or the ones who got rejected. There's always these, these like that one dude in California who was crying about he didn't get any of the elite colleges in California. California already got rid of affirmative action in the 90s. So what was his excuse?
Hmm. Yeah, well, California might not be the hill you want to die on.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, just because California did it, don't mean that might be the hill you want to die on. So, but fair enough, fair enough, brother. I don't have no dog in this fight. I ain't going to Harvard. They not letting a
Me
dummy.
either.
They
Me
not
either.
letting a dummy like me in,
They
right?
not let me in either, right?
Yeah, they not letting me in, bro. Now,
I'm barred at the door. I'm blocked
listen,
out.
and to be perfectly honest with you, you probably don't need to go to college when you can just screw college, get a $50 ticket to the DR, and become way more intelligent. So, when you think about it like that,
No, I
I
mean
mean,
that's fair, bro. It's just it's just something to talk about, just something to chime on. I just but yeah, I see what you're saying. You don't need it, right? But I mean, if you look at the Supreme Court justices, what all of them like only but one all went to Ivy League. I'm just saying though, man, it's these institutions are the ones that produce people that make the rules in America. So it's like I just don't really think just having perfect grades is the barometer for that's all I'm saying.
yeah, that's fair enough. Uh, let's get to a conversation about parenting, right? Let me ask you this:
Okay.
do you believe that you should hit your children?
No.
No. Now, do you believe the majority of Americans believe you should be able to hit your children? All right, let me ask you this. Do you think we should be able to decide how other people parent their children, or should that be that family's decision?
Well, that's a good question. I think certain like that's a good question. Well, if it starts affecting us, yes, right. Like like when kids do drive-bys but I think if they're under a certain age, the parents uh should receive the time, right? The crime. I have said that.
So I thought that a long time ago, but I don't think that would work very well because then your children would get an advantage over control over you, right? Better leave me alone, mom, before I go commit some crime and you go to jail. Like that's pretty dangerous to give a kid power. And so it's not a well thought out thing. Although initially I thought that I'm like, man, because I'm accountability, control the controllables. That's your child. You're responsible. But as I thought about it as I got older and older, I was like, man, that won't work. No matter how many times I try to slice it, that's dangerous to put a child in a position of power over their parent. All it takes to remember back then when like you be hanging out with your white friend or whatever, and he tell his mom, shut up. And you be like, oh, he about to get knocked out, and then nothing happens. And so then you thinking that maybe you can go home and argue with your mom, and then you come back the next day. So I'm just wondering, do you understand, like, that's different levels of parent? I just don't think that's something we can actually.
No, I you know what's funny, man? This may be anecdotal, but I grew up in the South, and I had a lot of white friends growing up. Like when we were kids, you like do sleepovers and stuff like that. All my white friends got way more ass beatings than I did, way more. I mean, at the sleepover, they would get their ass beat by their parents. I can count on my hand how many times I got a whooping, and that was like early in the game, like when I was like 4 or 5. Like when I got older, all that stuff down. But like, yeah, they were still getting their ass beat. I remember this was one dude. His dad came to the school and whooped his ass. A white boy. So I mean, I don't know, but at the same time too, though, it's not always the best thing. But I see what you're saying though, like but I just can't. What I'm saying though, in my personal experience, I haven't seen that, but uh, I don't know, man. I don't know. I still don't think you should hit your kids. You know what I'm saying? I just don't think. I think that like creates like you know kids that are like subservient to authority, and they don't speak up, and it just makes them keep their head down because they're afraid they don't get their ass beat again. That's why we got a lot of motherfuckers that have no heart. It just is what it. That's what I think. I think that I think you should discipline children as if I mean you should talk to them and administer punishments, but it don't have to be a straight up ass beating. I mean, you can only beat ass so much before they start beating your ass, and it only becomes a violent cycle. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I can get with that. I just don't know just to what degree. Like, I can't, like, I don't know if I should get involved with how other people raise their kids. Them your kids, you raise your kids. I don't know if it's smart to get involved with other, because most people don't want you to tell them what to do with their kids. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's a slippery slope.
Yeah, I feel you on that. But I know some people they love talking about. I'm outside. Y'all hear them birds? My fault. I mean, yeah, yeah. I know some people they take joy out of beating their kids. They be laughing about it. I tore his ass up. He spilled juice on the floor. I tore that ass up, boy. Just giggling and shit. Like, what the fuck kind of sadistic? Like, what kind of crazy ass shit is this? I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. I just can't get down with that. That's just me personally. I don't tell people what to do with their kids. That's just you just ask my opinion. I just don't think so. But I do say though, if your kids start, go ahead. You muted, Aaron.
Oh no, I'm muted on purpose. I'm looking for the video that I'm looking for. That's all I was doing.
No.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm open minded to both, because I've seen some kids that need to get beat down, and I've seen some kids where it's like that's not necessary. So I think it's a case by case experience.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that one point you brought up about like if a kid will just have too much power. I don't know that. I don't know, man. I'm trying to figure out how does that kid raise to the point they get that vindictive against their parents? Like you know what I'm
Man,
saying?
listen,
Or
there's a
is it
lot
just
there's a lot of factors, and in this conversation we about to dive into, maybe, like, because I believe parents are not that important, right? And I say that in a mean way, jokingly, most of the time, but honestly, I think it's all but bunch of luck and genetics. You get a kid that's more calm, that don't have temperamental issues, that actually learns faster, has more capacity than other kids. It's genetics, right? uh and I think outside of the environment that you torch them in, you ain't that valuable as a parent. And that offends a lot of parents, by the way. It really does. But it's hard to explain some of the worst parents in the world produce some of the best children in the world, right? So
Okay.
that's my personal opinion on it. I just think that it's a luck of the draw, because when you look at kids that are extremely violent, prone towards violence, short and tempered compared to their brother or sister who are mild tempered to low temperament, not violent, less violent, more focused on education, things like that, have more aptitude, more ability to learn. That's genetics to me, and I don't think there's nothing a parent can do to change that. Like, no matter if you don't have if you aren't gonna be smart, then you're not gonna be smart. Like parents can help build an environment, but honestly, I see them do more destruction than helping a lot of the times.
So you saying it's genetics that
I think genetics is the primary indicator of the behavior, the intelligence, and all those things of children, more so than the environment parents put them in, because there are a lot of children who are in environments that are very dangerous. Not something that you would want your children to do, and they come out and be some of the most productive and important people in this world. That's what I'm saying.
I slightly disagree. I think it's more. I'm more the environment thing. I don't think you're genetically, you know, destined to just be a fuck up. You know what I mean? I don't think it's genetics. I don't think I don't think that.
You absolutely are. Genetically, if you don't have, look, you seen those videos of a 7-year-old kid that basically essentially like, I'm going to Yale. They already got a degree from me. They already got a scholarship from you. Have you seen videos like that?
Oh, you said they got a degree from Yale and what now?
I'm sorry, not a degree, but they already have their scholarships on hold. But this kid is so intelligent. This 7-year-old, this 8-year-old, this 9-year-old, they're already damn near graduating high school. They already got scholarships lined up for them to go to the most prestigious universities because they're child geniuses. That has nothing to do with parenting.
No, I disagree. I disagree. When you look at those kids that go to school early, or those kids that like invent things, like a lot of like their parents are engineers. Their parents have probably already been through a certain track. They probably have master's degrees, doctorate degrees. They probably already put them. They know they know what to do. Like your parents are going to guide you to success the best way they have, and those parents already know the system. They already know how to do it. What's up? What's up? What's up, Cheeky? What's up, bro?
What's up, Kyle? How you feeling?
Chilling.
I think it may be a genetical thing too, because again, raising a child, and then raising another child has always been distinctly different. You have different personalities, like Aaron is saying, and a lot of the times, too educated and smart people or intelligent people have intelligent offspring, but that doesn't necessarily mean that their character or the characteristics of that child means that they'll be good children. So it's one of those things where it really is a gamble. There's plenty of moms and pops that are in the hood that teach and raise their kids right as best as they can, regardless of the environment, like Aaron is saying, and they still go wrong. Then you got the same family, same siblings, all of them go to college, and you trying to figure out what happened to the one. And they don't even have to be the oldest sometimes. Sometimes it's the middle child. Sometimes it's the youngest. Sometimes it is the oldest. So it's like,
Well, the
it's
kids
not.
that had. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was saying, well, if you look at there was that book by Malcolm Gilwood. What he touched on, what he found was that children that are the most successful are only children, and then the second group is like the baby of the group. No, I'm sorry. Was it no the oldest? The oldest. It was the oldest and the only child. Those are the most successful. I believe that's because they receive the most attention, they get the most time, they get the most love and affection. And like, you're right. When you have big families, yeah, a lot of times affection can't go around. It just is what it is. I don't. I'm just. that's that's right. That's what he. I kind of agree with that. It seems like only child and like the oldest of the bunch get to be the most successful because they get that initial. Because hell, the parents can't. It's the only one. They can't mess up. Shit, they gotta.
So your argument is, if you have the right environment and the proper level of attention to a child, that's going to guarantee outcome.
Nothing's guaranteed, but it's a higher chance.
No. There is something guaranteed when I tell you genetically being smarter than somebody is guaranteed.
That's what genetically being smarter. No, that's not guaranteed.
It is. You can't change. Okay. All right. Fine. It is damn near a guaranteed outcome. So, like, for instance, right? Let me give you an example. if you're a child genius, right? Can a family produce another child genius?
Yes.
Yes, right? You say yes, right? So if we take that same family that produced a genius, right, and we give them another child, right, a child from birth, whatever, adopt him, right? Shouldn't they be able to do the same thing with that child if it's their parenting?
Yeah. Because
And,
my
and
oh,
what's
go ahead.
what's what's proven is that's not the case.
Wait, what's not that an adopted? What's not the case that if they adopt a child, they're not
That
going to
your that
recreate their
that your
genius?
own child, an adopted child, the same parents, one that produces a genius, and their brother's not a genius. The brothers, like for example, right? Sometimes it's luck, right? But you often don't get two geniuses. You typically get one, and even if you got 5 siblings, they often don't have the same level of genius as somebody who is a genius. Like you could be in the same household, you're not gonna be as smart as somebody else just because you grew up in the same household. It's not gonna happen.
Okay.
So to me, what's proven is that if you have siblings, you have brothers, sisters, etc., right? You all grow up in the same household. You can see y'all have different levels of intelligence, different levels. And what I believe, which I think is solely different, is it's genetics. It like genetically, you can tell physically, we can see the genetic difference. But then also there's a mental component that you got to understand that there are people that just have genetically are just smarter than you.
But
It's their
there's no
genetics.
genetic marker for IQ.
See, there's no genetic marker for IQ. Okay, how do we identify somebody as a genius? Do we have a marker for that?
Yeah, it's a standardized test for the most part, right? Or it's subjective. Sometimes you can call somebody a genius. I mean, that's like they play the violin well, but a lot of times that's just dedication and hard work and discipline. That's a
So
lot of those.
if
A
you,
lot of
if
what you
you
contribute as being a genius is just hard work and dedication.
see
That their parents instilled it. No.
the problem is that if a 9-year-old has a scholarship to Harvard, that pretty much puts them ahead of everybody else in the 9-year-old marker or an 8-year-old marker. Like there are certain uh ways that we gauge things, and there's certain measurables. And I'm sorry, the only thing that's going to separate somebody besides age and physical is their intelligence. And I believe you cannot teach somebody intelligence. They're born with it or they're not. Like for like when you're a droid, right? When you have a mechanical mind, right? You have such a mechanical mind or a mathematical mind.
Yes.
It's hard for you to develop that. It's not something that we just put people in a system and go, this is the process, do this, is that. I think like when it comes to math, because math is the one thing where you can say this is a perfect thing, because math is the one thing where there's not a lot of subjective things involved in it. It's the perfect thing.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of that, outside of math, although I would agree there's mathematical geniuses, outside of that,
There are.
huh?
No, I was agreeing. I said there are mathematical geniuses. Yes.
Yeah, but outside of that, the only thing that separates people is how intelligent they are in every other aspects besides math, basically, because that's the only thing that's technically perfect, technically.
Well, I mean, so let me ask you a question: Are men genetically and intellectually superior to women? I'm going with this. I'm asking. I'm going with this.
No studies have shown that to be definitive, but what's on record is in general, or what's known is men are more intelligent, but that's based upon what is known, not necessarily what is proven.
Well, I know there's like this math like a mathematical forum where like people put like very hard mathematical
Yeah.
problems and they solve it. The best mathematician on that site is a woman, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I think it's an Asian woman. I mean, just clears the board, destroys everybody. It's no contest.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't. I
But
mean, and I'm
but
sure.
Lou, there's a problem with that assessment. Go 1 through 50. Now, if the top 20 are women, or the top 25 are women, then we have an argument. But if you take the top 50 and then go male, female, etc., and extrapolate that data, I don't think it's as widely argued in that sense. If you take the one best person at any one thing and go, that's the best, fair, but it's not.
That's an excellent point, and I'm glad you said that, because what I was using that to use is that I'm sure she had probably like somebody introduce her to math at a young age to where she understands trigonometry, calculus, discrete math, all these complex topics that she was learning at a young age. Because like I'm in tech, right? I'm a software engineer. Women aren't represented that much, but at the same time too, women aren't that into tech, or they didn't grow up with like computers playing, video games and stuff like that.
It's not.
So what I'm saying is it's not necessary. What I'm saying, when they're introduced to something and they're actually doing it, they can compete with everybody. That's all I'm saying.
But the studies have shown, if you know Dr. Jordan Peterson, right, and I think he goes into a country, right, to where they go, and that country is designed to be the most fair. The word is egalitarian, right? To be the most fair and equal place. Women have proclivities to lean towards one area, and so do men. So in the aspect
Right.
in what you're speaking as right now, right? What I'm telling you is that it's not because women didn't grow up with computers and math and all this type of stuff. It's absolutely not that. It don't interest them. See, we like to leave out the human component, right? Which is feelings. I don't feel interested in that, right? Men tend to do things more or less upon feel like doing it, whether they think that they have to do it, while women want to lean more to the things that they feel like doing. So the distinction there is, when you look into software engineering and things like that, the problem that exists is with men, we are designed to give the structure. Women are aligned to accept the structure. Women do better at manager roles at mid-levels. You want your business to run well at the mid-level, you get women to do it, right? Because as long as there's structure there and there's a process to go by, they'll excel better than men, because men don't really like to follow rules. We like to break them. And that's where our creativity comes from. This is why women lack the ability to create companies that are life and worldly changing, because they require a structure in which men typically like to break. So we have to think outside of the box. Women lack that ability to think outside of the box. They lack it at a very high rate. This is why they requested it in you. I want a man that's to be the leader. What the hell? You don't need no man to be a leader. You're the smartest person around here. You think outside of the box. You get things done. They are constantly searching for a man to give them structure.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to get to I wasn't trying to make it gender wars. I was just saying that if you give people the right tools, I mean, they can compete with everybody. That's why we're using the mathematical geniuses. I was just saying, if you give a woman the same amount of time and they're interested and they're growing up in the environment, they're gonna become a mathematical genius. That's just how it goes. Nobody. You're not 15 years old and like, oh, you know what? I know how to. I'm the world chess master. No, that's not how it works, bro. You're trained in these things. You're like,
are you out your what? Hold on. Let me read my brother Gary Grant's super chat. He says, Aaron, 100% right. Genetic makes the difference. I grew up in the ghetto with all the violence and criminality all around, but I never joined. My mom worked 3 jobs, and we really raised ourselves. Astute point. Gary, would you like to expound upon what you mean by that, brother?
I have 2 brothers. I'm the youngest of 3. My first brother is a multimillionaire, owns his own business and everything. My second brother is the ultimate F-up. He's smart, worked all kinds of different jobs, can't keep a dollar in his pocket. Me, I'm good. Understand? 2 others, we're from the same mom, same dad, everything. All 3 of us are different. School-wise, I accentuated in school. My middle brother couldn't do school worth it, but he's a mechanic, he's an electrician, he's all these things. He's great with his hands, but he can't get along with people.
Then you make my point. It's not genetics.
What are you talking about? It's just because we're genetically different. Just because you're from the same parents don't mean you're genetically the same. We all excelled in different things.
All right.
Well, you are genetically the same technically, but
yeah, y'all got the same parents.
One might be more inclined to do something than another one. Might have different
Wrong.
different personalities.
Wrong,
How,
wrong,
how did
wrong.
you?
Let
How
me
did you?
stop that
Gary,
right
how did
On
now.
a
you? How did
genetic
you?
on a
Is there
genetic
any
level, you're
two
the
people
same.
with the same DNA?
Excuse me?
Is there any two people in this world with the same DNA?
No, not exactly.
That's why we are genetically different.
But just by
Okay.
a tiny, minute
It
percentage.
doesn't matter. It could be by 1,000th of a percentage. That makes a difference.
Huge difference, and it's
Like if we have the
proven.
same, we have the same parents. 99%
It's
of our DNA is almost the same.
it's proven.
And that
First of all,
1% makes a difference.
hold on, Gary. Hold on, Gary.
Y'all is crazy.
First of all, 99% of all humans' DNA is the same.
Good one, young man.
So like that's a moot point. The thing is that small difference is what makes the difference in people. The difference of why some people have a higher level of like Reese, you lack self-awareness at the highest rates, right? It's glaring and alarming to a certain degree, right? But that's probably genetic.
Well, you said I lack what? Excuse me?
You lack self-awareness. You lack understanding the moment and understanding the environment, understanding what's going on around you and being aware of it. You lack it, and it's highly.
Why do you assume I lack it? Yeah, why are you assuming that?
It ain't just me. This is an observation. One, because I'm really good at assessing things. That's one of my skills. And two, it ain't just me. It's everybody in the chat will tell you this. Go just ask them if they agree.
Okay. So give an example of how I lack self-awareness. Give an example, because you're just saying making blanket statements. Give an example. Like, what have I done that shows that I've lacked awareness?
Let me help you there, Aaron. First of all, you just said that because we're from the same parents, our genetics is the same.
When I say genetics, I mean like if we have the same mother and father, right? We both basically have the same grandparents, same great grandparents, same second great grandparents. We have the same basically DNA as far as ethnicity wise. That's what I'm talking about when I say genetics. But obviously,
Okay.
not everybody's gonna be 100% the same as each other.
Nobody's 100. Everybody's different. That's
Right,
what
but
you
when I say
should.
genetics,
That's
I
what he
mean
mean
like
by self-awareness, because you weren't aware that even if it's a point of 1,000,000% of difference, you're different.
right, but okay, but when you say say you say your brother's a fuck up, right?
Nobody's
Yeah.
perfect.
Say you're
I
successful and your
got
brother's a fuck
you.
up. That just means that you both have different personalities. But as far as genetic wise, you might just be the same. Like two identical twins, 100% the same, but one might be totally different
Hey,
than the
you
other
just
one.
stole my argument.
So wait, your argument is identical twins are the exact same. That's your argument?
That was an example. Two identical twins, genetically, the scientists will say that they're the same. Identical twins. But one
No,
might be
no, they're
totally
not.
different
They
than the
have
other
the
one.
same genetic makeup.
Yeah, they do. Like I had two twins I went to
That's what I
school
mean.
with.
That's what I mean.
But because you have
So
the
Aaron's
same
point
makeup,
is moot.
I got
okay.
Gary. I got you. Gary, I got you. Do they have the same fingerprints?
Okay, well, you talking about fingerprints? Like you're
That's
trying to like
genetic.
pick. You're picking hairs right now. You're talking about
No,
fingerprints
We're
right
that's a
now.
talking about
genetic.
genetics.
Listen, Reese. This is where we're talking about you lack self-awareness. Like, for example, right? We all just agreed about 99% of all humans have the same DNA. It's a small percentage that makes the difference.
Okay,
And then,
so if you had a child, right, and you took a DNA test to see if you're the father, you know what I'm saying? So is it gonna say if that child is your child, is it gonna say you're not the father, or is it gonna say you're the father?
what does that have to do with what we're talking about
That's
right
what
now?
I'm saying. Because I could take a
That's
DNA.
what he means by
Stop watching
self-awareness.
TV.
Just shut up and listen to what I'm saying.
You're demonstrating it.
Shut up and let me finish. If I take a paternity test with that same child, it's gonna say I'm not the father. So if we have the same DNA, why would it say I'm not the father and you're the father? Use common sense. We have the
Genetic.
same DNA.
Somebody help him. He needs a
If we have the
phone
same
friend.
DNA, why is it gonna say I'm not the father and you're the father? Critical
Because
thinking.
You want to phone a friend?
no, hold on. When you ask a question, you must wait for the
Get
answer.
Lou coming right up for the fucking.
The answer is very simple, young man.
You said I lack self-awareness. It's looking like y'all lack self-awareness.
You can't even listen. That's why you lack self-awareness, man.
All right,
You
go
ask a
ahead.
question
Rebut
and
my
then you
argument.
keep talking. Okay, it's
Rebut
very
my argument.
simple. Very simple. Even though me and my brother, we're both tested for DNA for one girl. My brother's 100%. I mean 99 point whatever. I'm gonna be 80 something. Because even though we come from the same people, our DNA is different. Everybody Every single human being in this world have different DNA, no matter if they're from the same family tree. Does that answer your question?
Okay, no. Aaron said everybody's basically the same, right? I said if you choose there's one child and two men, he's the father of that child. He took a DNA test and said he's the father, and I took a DNA test and said I'm not the father. If we're all the same, why is it saying I'm not the father?
Are you not listening to what I say or listening to yourself?
He is using your same stupid point. So
He's
I'm
not
using your
actually
point
using
against
my
you.
point.
He
Using
didn't even understand Aaron's point.
It's insane.
You just said we're all the
Gary
same.
just woke up from a dementia nap.
Are you
Yeah,
just an ex disturber maker?
No,
so
I'm just using it against you.
I
That's
haven't
it.
even said
but Gary,
Naker
so I'm
once,
trying
so
to understand,
relax.
Gary. What's your so like what's your reasoning that you're that
No, Aaron, what's your zodiac sign?
I'm sorry.
I'm a smart
Go
person.
ahead, there, Citizen Lou.
No, I'm just saying like what I was saying earlier. There's no genetic marker for IQ, and everything we use is subjective, and it's like a standardized test or IQ test or I mean that's not necessary. That's not a genetic mark. I mean that doesn't like you said your brother is my bad. I'm outside, but
So Lou, do we have a genetic marker for love?
Oh my
that's
God.
come
See,
on. That's not even.
I'm about to show you the different levels that exist. Right? Do we have a genetic marker for love?
Do we have a genetic marker?
there's even
we
mean,
have a genetic marker for attachment.
I mean, we're humans. I mean, we all want affection and love and community. I mean, that's how we survive.
How do you know
Evolution.
that? How do you know that?
We
Wait.
know there's no way we could get to where we are in life without each other.
No. You're just saying words. I'm asking, how do you
I'm saying
know
words.
that? No, because you're saying there's
Because
no
we
way.
can't we can't do shit about ourselves. We have to
Hold on, Lou. Have you ever heard of a thing called a hermit?
Okay, a hermit is a what? A person who lives
That don't live around with people, don't want to be around with people, just want to be by themselves.
Okay,
So you just said that we all have this desire.
It's not a normal thing in society. It's a very you're using a very rare.
Why are we? Why try to use? I think it's safe to say that science has already proven that we're not that different from each other from a genetic component, simply because we're Homo sapiens. They're different. There were different humanoid or different humans that existed before Homo sapiens. There was Neanderthals. There was another set of groups, but they all died.
Yes, Neanderthals.
Australopithecus.
Well, some Neanderthals mixed in.
There were several different human or humanoid forms, but the ones we've taken on were Homo sapiens. That alone is how scientists determined that we're not too far genetically from one another. Because Homo sapiens, not Homo sapiens, but Neanderthals died off from extinction because they couldn't reproduce correctly with Homo sapiens. So while there is genetic components that make us all similar, there's enough difference for us to be able to acknowledge or identify from a biological standpoint, i.e. bone density, i.e. hair, things like those. That is enough difference, although we're very similar genetically, to go, you're different in race, or you're different in ethnicity, or you're different in these ways. So yes, things can be very close. That doesn't mean that they're that far genetically. Why take the approach of, oh, since we're all the same, and why identical twins? It's that we're very similar, but there's differences in how those characteristics plays out through our genetics. I would assume it's a theory. It's not even been proven because it's hard to prove something like this.
Oh yeah, I think I agree. I think I agree with most of what you said for the most
You were
part.
pretty muffled, so.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I was hearing in and out, but I think I agree with what you were saying about the Homo sapiens. But yeah, that's all I was saying. I mean, but that was a crazy spin move by Aaron asking me about a genetic marker for love. That was crazy, boy. I don't know how
No,
we
that was a very smart move.
no, it wasn't. It deflected
We
from the.
gotta
You
answer
can't
what is
really
love.
trust anything Gary says is
What is
smart.
love though? What is love? We gotta answer that.
That's what
Nobody
I'm
really knows
saying.
what love
You're
is.
talking about like an emotional chemical imbalance in your brain
Love is a
when you have
social
affection for another person.
construct. It's not
It
even a
is. It
real
really is.
thing.
'Cause nobody really knows what love is. They say
Yeah,
love is love, but
that's
nobody
not.
really knows
Yeah,
what
that's.
that word means.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that was crazy.
Nobody really
That's what
actually knows what love means.
that's why Aaron what Aaron said
All
is
I
very
know is
smart.
we don't love these hoes.
And that ain't true. Niggas love hoes.
That's a
'Cause
fact.
nowadays, 2 dudes and 2 chicks is considered love. So we really don't know what the hell love means.
It is what it is. Yeah. So yeah, all right. I'm gonna pass the mic. I'm gonna let other people talk.
I don't. I, I, I don't even know what to say. So, Lou, is your argument that, and I'm Lou too, by the way, but
What's going on, Lou?
what up, G? So I don't know. It seems like you want to, because there are genetic markers for almost everything. Like your genetics are everything, right? And how your genetics are expressed, which you cannot control, right? Which is the bigger part of this conversation. You cannot control how your genes or how your gene pool will express itself as a human being. Are you trying to discount genetics uh, in that way? Because I mean, Asians are overwhelmingly represented in IQ, the same way Black people are overwhelmingly represented um, in sports, right? And then we can go down the list and we can name all of the different areas in which different people are overwhelmingly represented, and that is genetics based. A large part of that is genetics based.
But it's really only like two sports, right? That black people are overrepresented: it's basketball and football. White people overrepresented in baseball, soccer, lacrosse,
We got a lot of
hockey.
Afro Latinos in baseball though. A lot of
Yeah,
Dominicans and Puerto Ricans.
yeah. So I don't. Yeah, but it's still most. I'm pretty
You
sure it's
say
still mostly
Puerto
white people though.
Ricans?
Yeah, Afro Latinos.
Yeah, I mean, but that's more of an economic thing because they, that's
Yeah,
more.
but they excel at it. Look at Jose Reyes and
Yeah, yeah. Ronald
Sammy
Acuna,
Sosa. You know,
shout out to the Braves. Yeah, I'm with you on that. But that's more
Bro,
of a. But they're
bro,
but they're great.
bro,
Go ahead.
black people, 99% of basketball, 99%
I
of,
said that. I said the only
come on,
time
man.
that no, it's not 90, but I said basketball and
It,
football. That's the only. I
the
said
best
white people
Well,
boxers
it's
are
overrepresented
it's
black,
hockey.
and
No,
I can even make an argument that the best dancers are black, the best singers are black, in my opinion, right? But I think that is
well,
largely genetics based as well. Um,
that
and
what
and there there
musically
are,
inclined is
yes, of course,
genetics.
yes, absolutely,
What?
All right, come on, man. Come on,
absolutely.
bro.
You
wait,
want to
hold
know?
on.
Where's your evidence for that?
Why are we specifying sports when we could just specify how joints are developed and how things? Because football and basketball is like very specific to the sport, but when it comes to how African Americans are built, as far as the length of their what's the femur and the length of the knee, or like there's actually a tribe in Africa that is known for running, whether it be Kenyan, and there's actually people like the strongest man contest that typically win, and they tend to have Nordic backgrounds. Like these things are genetic. These things
Yeah,
are
but
genetic,
You
and
also
there
left
they're
out
based
track and field.
and they're
yeah,
see,
track
and
and
that
they're
was
field.
the
Also,
only
also
argument I
like
could
we're
come
the
up with
best
at the
sprinters.
time.
We're the
Though
best
I agree.
sprinters. Look at all the
the
best sprinters,
same.
Jamaican or American, Black American. So
I thought
They
it was
still they, but
Kenyans
what I'm saying
first.
is they fall into the category of black.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
on a, in a
Absolutely,
bit.
yeah.
We
So
have
what I'm saying is
more
there's
fast switch, fast switch.
so right. So what I'm saying is if these things can be tracked and measured from a physical standpoint, it's gonna of course it's gonna be harder to measure in intellectual, right? But at the same time, if you have two intelligent people together, the likely chance of them birthing an intelligent child is higher. One, because of education, right? They've already deemed that two parent homes with an education with at least a bachelor has a higher chance of producing a child that is more to do well. But I don't think it's just because they're at home teaching them everything that they know. That's not always the case.
Yeah, but I'm sure that family has a high regard for education, right? Because if two parents have a bachelor's degree, they're gonna have
So
their children be studious.
I agree, and you do realize I will say that in a lot of cases there are people that may be studious but not that smart.
And
Like
that's what I was saying. Oh, go ahead. My bad.
they're able to regurgitate information that's given to them in a short period of time, and they're able to use testing, what do you call it,
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah,
testing skills and
like a lot of
abilities.
Asians, like a lot of Asians,
Oh,
right?
But okay, sure, I guess you can make that argument, but you know, if you look at intelligence, it goes beyond test taking ability. It goes beyond regurgitating information. It's about processing information and finding solutions to a lot of those different
Critical
scenarios.
thinking,
Yeah,
Right.
and
common
oh, I'm
sense,
sorry.
all
Go
that.
ahead, bro. I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, but that's all I'm saying. I just think if there's a physical component, it only makes sense that genetics would affect every other area, and based on the genes of two people that come together, they pass that down. So if you have two athletic people, the idea is, hey, you're probably going to have an athletic son. If you have two intelligent people, the idea would be, hey, you're going to pass down, or you're going to have a more intelligent child.
Well, so here's the thing when people bring up sports and why it's disingenuous. Sports and music, though, those are that's true meritocracy. Everybody starts at zero, right? When you talk about like entrepreneurship, things like that, I mean, you need capital, you need money, things like that nature. A
That's
lot of
not
times.
true.
Uh,
So
It's not
so
true.
so so can you
can you
explain?
show me a bit?
Can you explain why the and
So
single
so
combat sports?
wait. Hold on. I'm sorry. Just let me cut in for
No,
just a second.
it's all good. It's all good. I'm hungover anyway. Go ahead.
It's all good, bro. That's not a proper assessment, Lou. Do you think you can teach people to be singers? Like, and I'm genuinely answering the question, not someone read a note. Do you think you can be taught that, or are you born with that gift?
I think you could be taught it, right? You can teach somebody, but people are gonna be better, right? Like I can teach five people how to play piano, and if they put the time in, a lot of times they can be above average. But at the end of the day, one of those five is gonna be exceptional.
But Lou, here's the problem. You said, well, sports, you're not born. Freaks of nature is what we call it. We call LeBron, like we call the Greek freak. You're born with advantages genetically.
Yeah.
Well, that's true.
Like
Right.
that's I don't think you meant that. So that's why I'm trying to stop you before you go off on a diatribe about how that's like we born even. That no, we not.
I mean, I see. Yeah, I mean, basketball yeah, you're right. It is almost a genetic lot, but football is not that way. It's not too many. I mean, they have freaks of nature,
Every
but
single
Cooper
sport,
Cup.
every single sport for the most part that I can think of, bone density matters, muscle
Oh,
mass is a part
not
of it.
golf, not golf.
Like I'd argue the same thing. You could argue the same thing in golf. Now I'm not sure exactly which joints that they may use specifically with golf because I don't study it. But if I spent time doing it, I could probably find they may need certain things that give them an advantage. I don't know if it's
But what about like? I mean, you got basketball players that aren't freaks of nature. You got plenty who like Curry, Damian Lillard, Chris Paul. I mean, you got John Moran. You got people
these
who
are
are.
all people that are still okay. So look, remember, like when you get about 6'2", right? You start to level yourself off. Like you're in an advantage. You're beyond the average height. When you get to 6'4", you're like 2% of the freaking world. So
That's true.
you like at every stage when it comes to these things, the advantages are genetic. Like I understand people can learn how to sing a little bit. I've seen, oh dang, you learn how to sing, you all right. But if you ain't born with it, the way we assess singing, vocal skills, and all that, you can't be taught that. You have to be born with it. Now, however, you can perfect things, you can round things out by being educated in it. But if you're
And
not
be
born
and
with
being and being disciplined, right? Like you can perfect your jump shot, you can perfect your handles, you can be a better defender, you could be a better passer, a better playmaker. That's what I'm saying. But that's what I meant by meritocracy. Like when people use sports, like I get it, right? Yes, you're right. There's 400 slots in the NBA, and if you're 7 feet tall, yes, you can't teach height, right? That's 100% fact, right? But
My
go ahead,
thing
bro.
is when you go. My bad. My thing
No,
is when
no,
you
go
go
ahead.
to the extremes, right? And we're trying to prove a point. We're trying to prove a point, and the point is black people are overwhelmingly represented in physical sports because they're physical specimens. So let's use an extreme to make a point. There's a reason why in combat sports, which are solely based on your physical ability and other things as well, but more so your physical ability, that all of the best boxers are black. All of the best MMA fighters are black. All of the best physical, combat sports related people. They are all dark. They are all black, bro. There's a reason for that. Black people are genetically physically superior. This is we can observe this in real life. Like we don't need this is just a fact.
I appreciate the flattering, but I mean, okay, man, y'all, somebody else, y'all got it, man. I guess I'm not conveying my point.
All right, well, let's dive into the point, right? When it comes to when I talk about raising geniuses and things like that, right? Let's get into it. Listen to this young lady.
Dr. Gamora Mate said that no siblings are like all raised the same because each of you are triggering something different within your parent, depending on what their trauma is. So it is true that like, it's not really necessarily that your mom doesn't like love all of you, but they do treat you differently depending on what you're bringing up in them. When you look at it through the lens of favoritism, it kind of comes with like like that stings.
Yeah, it stings.
But then that's what happens also when we start taking it personally, rather than seeing it as like, oh, like I bring up this unresolved stuff in you. This one brings up that unresolved stuff in you, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I like the.
You see, Lou, it's pretty hard for parents to raise two geniuses because they impact them differently.
That's what I was saying earlier. Remember, I was saying when they did the study, only children and the oldest were the most successful in the family, out of households. Like, so, an only child and the oldest of brothers and sisters, and the third was the youngest.
But the issue that I'm having is that, which that's fine. Studies are studied that we can find geniuses that are not the firstborn.
There's a lot of geniuses that are only child or the firstborn.
Wrong.
Or the baby.
Wrong, Lou. Elon Musk has got 9 kids. Seven of them.
Well, he's not a genius, so that's I don't know why you.
Seven of them. What? Can I finish? Yo. 7 of them, their IQ test over 120, which is considered a genius level.
Is that the one? Is one of those? Did the one that disowned them and changed their last name? Did that one test at 132 or 120?
I said 7 out of 9. He was not one of the 7.
You sure that she's one that didn't test? You sure she's probably the smartest, to be honest.
Okay, go check it out, brother.
Wait, you just said the 7 shoes. You didn't say which ones. He got one named X7492 and all that crazy shit. What do you?
7 out of 9 of his children IQ test out of. I don't know the exact 7 there, Lou.
But
so wait, I'm just cutting through the weeds.
Baby mama though. So technically, he's
Gary, do you
problem,
think that
right?
you think that's genetic, or do you think that maybe because Elon Musk is filthy rich and had access to the best tutors, the best schools, you don't think that has something to do with it?
No.
IQ has nothing.
No, IQ has nothing to do with money, kids.
It does.
Okay, it has nothing to do with IQ is a test of your.
Why when you're in the suburbs, you score higher than when you're in the hood. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's 100% fact. Tutors cost money.
Work. Have you ever taken an IQ test? Have you ever taken an IQ test? Let's be real. Have you ever took one?
You said an ID test?
An IQ test.
Oh, I was about to say, what's an ID
why would
test?
I do that?
Okay, so how are you going? That's funny to me when people in general start talking about something that they've never done, have no clue of what's going on, and you're going to tell. Hold on, let me finish, brother. You must calm yourself. Calm yourself.
The science is not clear on whether we can increase our IQ or not. It's just not clear. Like a large portion of our IQ, we can't just disown genetics when we feel like it. The facts are, if Elon Musk has children, their IQ are going to be high because his IQ is high.
And his father's IQ was high, so it's very high in their family.
IQ. I'm just gonna lay this down right here. IQ is completely based off of problem-solving abilities at a young age. It's been shown that children that are able to solve problems at a high rate are going to have a higher IQ, and they're going to be able to be a lot more responsible, and they're going to be able to progress in life a lot more.
Yeah, we know that, but the question is, how do they get that? Like, how do you get? That's the question. How do you get a high IQ?
It's got to be innate. It's innate, Lou. It's in you. That's why everybody's IQ is different.
And like having some problem solving
skills. So you mean to tell me they don't do any
like mathematical problems, English language,
patterns based on where you've been exposed
So
to.
why do we have
Older
tutors?
is
What are
lighter.
we talking about?
What's the test? What's the criteria of those tests? How are they being tested?
It's a standard for everybody.
I never took one.
Okay, maybe you should go take one and then
I
you'll know. That will answer all your questions.
already have the education background.
It doesn't matter if you have the education, brother. You can always learn
Okay, that's
something.
fine. But when you're talking about IQ, I'm trying to understand the criteria being tested.
Go and take the test.
Aaron, is it at all possible that you could do a Punnett square demonstration so people can see how there are variabilities in people's genes among siblings?
Say that again there, Kelly. I missed you, baby, at the beginning.
I was asking Aaron, is it possible to do a Punnett square demonstration so people can visually see how there are genetic differences among siblings, like how that could turn out?
No, but the thing about it is, Callie, there's no genetic marker for that, right? Like if you're tall, if your eyes are blue,
Well, that's true because
No, that is like a literal demonstration.
okay,
A Punnett square
Callie,
demonstration is a literal
Callie.
way how those variances could
Yeah,
happen
Callie,
among siblings.
Callie, we could be siblings, right? And both of us like have the same parents and everything. You have green eyes, I have brown eyes, but both of our grandparents had blue eyes. You know what I'm saying? Even though I have brown eyes, I can produce a child who has blue eyes because my grandparent had blue eyes. So it could be, it could skip a generation. That's how genetics work.
Yeah, you're talking about recessive genes, then. Yeah.
Right, but genetics work. It can skip. Sometimes it skips generations. It's not just
but again, can we
And a
agree
Punnett square
that
would be
there
able
is
to demonstrate that.
can we agree that there's a certain
It would,
likelihood
Callie,
here?
I would agree with that.
Like, I don't understand. So I could have had a tall great grandfather 100,000 years ago, whatever, right? But that's not gonna help.
100,000 years ago. That's too long.
I'm just using that.
Messed up.
Me or other Lou?
The other Lou, which we gonna have to
just say you had a tall great grandparent. Not 100,000 years ago.
Yeah, like if I had a tall great grandfather, whatever.
That's it.
But let me get to the point, bro. Like that wasn't, yeah. But that's not going to help my most recent probability based on my parents to be taller. More than likely, I will be shorter, or I will represent their height, no matter how tall my one of my ancestors was. Like, you can't control that. You see what I'm saying? So you can't use the argument of someone down the line had blue eyes, but everybody else had brown eyes, and I might get blue eyes. No, the probability is you're gonna get brown eyes.
No,
That's
notice
just
what
a
I said.
fact.
I said I had a grandparent who had blue eyes, but I had brown eyes. That's only a grandparent. That's only 2 generations. I'm not talking about 100,000 years.
Guys, I don't want to get hung on this. I want to move on to the conversation about parenting, things like that. Okay, I want y'all to give me y'all assessment of this particular mother. Okay, what do you think about her putting devices to
bracelets on her kids? And I thought it was the coolest thing. You can find them on Amazon, and you can track them and make a beeping noise, and you can train your kids to come when they hear the beeping noise. Watch this.
Beep for us. What did you need?
And bracelets.
Okay, I didn't catch why she put the training, the trackers on the kids. What was her reasoning?
They get lost too much.
Lost where?
So
in the house?
You said they run away.
It running from her.
Yeah, they like to run away from her, so she's trying to find a way to keep track of them.
That's funny as hell.
Well, listen, there's nothing wrong with like having some way to like electronically see where your kids are, just in case they get kidnapped or something. But she's talking about
go ahead.
But she's talking about beeping and getting them trained to come to her like they're dogs. Goddamn, man, why do white people got to be like this?
Because slavery's over and y'all.
I think it's a very smart thing.
That's why.
Yeah,
I think it's a very smart thing.
Myself.
That device is getting the
You
child.
can't train your kids like dogs, man. It's not smart. You shouldn't do that.
So, Bumpkin, should you own a dog at all?
Yeah, they're an inferior life form.
I think
think it's pretty neat. It's a nice little device. I mean, that's technology for you.
I thought it was interesting. I thought, like, dang, that's kind of smart. Train your kids
Yeah.
when to come. Hey, get over here. You ain't even got to do all that. They know when to come.
Exactly.
Like, line up. It's kind of like a bell at school to a certain degree. I thought it was interesting.
That's the same thing I got from it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's just getting you organized. Instead of how parents are with their children to get over here, and acting like an idiot. They hear the beep. They know mama's calling them. What do? They go to mama. And the problem is, I know you're looking down on it, Bumpkin, like you're training dogs. But children, you have to train children. And that's the problem in today. Most people don't train their children. That's why they have no discipline, no organization.
Again, I'm not saying you shouldn't discipline your kids, but
No, I'm not talking about disciplining your children. This here can avoid the discipline of your children because you train them to listen. That's what she's training them. When they hear this beep, you come to mama. Mama's calling you. Whatever you're doing, you go to mama.
What if a bad person gets a hold of that beep?
What if we died tomorrow? We can't live on what ifs. You live on his.
Why don't you just answer the question? What if someone bad gets a hold of that beeping sound?
Jacques Carter says some women and men do it in relationships with sharing locations. Same thing, kind of.
Yeah.
Really? A tag is safer than that.
I don't think
Apple
that's
AirTag.
Yeah, I don't think that's the same thing because that's freely given. Their choice. These children didn't agree to this. These children.
This is gonna get worse. Y'all know that Neuralink is coming, right? All the babies are gonna be born with that. So
that
it is what it
Neuralink
is.
ain't coming. That Neuralink, all he did was kill 20 monkeys. That shit ain't.
They already put it in people's. They already put it in Gary's brain.
We're not about to get derailed to talk about Neuralink right now. Okay, we're talking about parenting and things of that nature. I want to tell me what y'all think about this, ladies. Initial response. I'll just tell me what you think about the initial response here.
When our children hit us out of nowhere, let's talk about it. Before that, the mom's reaction. It was not premeditated. It was very instinctual.
Now, did y'all see the child strike mom? Did y'all see that?
It was kind of quick. Could you run it back? It was kind of
Absolutely, I can. Absolutely. Give me 1 second. And it is very quick, so I have to get that very, very quick to get it. Damn, you're right. It is very, very.
Yeah,
quick.
it was so quick by the time
very quick.
The lady was talking.
Yes, yeah. Now it'll be quick again because where the video starts, you can kind of see the child's hand all the way back right now.
Okay, I see it though.
I'll play it from here, and you watch the initial reactions.
When our children hit us out of nowhere, let's talk about it. Before that, the mom's reaction. It was not premeditated. It was very instinctual.
All right. You notice that child struck mom with the quickness. Her initial reaction was to fire on him. Y'all saw that?
Yeah.
Well, when I grew up, since I'm old and Naker likes to say that, you would have got a smack back because you're never going to hit your parents and you don't get a smack back. To know that anytime you hit, you get hit. That's what you don't do anymore. I was born in Jamaica, grew up in Canada.
Oh yeah, so you got the whip. You got the whip.
No,
you're not supposed to hit your kids in the face. So
you hit wherever your child hits you. You hit them there so they know. And guess what? When something hurts, you remember. You never forget. Today, let's just talk to children. You know what children learn? If there is no repercussion for their actions, guess what they keep doing? The same actions.
Now, there's more to the video. I just want to get y'all initial thoughts of that. She's going to explain more into it.
Under her fight response, and then she cut herself. Now, when it comes to the child, see what happened. He hit mom, and as soon as she turned to him, he smiled. I have my mom. I have her attention. That was the need. That was communicating in a very mature way, of course, because he's a toddler. What do you do from that? Manage your triggers. And then when it comes to the child, replacement behavior. What is this? Taking his little hand. This is how you touch mommy. Mommy. And that's how you call mommy's attention. Let's practice. Little toddlers don't have impulse control, meaning they don't know how much physical touch is too much. They need a lot of modeling and understanding. I have more questions, Marcela. Zoom.
So the interesting part about that is, one, she said toddlers don't have a lot of impulse control, which means we need to teach them impulse control. Ironically, we talked about women not knowing how to deal with men, and the thing in Chicago, men have to learn impulse control because toddlers don't have it. So eventually, impulse control is installed in you. Seems like it, right? Based upon what she's indicating. How many of y'all, after y'all got smacked like that, would have responded that way?
I mean,
Not me.
you would have knocked his ass out.
I don't have kids,
No,
so I'm
I'm just gonna slap him one time and then explain. Do not hit people because when you hit people, they hit back.
So do as I say, not as I do. Then, right? That's what you're gonna teach the kid.
Best believe so. I'm the parent. Like that's the
Her
problem in today's
holding her
society.
reflex was the best thing to do.
No, it's not. Because that child is going to smack her in the face again. Because there was no
No, it's not.
consequences for that child's
Yeah,
actions.
that
I'm
was
not
pretty
saying you
tough,
can't
but
spank it, but to smack it in the face,
not
no.
based
Or
off of impulse.
whatever,
But
the
then
child.
still impulse in there.
Y'all talking about giving a knuckle sandwich. Y'all talking about y'all finna get it
I
up.
know. I
My
like you're thinking that I'm going to.
my mom always, she would spank us, but she would never hit us in the face because it's a sign of disrespect.
Did you ever
You're not
I
supposed
smack
to
your
wouldn't
mom
teach
in the
that to
face?
children. A
Have you
child without
smacked your
impulse
mother in the
control,
face?
a child, that's like a 4-year-old or 3-year-old, it looked like.
Yeah, that was a baby.
And
I wouldn't even think
Yeah,
3.
even younger. I've worked with children. They don't have impulse control, so you can't punish
so
them
you
for something
teach
they don't
them.
know. You
You
could spank
teach
them in the
them.
butt.
No,
You can
you
spank
don't
them,
have
but
to
to
spank.
smack them the
Teach
same
them
way they
what they
smacked
do.
you,
Yes, you teach them. Your actions has a reaction to it.
We're not saying not doing that. It's just a matter of which you go about doing it, right? It doesn't have to be two impulses, country like banging each other. You could be calm, collect yourself, and then the punishment comes, but not off of just I'm just gonna hit you back, right?
Well, you guys are talking like you're going to hit the child like you hit an adult. No, you hit the child with the right amount of pressure so they know they
Okay.
feel that pain, and that's where you put a trigger in their mind, knowing
Right.
that anytime you do something like that, that pain, you don't forget stuff like that.
But you get where I'm coming from, though.
Yeah, it's been shown through multiple studies that corporal punishment is the best form of teaching cognitive abilities and stuff like that.
maybe older, but not a baby. Developmentally, that's you're not supposed to do that to a baby.
Developmentally, I'm not talking like corporal punishment, like you're gonna like treat them like a military soldier, but I'm saying
I'm
like
talking about spanking,
corporal punishment is like spankings and stuff like that,
like paddlings and stuff like that.
like paddling and stuff like that. Yeah, it's been shown that the more lax parents are, and obviously there's a thin line here, right? I'm not saying you should beat your kids. Don't ever beat your kids. You're a garbage human being if you do that. But the more lax you are, the more your kids are not going to understand repercussions to their actions. There's definitely a fine line that you gotta go down.
And don't get me wrong, I don't believe in beating children, but I believe in teaching children. So one smack is not a beating. Me beating them on their butt and giving them 5 or 6 smacks, that's a beating. I don't believe in that. I believe in teaching.
If your child bite you, you bite them back. Because if
Of
my
course.
1-year-old bit me, I'm biting back. I've seen it too. I've seen people bite each other back. You bit me and bite you back. I've seen parents do it. I've
That's
seen
why
it
you
happen.
can't just leave your kids with anybody, you know?
Yeah.
Well,
I don't
we're
think
gonna,
you should ever leave your children with anybody.
I'm with Gary with that. I've done a lot of research on that kind of stuff. You can't like I've seen this one lady talk about it, a breakdown of the impact of her children. She said it's actually a really interesting video where she talks about like she sleeps in the bed with her children when company comes over. If somebody stays over, she'll leave her husband's bed and go sleep where the children are. It's really interesting. And she doesn't allow her children to sleep over anybody's house until they get old enough to an age to where they can actually speak and all these type of things. It's really interesting. And it makes total sense. She said her children were forever grateful for that level of protection that a lot of times we don't even know. But unfortunately, these days, if somebody can watch your kids for you, mama want to go to the club. So you know how that goes. Next video here. This gentleman says,
Parents spanking children is domestic
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's not
violence. I mean,
love.
if a man treated his wife the way that we think it's okay to treat our children, that would unquestionably be domestic violence.
Yes.
But when you say like, wow, even as much as your work as I've read, you calling domestic violence feels like, wow, really? But I mean, yeah.
It's contrary to everything we've been taught about corporal punishment. Hitting children is the only form of domestic violence that we call love and for your own good. Think about it this way. If I hit you or you hit me in this moment, somebody's going to jail. Sure. Felony offense. If we walk down the street and smack a dog, we're going to get in trouble for that. But hitting children, this is the only group where it is codified in law. In every state, there is a law that tells you how you can appropriately hit a child.
Parents.
Thoughts?
Her kids are probably bad as hell. That's all.
This is why you don't take women's advice on how to raise children, especially male children.
There are men who
every
believe that, so it's not about gender.
Some children you could talk to, but some
Yeah,
children actually need the whip. You know what I'm saying? So not every child is created equal.
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with
Her kids scream loud as hell on airplanes, for sure.
Well, I mean, I agree with Citizen. That makes sense because kids are not all just one bunch. Some are different. Some you can easily talk to. They're quiet. They go
You
about their
shouldn't be
business.
hitting. You should be spanking. That's like the way of teaching.
What's the
not
difference?
like-
It's still hitting. Hitting and spanking. What's the difference there, Maker? That's a question to you, young lady. What's the difference between hitting and spanking?
Hitting, you're doing bashfully, and spanking, you're just trying to tell them, hey, don't do that. You're like, boom. It's not like you're putting your back into it or you're using a wire or belt or something. I know some people who they would tell their kid to go get the weapon they want used. That's when you're crossing the line now. Or if you tell them, oh, go get that cord over there, you're going too far. But if you're just spanking like as a way of correction, that's spanking. It's not hitting.
You tell me none of y'all were ever told as a kid to go get a
No,
switch?
I
Really?
knew what I was gonna get hit with when
My old lady used to send me for the extension cord.
My mom never did extension cords or nothing. That's
I got an extension cord one time.
their parent probably felt bad at
Yeah,
me.
you never forgot that
I'm
one, did you,
sure.
Callie? Did you ever
Huh?
forget it? Did you ever forget it as long as you live?
No, I remember it being undeserved. But whatchamacallit, yeah, I didn't have to go get it or anything like that. And nah, he did not feel bad about that shit.
Oh, we trauma bonding over child abuse over here. I just got.
Oh no! And this trauma thing.
No,
I'm tired of you black folks talking about trauma. Unless you've been in war, you don't know what trauma is.
You know, trauma's not just in the black community, you idiot.
No,
right?
I'm talking about trauma. Period. Black, white, Indian, Chinese, whatever. Unless you've been to war, you don't know what trauma is.
Yeah, that's okay.
I think we all go through our own traumas, though. We all
There's no trauma. That's a made-up thing that's been put in your guys' head.
I would say
you don't have to go to war to experience trauma necessarily.
When we talk
Yes, you do.
trauma would
That's
be
what real
expressed
trauma
in the
is.
fact that I don't feel comfortable spanking my children because I
Your
don't know where
trauma
that
is
fucking
cool.
line is. I would say
You know
that's
what I mean?
trauma.
That's trauma.
Being a
Yeah, because I
that's
can't
trauma.
because I don't know. The line is blurred for me because of the trauma that I had when I was a child. I don't know what that fucking line is. So therefore I was never ever in a place to spank my children. I let my husband handle that.
Yeah, what are you talking about, Gary? You don't
You
have to
know,
go
there's
to college to
science behind
experience trauma.
psychiatry, right? It's not just
Well,
dudes who get stupid.
I'm sorry. Maybe I'm a little old because
Yeah,
But
what
no,
you
Gary,
guys
I was
consider.
just gonna ask
Can I
you.
finish my sentence, or is that impossible here?
No,
Okay.
No,
no.
no. Sorry, Gary. I was just gonna ask you real. I'm sorry. I was gonna ask you real fast. Did you say that the only trauma one can experience is during war? Did I hear that right?
Yeah, that's what I heard too.
Yes,
Sounds like something a
100%.
Naker would say. Yeah.
Yeah,
Real, real trauma. Not the
yeah,
stuff that's been made up in your guy's head where
You
you
can't
say,
tell
"I
someone
feel."
what a real
Can I
trauma
finish
is,
speaking?
stupid.
oh,
No,
No,
like that is
you need to go get an
gain
education. You're
some
too old.
impulse control, young lady.
You don't have impulse control. You're just saying whatever thoughts come to your brain.
Lo, just let him
That's lack
speak.
of
Let him
impulse
speak.
control.
You'll get your turn. Just let him speak.
I've done research. I've actually read things before I'm talking. I don't think you've done that.
No, I actually lived life. I don't have to take
So
it out
you
of a
just learn
book.
about psychology through living life. Okay.
Yes. Okay. When I'm growing up, I'll give you a small example. When I'm growing up, there's one child in the whole school with ADHD. How come today that half of the school has ADHD? Because it's things that they put in your head. You start believing these things. Oh my God, woe is me, woe is me. These are not real traumas. You guys don't even know what sufferation is to have trauma. Unless you've been in a war or seen somebody die on a
This is
regular.
why people don't take old people seriously.
yeah, I can't believe you
I'm
saying
just
the only
saying.
trauma you get experience is war.
But
Yeah,
I mean,
this is why people don't take some of these older folks seriously because they're
I
traumatized.
understand where Gary's coming from, right? Listen, I understand where Gary's coming from, but his example of war is just Gary. Someone could be walking close to the Canadian border tomorrow and get kidnapped and then sold into human trafficking. And then if they ever make it back from that, they're going to have trauma from that, Gary. There's other situations where people are going to get traumatized. It's not just war or seeing mass amounts of bodies. It's like
It
that's
doesn't have to be that.
Did you notice the example you gave? Somebody being kidnapped. Yes,
you
that
gave
would be trauma
you gave war.
compared to.
You said war.
you said war. I give an example of
That's
someone
a
that's
small
being
percentage of people that experience war. So
Exactly. He just
your
talks out of his
example,
ass.
yeah,
That's a
your
lack of
example is
impulse
way
control.
more. Yeah, that was
Maybe I
kind
can
of
finish a sentence.
no,
Maybe.
Bobby. That's
Okay,
another thing
I
too.
give up.
You can get in a severe car accident. And people get trauma from that. They don't want to drive cars anymore. They don't want to get on highway. There's all forms of trauma. Like this is crazy. Like,
I think the biggest
That's
thing
not
about
trauma. That is
older
fear.
generation of
No,
oh,
people is
Please
you're a
look up.
fool.
Please look up the
You're a
definition of
fool.
fear.
You're a fool. Look up Asperger's.
oh my.
You
That's
look
a
like you
fear.
have
That's a literally
Asperger's.
debilitating fear of going
Well,
outside.
Asperger's, that's the actual what's it called? A defect. It's
Okay,
like
It's
so
a
autism.
here's
Thank
the
you very
literally a
much.
disorder.
here's the
Like autism.
definition.
It's a defect.
No, here's the definition: a deeply distressing or disturbing experience, emotional shock following a stressful event, or a physical injury which may be associated with physical shock and sometimes leads to long-term neurosis. So that's the definition of trauma. It doesn't, Gary.
He thought it was made up by black people. That's what he was getting ready to say a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, he was.
No. You see, that's the problem with people like you. You think you can read
He
people's
was about
minds.
to go
Look,
off on black
remember,
people and
don't
be
tell me
like,
what I'm
see, we
about to
black
do.
people have
Wait for me to
trauma.
do it.
You're a fool. You're a fool,
You're
Gary.
an idiot. First of all, when I say these black people in trauma, every black person now has trauma. I hear black people talk, oh, slavery gave me trauma, when none of you know anything about slavery. None of you.
Well,
Not
Most of
only
you weren't even born in
slavery
the
is
state.
traumatic, that's the
You
point.
talk about the Civil War, when the majority of you guys weren't even born when
Old
that was
people.
going
Are
on.
you a boomer?
Okay?
God.
Are you a boomer?
No, I'm a Generation X.
that's actually the
Even
worst.
worse.
Yeah,
Bye.
that's the worst generation. Yeah,
What is
I know we are, and I agree with
Literally
you.
the
Nah, ain't gonna be
We
degenerate.
no
are.
Generation
No, no,
X
no, no,
hating
no,
up
no,
in
no,
here
no,
now.
no.
Now you
We ain't
just
gonna
Charlie,
hate on
admitted
Charlie,
it. Now
X.
you're
It's all y'all
saying
Charlie,
fault.
that.
we're the worst. We are the worst. Gen
that's
X
like
is
the
what
the
age?
worst
What
Degenerate
age is
generation.
Generation X? What age is
Generation X.
Generation X?
From
It's the
if you're
80s.
born from 1965, the last year was 75 for
Oh, so I'm
Generation
not
X.
Generation X.
No,
Y'all
Generation
was the
X goes from
heroin addicts.
65 to 80.
Y'all was
Yeah,
the
that's
heroin
I
addicts.
thought it was
81.
75. I could be
I
wrong.
That's
thought it was the end of
81.
the 70s.
yeah. I thought it was
Nah, it's
70.
That's
80.
I thought it was
80.
It's
79.
literally 80.
I've
I'm
always
the
Too
thought
last of
far
the
that.
back.
last.
Nobody cares. It's
Hey,
too
look,
far back.
So
all I
yeah,
Nobody
know,
cares.
yes, sir.
back in the
This is
day,
a
But yeah,
Generation
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 full of
X is
crack
we're
and
the most
drugs.
balanced.
I used to have to walk across train tracks. I had to walk 2 miles
Millennials are
across
the
some
most
train tracks. I had one sibling over here. I had one sibling on my shoulder. I had to walk through the snow. It was guard dogs barking at me. And I don't know, these new generations, they got it much easier. You know what I'm saying?
Gen X, Sharon? Are you Gen X?
No.
I have no idea what generation I am. I was born in
I
81.
thought you were millennial.
No, you just mixed it.
You're an older
And she's
millennial.
right. Generation
Just
X
mixed it.
ended in 1980.
Sharon.
That crack started just when you was born, Sharon.
No, he's not a millennial. He's a Gen X.
I thought it was 79
or boomer.
Okay,
Some
No, it's
some of the
1980
old-
from 65 to 1980.
All right, that's
Listen, all I know is
Okay,
stop
that's
beating
still
your
about
goddamn
what I
children.
thought.
That is lazy parenting. That's what I do know. Beating your kids is the only place I know is not called abuse. If you hit your dog, that's called abuse. If you hit your spouse, that's abuse. If you hit an elderly person, that's abuse. So we got to stop acting like this is not abuse. Now, reprimanding your child, grabbing them strongly, slapping their hands so they won't burn themselves on a stove is not considered a beating. That's correction. So those are two totally different things. Let's not get those things confused. Is a big difference between whooping your kids' ass and saving them from themselves.
Well, when you train dogs, I don't know. I don't have a dog or whatever, right? But when you train dogs, I heard that like if they like pee on the floor or something, you pop them on the butt with a newspaper or something like that and put their nose in it.
Right. So yeah. So that doesn't work. So actually, when you beat your dog, now your dog's going to be more afraid because you usually standing over your dog. So now when you go to your dog and you stand over your dog and you scream at your dog will automatically pee because that's a form of
You're
what dogs
putting
do
fear
when
in
they're
him.
scared.
Putting fear in him.
So therefore, beating your dog is actually regressing the dog.
No, I didn't say beat your dog. I said pop them on the butt with a newspaper.
Exactly. So they're going to be more afraid of you. So therefore, when you come in the house and say, "Hey, don't do that," and you stand over your dog will automatically pee on the floor because it's scared. That's what dogs do when they are afraid.
Every dog does
so
that.
if you was to beat your dog for peeing on the floor, you teach your dog to actually pee more.
They pee
Yeah,
when they get
and
happy
a lot
too,
of
man.
times
Like,
too,
what's the
beating your
point?
kids, it just makes them
That's
obedient,
not true.
servitude, no question of authority. I mean, if beating your kid, I guarantee if you go to a prison, I bet you everybody there was getting their ass beat as kids. So that's not necessarily a deterrent to being a fuck up, right? Like I don't know why we keep doing that. Beating your kids is not the answer. It is not.
I agree with you 100%. You shouldn't have to beat your children, but you should discipline your children.
I agree with
Discipline
that.
and beating is two
I'm sorry.
different stories.
Yeah, I agree.
Correct.
Yeah, I
That's
agree.
why I say, I have no children. I have nieces and nephews. I watched how my brothers raised their children. My oldest brother, his children grew up without TV and all of that stuff there. In the modern day time, his oldest son owns a business. His daughter is a CMA. My next brother, he grew his children like modern day how you grow. You just keep talking. Do-do-do-do-do. Both of his girls, guess what? Over $50,000 worth of college debt, got their social degrees, and doing nothing. And guess what?
They need to ass up. I'm sorry. I have to retract.
Wait, so you're praising the CNA?
And they're both back living. And they're both
Are
back
you
living in
praising
the
the
house.
CNA then? Are you praising the
I
CNA?
mean, that's economic.
Well,
I mean, them living in the house doesn't mean them not getting their ass beat.
No. One brother disciplined, the other didn't. The one that disciplined, both of his children are successful. They're
right.
they're married, have their own homes. The other ones are back home.
All right, so I want to get to the main topic, right? Because everybody wants to know what we here for. What's the reason? Aaron, where you going with the conversation, right? I'm assuming that's what you guys want to know, right? So I'm going to play two videos back to back. I don't want you guys to comment in between the two videos. I want them both to play out in their length, and then we will reassess, because this is going to take us down a deeper conversation, I think. One that I don't think a lot of people are ready for, especially when things potentially get thrust to the mainstream media. So let me just read these two super chats, and then we'll get right into those clips. No Chase says, just because you have pain tolerance, Gary, doesn't mean everyone has the same genetics or different. Well, I don't know how you measure pain tolerance. They just hit you to their hand don't hurt when I was growing up. All right. Tresh Man says, as burgers, a strip club that serves sliders.
Are you stupid?
Good thing I strip clubs.
Real good thing. Asperger's, whatever. I don't know.
I don't know what that is either.
It's like autism. It's like autism. Like the worst type of autism.
Yeah. So two
what
videos.
You got, Reese?
Huh?
Two videos I'm gonna play. I do not. I would ask you guys to mute because I don't want no commentary in between the two videos. Okay. Thank you very much. I would appreciate that. Doesn't mean you guys are going to be able to hold back, but attempt to do so. That is the goal. They have similar information, but I want them both to be played in their entirety because some people miss stuff and it's different when others don't. All right.
I think about what just passed the floor yesterday, AB 957. It is a bill that basically says to a parent that you cannot instill values into your child, but the state has the right.
Did that pass?
It passed the assembly yesterday, so it has to go to the Senate after that. So it passed the assembly.
What's the likelihood that it passes the Senate?
100%. So AB 957 states that if a parent doesn't affirm their child's ideology, their vision of what they think they are at any age, whether it's 4 years old, 3 years old, 1 year old, that if a parent doesn't affirm that they may think that they're a boy or they may think that they're a girl, that parent has committed child abuse on them, and it gives the state the right to take away that child. I think about what just passed the floor.
That's one.
LGBT, ABC.
No. I said be quiet. I said no.
Sorry.
That's one video, and I want to play the next video. So give me 1 second to pull that video up because I know you gangsters, man, y'all have no level of patience, right? Where is it at? Here we go. There it is. I have it. The kid has the video. All right. Second video. Similar information, but presented slightly different. Some have a little bit more information that I want you guys to hear. Can you see that lovely lady on screen? I just want to make sure you guys can see that.
Yes.
Excellent. Let's play the video.
Under a new bill in California, which has been modified this month, parents could be penalized with charges of child abuse for not affirming transgenderism in their own children. If you, as a parent, are not in agreement and do not offer your support, you could face even losing your child's custody. Furthermore, Bill 957 would require courts to rule in favor of the parent that affirms the preferred identity of the child, according to the Free Beacon. Senator Scott Weiner, Democrat of San.
There's more. I just want you to notice him as the leader of this bill. I wonder if he actually has children or not. But don't respond. Not yet. We're going to finish playing.
San Francisco is one of the authors of the law, who also proposed on Twitter in 2022 that Drag Queen 101, a drag queen class, be offered as part of the curriculum of kindergarten through the 12th grade.
Now I will take initial thoughts.
That doesn't make sense. It's crazy.
That's only in California, right?
I just hate to see how this country is in like the next 50 years. Like us, yo.
That's only in California, right?
Everything starts in California. You know that.
Yeah, right. So what I'm proposing is we set a bunch of bombs off on the.
No, Bumpkin. No secession calls.
Here goes Bumpkin.
Strategic.
I got 20. Hold on, I got $20. We got Bumpkin here. Hold on, I got $20
Oh,
right now.
stop it! Knock it off. Listen.
He getting that phone out. That shit dead.
Then do the $20, man. I'll be back up in 15 minutes. Not that big of a deal. You're just giving Aaron money. I'm not going to complain about that. But
the black dollar circulate. That's what we want.
My question is, what's the age limit for the reaffirming stuff, and the drag stuff has no business being in grade school, like at all. If you want to take that in college, then so be it. But grade school, and it's supposed to be required?
It's going to be required, yeah, because they want to indoctrinate your children. They want your kids to be gay. They can't reproduce. So they're going to want to indoctrinate your children. And the state of California is going to make it so when you as a parent step in and say, hey, I'm not allowing this to happen, they're going to take your kids away.
The way they explained it, it's a very, very poorly written bill. The way that they're explaining it. Because my thing is this: what if your kid is just what? Okay, so I was a tomboy, right? So are my parents supposed to get in trouble because they don't buy me pants or something? I mean, they're supposed to be getting in trouble because they're not buying me trucks. You know what I'm
So I
saying?
think they're saying like if the
Like,
child says that they're transgender and you don't affirm it, then that could be a crime. I think that's what they mean.
right, but
Yeah.
at what point does your child really know what a transgender is like for real?
Well, I mean, let's be honest. They can't know. I mean, a kid's gonna be like, we know how kids' imaginations are, right? It's ridiculous. And when this is constantly confirmed in their schooling already, they're gonna believe what everyone else around them believes because humans are social creatures.
Sharon?
The hell out of
I
here.
mean, at some point, I still don't necessarily co-sign the fact that society can make you homosexual. I'm not even all the way there yet, but I feel the point when it comes to
I would say at least
the drag stuff
50% of
being
females
pushed.
nowadays are at least bisexual. So in the next 100 years, it's gonna be higher. The percentage is gonna be a lot higher for all people.
So I think what's going to happen is that people that had to change and then they regret it, they're going to start to come out into the forefront, and I think that's going to be the pushback that we need to set this record straight. Because that's absolutely insane that a 3-year-old got more rights than a goddamn parent of the household. So I think we need pushback. I think because people like whoever that guy is, he probably is just pulling off the sympathy card of these people as grown folks getting deleted and they having discriminations against them, and he's pulling on that card and not really understanding what he's doing when he's allowing a 3-year-old to run a household rather than a parent.
I mean, isn't this just a roundabout way of them saying that they want to do the puberty blockers? That's what it sounds like to me. This is just a roundabout way of trying to allow puberty blockers.
I think
Because
it's
your
the
kid
parents'
said
fault.
X, Y, and Z. You know what I mean?
It's the parents' fault. I'll explain. First of all, you put your children into these schools. These politicians are writing these bills. All they have to do is file a class action suit and says, no, we don't want our sexuality in our schools with our children. We will not be putting our children. People are forgetting that it's the people that put in these people into the place. If they're not doing what you want, you get them out of there. You don't sit and complain and say they're going to turn our children into this. It's time to stop having the tail wag the dog, don't you think?
Well, that's
When
the
we're all
problem is a lot
young,
of Americans nowadays are liberals. That's the problem.
well, it doesn't matter,
No,
liberal
it
or
doesn't even matter because
conservative. It's
I'm a
got
liberal
nothing
and I
to
don't
do with
agree with
that.
that shit. So stop it, Reese.
Well,
First
I'm
of
just
all,
saying a high percentage
government
of
is
people,
not
a high
supposed to
percentage of
run your
people
children.
are allies.
So
A high
Gary,
percentage.
so Gary and Reese, do you have children?
No.
And Gary, you don't have children, right?
No, I don't.
All right, so I believe that is the issue, right? The people that don't have children are talking about issues of schooling, right? You don't know the difficulty of taking a kid out of school and homeschooling them. It's a big deal, and it's not an easy thing to just navigate. So just because you don't like one certain thing in the school, most parents do not have the capabilities to take their child out of school. Because like for me, I did what you said. I took my child out of school, but guess what? There's a lot of people that's on this thing. They are not able to take out their child out of school. So that is not an option for the majority of parents.
Well, you see, there's the problem. Most parents have children and dependent on the government. If you have to depend on the government, they'll be the parent of your child. If you can't afford to take care of your child, you shouldn't have one.
But Gary,
Again, that's not a solution for majority of people. Majority of people is not going to say your idea of affording a child is not the same for Cali, Bev, and I, right? We got two different ideas of what affording the children is. So that is not a valuable solution to say
Okay,
if you can't afford a
I'll
child.
give you this viable solution. Remember this thing that we have today? It's called the internet. Homeschooling now is like 100 times easier than it was back when I was going. And trust me, if they put anything in the school back then that parents didn't like, you're not going. You're staying home. You're going to learn from this book here. Now, everything that you need to learn, and they proved that during COVID, you can learn on the screen here. So homeschooling for you and parents, I'm not a parent, so I don't know how easy this would be.
So the thing is, with the homeschooling, you need somebody at home with the child. You can't leave the child at home with a
somebody
tutor,
who's
right?
who's competent in the subject.
So therefore, maybe somebody like Tally Beth, she could possibly do that with a younger child because she can work at home. But now the child also got to be old enough to make his own lunch, right? Because she's going to be working through certain things of the day.
And they also
So
on the internet.
it got to be
yeah.
like so. But
Also on
most
the
people
internet
are
watching
not.
whatever they want.
Majority of human beings are not working from home. So that's just the simple fact of the matter.
All right,
And the people that are working. And the people that are working from home, they are usually younger and they into the tech field and they ain't having no children. So maybe when they get older, yeah, that's a possibility. But as of right now, that is not a possibility. The things that you're
Yeah, and just because you can't homeschool your kids don't mean you can't support them. I mean, doctors make plenty of money. They can't homeschool their kids. Lawyers can't. I mean, high level engineer. I mean, it's plenty of people
Don't
that
say you can. Say you won't.
Wait, so what?
Don't say you can't. Say you won't.
I mean, I'm just. What do you? I mean, what do you say?
What is the most important? Okay,
Since most
here's what I
homes
think is
require two
missing.
incomes, who's going to be staying home
Yeah,
Yeah.
and missing that income
you gotta
to
understand.
homeschool the kids?
Yeah, this ain't 1970.
A lot of times, both parents are working.
Most,
A lot of times,
most parents are working. Most two-parent households.
My mom worked 3 jobs. I seen my mom
Oh my
Fridays and
God, Gary,
Sundays.
you are so disingenuous sometimes. Here's the
Understand?
thing.
Ain't no 3 jobs because then the other parent ain't even there around their kids. So
Yeah, but
no,
Gary,
that's just
Okay.
going in house.
My situation's a little different. I
Y'all was raising
immigrated to
ourselves.
Canada. Me and my mom and my 2 brothers came to Canada. My old man didn't come to Canada. So I grew up with a single mom. What we learned, like from we were young, like we had to learn no matter what. Understand? My mom would come home. If your homework wasn't on the table, my mom would come home at 11 o'clock. We were all sleeping. On the table when she came home, my mom would wake you out of your sleep so you did your homework. Understand? Is what you put in and what your parents accept. That's why I said I grew up in a very rough neighborhood. I wasn't like the rest of them because the rules in my house. Understand? My mother, if they had brought this transgender thing like this, you know what my mom would do? Like all the parents, I don't know, today parents really don't know one another and they don't associate. All the parents are going to the school. We don't want this in our school.
But the problem is a lot of
Gary,
Americans are allies. A lot of Americans are allies to the LGBT community, and they're liberals.
Okay,
So it's
well,
never gonna be
anyway, there you go with that stupid shit.
it's never gonna
But
be a
look,
one accord.
Gary, I understand your overall premise or whatever like that, but I'll be the first one to say that I won't. I will not. Not that I can't, but I will not homeschool my children. I don't have the patience for
The
it at
problem,
all.
See, that's why I said whether you will or not.
Hold on. The problem is what Reese is saying is not far fetched.
Exactly. Thank you.
The reason why is because mothers are more open to their sons being other side of the team. Fathers are more stringent. They're more disciplined.
Or daughters.
Daughters,
especially daughters. A lot of people don't care.
Jesus Christ, the level of impulse. But so that's the thing. But here's another thing: women are the biggest voting group of voters. They vote the most. So when you realize that they're the main reason, the reason why they pander to women is because they put politicians in office. And what women don't understand is sometimes when you put these type of politicians in office, who's been waiting for you to give them opportunity, who don't have children of their own, who wants to possibly be in a certain dress outfit, but they decided to dress up as a politician first and say, hey, we want to give you benefits. We want to do this. And once they get into office, their agenda goes to rise. See, y'all guys are way more open to these type of people. That guy would have never got voted by most fathers. I'm just going to tell you that now. There is clearly women are the voters behind him. that's because they're the main voting group. Go ahead.
They're the biggest allies.
I understand the logic behind what you're saying, but the only way that would work is if a majority of people are just one issue voters.
No, but see, I don't disagree with that. But still, when you look at the people that are in office, it's because of women are the biggest block. This is why they deal with women first, because they are the biggest block. And I'm not saying all women, obviously, there's difference. But I'm saying when you see that guy that I paused it on for a reason, you look at him, guys look at him and go, I'm not voting for him. Just totally based upon appearance, we writing them off. That's how we are as men. I ain't feeling him. No. Women, well, let me think a little bit. Who's your best friend? Hey, girlfriend.
Nice.
Listen. We don't really get along with people like that. That we can't go to the same club and see the women. You like to see the guy. Like we cool, but we ain't that cool. Y'all, that's best friend. That's let's go buy some clothes. Y'all are part of their team by default because y'all don't see them as your enemies, but realistically, they are your biggest enemies. But it's so hard to get y'all to understand that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play this next video because I stay bringing videos after videos after videos. So y'all tired of hearing me speak. Y'all need to see what other people are up to and what other people are doing. So first we'll start here and I'll tell you why we're playing this video. The picture will eventually get painted one at a time.
So this mother has been coaching both of her sons to say what she wanted them to say prior to being on live, and she ends up getting exposed by one of them, and look at her reaction, y'all.
My mom doesn't matter if I am gay or lesbian or any of that. She doesn't care. All she cares about is that I'm a part of it. And if I'm not a part of it, she'll try to convince me to join it.
What? Are you psyched right now?
Facts.
So as you can see, this is why some people may be against this, because parents, teachers, parades are being pushed out to the kids.
How do you feel about LGBTQ pushing their agenda on the youth?
There is no agenda. You are speaking to the LGBT.
I feel as though that's great. I feel as though every child should be gay.
Yeah.
And Callie, that's exactly what I'm saying. Most women are allies to the LGBT community. That's not disputable. That's exactly what I was saying. And most Americans are liberals.
Hey, the only way I see this is changing over. I guess straight people are going to have to find gay people that is on the same agenda as them. Because I know we speak to some gay people, they be like, no, this is wrong to teach this to children. And we're going to have to get them a part of the agenda so it can be a divide, because we cannot say anything to them. The only way somebody can say something to them if they are part of that same community. So now if we get somebody, in my opinion, Aaron, if we get somebody a part of their community to talk against them, they cannot call discrimination.
I agree with that. I agree with what you're saying right there.
And they're out there.
The problem is there are not already a concrete group. They're still building. They're still trying to find their identity in society, right? They're still forcing it. So they're not cemented, right? Like we got the NAACP, right? They cement every time something happens. Trayvon, hey, they already got their roles laid out. They're developing it in real time, right? This is very nuanced, different. So they're not at a sturdy position to where we can find people that are definitive and confirmed in their area. People are being swayed as we know it. Like in the moment, people are literally being swayed right now back and forth. So I agree with you. Being able to find more people like that would be a benefit, but it's going to be very difficult. But here's the thing. That's not even the point. Two. But yeah, I know a couple too, but that's not the point. There's a deeper meaning behind that, right? And I'm gonna highlight it again. And y'all just saw that video. We'll play another video. Where is it at? Oh, here we go. Here we go. And you guys will start to see the picture, and I'm going to help paint it for you guys, okay? That's what I do. I paint the picture. That's what I do.
Gay baby. It's a gay baby. Gay baby. Gay, gay, gay. Please be gay.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay. Be what you want to be, but be gay. Okay? Thank you. Right? No pressure. No pressure, but pressure. Gay.
And that's another point I was making. A good percentage of women identify with being bisexual, pansexual, or non-binary, and that affects the children because they raise the children and they're the first teachers. That's a problem.
I think the problem
I
is
don't even
single
understand
mothers.
why a man would put his penis in a woman that looks like this.
Because I'll tell you what it is there, Sharon. The men of today's, they think that the woman is more valuable than them. Men have forgotten that you have the penis. You're the value. Women all have the same thing. Men don't all have the same thing. You have a lot of men now, I see a man with a 300-pound woman. I can't even understand how you can even get hard for something like that. But they have babies with them. And these men that are having babies with them, believe it or not, they're from the single mothers from my generation.
Okay.
But I think that's insane. I think that bill, that 957 bill, should be catered to people like that is trying to indoctrinate their children into a certain thing.
And Sharon, can I just
To be
answer?
honest
Can I just
with you.
answer? Can I just
Because
say what you just
that
said?
is
Sharon, can I say what you said? You said, why would a man put a penis into a woman like that? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Well, here's some bad news. A lot of men prefer a bisexual woman, and that's a big problem because they raise these children and then they wonder why they grow up to be in a rainbow community.
No,
her being bisexual don't have nothing to do with her thought process.
She's in the community if she's bisexual.
Reese has bisexual Tourette's because everything that he
No,
says is
well,
going to revert back to some kind of
listen to what I no actually
or
listen to
lesbianism
what I
or something like
listen
that.
no listen to what I'm saying. Most men, especially a lot of modern men, would love a bisexual woman, and that's a problem.
Okay.
Nothing to do with nothing.
Jesus Christ, this guy. That's I understand what you're saying, Reese, but that's not
okay.
The same. It's not the same thing. There's big differences, right? What's Coach K trying to get me to see?
You just don't have a bi girl, just have a bi girl. She has to be a little bit attractive.
Well, she's gonna raise children to be in the community.
Have you guys seen that bill that same guy passed in California about the 10-year gap for sodomy?
Let's not.
Whoa, Bumpkin. Let us not go up that road there, please.
Let's not do that. Not
literally.
Right now. This is not the show for that. But here's the points, right? You know what's so funny? The women lead the culture. The women raise the children.
Yes.
And in all these videos that you see, the women are on the forefront of this. The forefront of speaking. You don't see a lot of videos of men championing these things. You don't see a lot of videos of fathers championing these things, and especially the fathers of color. But the thing is, there's a lot of power here, and this is the part where you guys don't understand that. Here's the big dynamic, right? If the mother can influence the child, right? And that child, by default, let's just say me, and this is just example, Sharon, his wife says, hey, look, I see you getting a lot of money now. I need some of that money. And I want more access to the money than you ever gave me in life. I want majority access. I'm sick of you for whatever reason, right? And you go, you tripping. She starts influencing your 1-year-old, right? You get upset. She putting them in pink clothing, pink socks, pink shoes, pink bow in his head, pink dress, and you flip out. Cops get called. It's a fight. I don't want my kid wearing that. Why not? I don't agree to that. Time goes on, right? There's a battle here. At some point, that influence will confuse a child. Well, we believe there's confusion that can exist, right? If she would say, I don't accept this, your child is gone. Bye. 3-year-old, 4-year-old, 5-year-old, no matter what age it is. If your child says, hey, look, I want to do this, I want to do that, you don't have access to that child. But guess what the mom is going to say? That's my baby. Because they're more likely to be an acceptance of this than men are historically. Men ain't going for it. They are. And they are slowly more and more going for it. Women used to be the meanest. Actually, women used to be more mean than the grandpas. Grandmothers used to be more mean than granddaddy. That's why granddaughters love grandpapa. Oh, I love granddaddy. It ain't the same no more. So as you see this adjustments continue to happen, you're going to start to see women can weaponize your child against you using different methods. No longer the old conventional child support method. It's the ideology method. And does it bother them as much as it bothers men? I don't think it does.
Yeah, because many of them are already part of the community to begin with.
I'm not going to say
bisexual, pansexual, non-binary. So they're already part of the community anyway.
You keep trying to sell a part of the community because there
is no community.
I'm talking about the ABC community. That's what I'm talking about.
There's no
LGBT
community. There is no community.
A lot of them are part of the community to begin with. So having
There
a
is
child
no
be one is
brother.
that's nothing.
Stop it. It's just people's sexuality that now they put up on the front street. First of all, the problem is you guys are recognizing sex as people, like gay. It's just two dudes having sex. It's not a person. It's still two dudes having sex. A lesbian is two women having sex. They're not a different people, right? They're not a different people, aren't
But
they?
it's an
Human
ideology,
beings?
though. It's an ideology.
Well, yeah, we know it's an ideology.
Yeah, that's the point. That's why we could differentiate themselves from straight people because they have a different ideology and different values.
I might disagree with they not a different people. I think they are. I think it's something genetically different. To be honest with you.
No, I think it's a made-up thing that, I like to sleep with men. Now I'm a gay man, so I'm a person. I'm a gay American. No, you're still an American man that likes men. I think that what's happened, people are giving them a platform to say they're a community till they have the letters and they steal the rainbow. Like, when I'm growing up, the rainbow is not a real gay thing, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how it's a gay flag now. It's a weird thing to me.
Well,
and if we did not recognize it, the general public, none of this stuff is relevant if the general public don't recognize it. The gay population probably worldwide is maybe 3% of people in general, and I'm talking in the whole world. Okay, if we're going by numbers, so we've given them a platform now.
So the thing is, what it seems like, really, Gary, is that it's a lot more hidden of them. And that's the real issue. So there's a lot of people that's, I don't want to say in the crowd, they just don't want they just more private. And they are using the ones that are less private to push their agenda. That's what's really going on. The numbers are skewed because the people that are just private, because they probably believe like how straight people believe, like there's no need for you to know what's going on in my bedroom. And I think the majority of gay people are in that realm where they are private with their sexuality. But as long as the laws get out there, now they can start pushing it.
Well, I think that's changing because most of them are in the pride parades. They're flaunting it outside, putting it on TV, advocating. So a lot of them are in the pride.
Most homosexuals are not in the pride parade with booty shorts on.
I'm just saying, a lot of them don't want to be in the closet anymore. It's not the 80s anymore. They want to be out in the open.
The reason why you are wrong with that, Reese, because my friend, she asked me to help her work her restaurant on that day. I didn't even know it was that day, but I worked the parade day, right? I'm not the building's not close to the parade day. I mean, close to the parade was, but a lot of people was outside. And what I noticed that it was a certain type of people that was outside. It wasn't the normal people that was outside. It was people that looked like either man with booty shorts on.
Yeah. Sharon, we're from New York, so you see the turnout at the pride parade.
What is going on out here?
You see the turnout at the pride parade. There be thousands of them, thousands upon thousands.
Reese,
what I'm saying, Reese, is that those were the weird people there. It wasn't the normal politician type people or the lawyers and doctors. There was some weird looking motherfuckers outside that day.
So in America, it's 0.5% people, LGBT or whatever. But Gary, let me finish, right? But they are the loudest voice, and you have to look at who is putting them on a pedestal. That's what you got to look at, right? It's like the same 4 companies that do it across the board.
You think that
it was a lot of people that looked like Bumpkin out there with fishnets.
Yeah, no. For sure, absolutely. It is that low. It is that low. It's just they have the loudest voice.
That's the easy answer.
He's 100. Okay. How many countries are there in the world?
No,
We're talking about the United States.
We're talking about the United States. We're American
in the-
supremacists over here.
Okay,
Thinking
all right,
maybe
sorry, my
United
bad, my bad. How many people are in the United States?
Almost 400 million, probably almost, give or take.
All right, 1% of 1% would be 4 million.
Okay.
A 0.5% what they have is 2 million people, and those 2 million people, here's the differences: they have money. That's why you're hearing them. But
they got more money than straight people.
Seriously.
The majority. Yes,
No,
they
no,
do.
that's the thing. I was watching an interview, right? And Mike Tyson said it the best. A lot of rich people have homosexual relatives that they have sympathy for. So they put money into the LGBT community because they have sympathy for their relatives. They might have a daughter, a niece, a son.
Mike Tyson, okay? That's not happening.
No, but he just made a good analogy, though. A lot of straight people have relatives who are in the community. So they defect.
One of the richest men in the world who's a benefactor of a lot of conservative right-wing causes is a gay man, Peter Thiel. So I mean, I don't know, like. So I was reading. Sorry, we say Aaron.
Aaron's praying over there. Okay.
But when we're talking about money, if it's that little of them, the rest of the money belongs to the none of them. So it doesn't.
No, I'm saying, but they have relatives. The straight rich people have relatives in that community, and they help out that community.
They're not pushing the agenda. It's okay.
But look at how many allies there are. Look how many straight allies.
That's awesome, right? But we're talking about them getting relevance on CNN, Fox News.
Because it's straight allies allowing it. That's why. They're not doing it themselves.
They're
not doing it
Of course,
themselves.
they're doing it themselves.
Allies are helping them.
No, stop for a minute there, Reese. First of all, it's all about money. Everybody has their time. Remember about 10 years ago, before this big gay movement, it was Whole Foods. Before that, 10 years before that, it was all the computers. 10 years before that, oh my God, remember when cigarettes? Everybody's got their time. All it is about money. Right now, the people with as you say, the alternative people are pumping a lot of money into certain different organizations. So they get to talk.
So Gary, you think that there's no positive goal for the current corporations to feminize the men in America?
Well,
you think it's just all about money? You think there's no goal to that?
Everything is about money. You guys just don't get it yet.
All right. So do you think there is a financial goal? None of this. Do you think there is a financial goal for the corporate elite to feminize men?
For a certain amount of time until it's time to change when it doesn't make sense or make money anymore.
No, there's no going back.
Okay, brothers.
Gary, there's no. Once you feminize an entire 3-4 generations of men, there's no going back from that.
Brother, Bud Light just put out a commercial with a transgender. Their business lost how much percent?
That was like an
understand? It's all about money. As soon as these corporations start losing money because of this little alphabet stuff, it's over.
Do you know what BlackRock is?
Money.
Do you know what BlackRock is?
Well, they lost money because they didn't. The LGBTQ community is mad at them too because they didn't stand 10 toes down on it either. So they lost money from both sides.
But the majority of money what they lost was from regular people.
Gary,
Straight
do you know
people.
what BlackRock is?
Bro, I know about the inner army workings and who these corporations own all it. It's still about money, bumpkins. That's all it's about.
Yeah,
that's all it's about. Your war in Ukraine right now, it's all about money.
So
anything that's going around the world, it's about
BlackRock
money.
is not BlackRock is. It used to be a mercenary group, but it's not anymore. They purposely go into companies and they'll buy up just enough stocks in that company to have a say to be able to push a certain agenda. So I just don't know why it's impossible for Gary to realize that people have other motivations besides.
What's the point of bringing it up? Are you saying BlackRock is supporting the gay community?
Absolutely, they push this in almost every single business.
Why would corporations want to promote homosexuality?
Who buys the most products in America?
Bumpkin, you are absolutely wrong because guess what? BlackRock also put money into the Republican Party. They put money into the Democratic Party. They put money into CNN. They put money into Fox. They don't give a fuck about none of this shit.
When's the last time you heard Fox say anything bad about gay or homosexual in general. It's
80
just
years ago,
transgenderism.
80 years ago, maybe.
80 years ago,
You're
yeah, that was
still
80
missing
years
the
ago.
whole point, Bumpkin. It's all about money. That's all it is.
That's awesome, Gary. That's fine. Whatever. That's okay. Awesome. But what I'm saying is they're not going to revert on any of this because they have other motives that is going to make them a lot of money in the future. That's what I'm saying, Gary. I don't care if it's all about money.
But what I'm trying to say, Bumpkin, as soon as this whole rainbow stuff that's going on stops making big bucks, it's over.
Won't.
It's
won't
just
stop.
like, I'll give you an example. 2 years ago or 3 years ago, Black Lives Matter was making almost $100 million. As soon as it stopped making money, guess what it is? Over. Anything that does not make money for these guys there, it's over.
I guess I got to give Gary a schooling in capitalism 101. Do you know who buys the most products in America?
Women.
Women, right? And homosexual men or feminized people. They buy more products.
Hold on, Gary. Hold on. Mathematically, that don't make sense. If you're saying their population is 2 million, do they own, like, apparently we have way more money, we spend more money, and we generate more money, or the numbers y'all saying and the statement you're saying, they cannot coexist.
Oh, okay, but they en masse buy more products compared to a straight person. So what would be the logical conclusion, right? Okay, if they buy more products.
I said a lot of rich people have relatives, so they have sympathy.
We heard you, Reese.
Reese, you don't got to keep repeating the same thing, bro.
That's what I'm saying. They have
You already said it.
Sympathy.
You said it already. You don't keep repeating it.
So we got it.
You're not getting it. It's sympathy,
Okay.
not just money.
Oh, okay. Right. You keep thinking about feelings.
Okay. So we have to use our pattern seeking brain, right? So everything starts in California, right? California is like the cesspool of trying something out and seeing if they can do it on a mass scale. We've seen this historically throughout the United States.
We agree with that. Yes.
Yes. So, right. So if gay people en masse buy more products and then they put a legislation in to be able to indoctrinate your kids so they have a higher chance of being gay, why would they not then do that?
Bumpkin, if it's 2 million of them, that means it is what?
Yes, but they're
328 million. Hold on, if it's 2 million of them, that means it's 328 million of us. How in the world can 2 million people outbuy 228 million?
I'm
I
glad
just want to know what these extra products are.
math.
What are these extra products that are being bought by homosexuals that heterosexuals are buying?
Dildos and butt plugs.
Y'all gotta stop listening to these people on the internet, bro. This is terrible math that y'all are doing, man.
Yeah, I know. Hold on, guys. Let me catch up on the super chats, and then we'll get back to this because this is ridiculous. BLB says Sharon is a chief buyer for the TJ Maxx 70 shirt department. Okay. Bumpkin need to shed his lips. That's what I hear. BOB, liberals are conservative with their own kids, but don't mind self-destruction in others in their name of inclusivity. Yeah, no, that's probably a really good point, actually. I guess that says shy. I'm not sure. Shout out to all the kids that identify as foxes.
Hey, you know that's a real thing, Aaron?
What? I'm not doing this right now.
No, hold on, Aaron. Hold on. I know you want to get into that. Do you know this is a real thing?
No, I don't.
Yo, it's fucking crazy. So look, I just want to go through a quick story real quick. My daughter, she be running around the park on all fours and saying that she got a tail and everything, right? And I was like, maybe this is just a phase. I was like, all right, gotta be a kid. And next thing you know, one day my child comes home and says, Daddy, guess what? I was what? She's like, I found another one. I was like, another what? She said, another one like me. And these two motherfuckers, they come over to my house and they jump all over my goddamn house like they goddamn animals. Making bird calls and every goddamn. This shit is a real thing, Aaron. And I don't know what to do about it.
That's called imagination.
I'm going to wait to the destruction of everything and we rebuild before I even get involved in this crap. BOB says women are not big picture thinkers. The same moms in Virginia who voted out Trump are surprised that education department will advocate for the rainbow stuff in the schools. Women
That's
vote
assuming
on
they voted straight for the homosexual stuff and not for other reasons. Like I said, that shit only works if you are for sure that the majority of women are single issue voters.
No.
Which you can't prove.
Most people are single issue voters, but I understand what you're saying. As long as you tie the product, it's like sales. As long as I have a tying product, which it typically is illegal, but if I tie the product and have you buy this as the lead and throw on the back end something else that seems not as harmful, you'll buy it. Sir James Brown says, I think people don't know what the word J-men, the slang is home, but it's but it is also, I'm gonna just say day, I don't know, really means happy.
Gay.
I know what it says. People are not teaching their kids to be that way. This stuff is being blown out of proportion.
No, it ain't. If you still alive in another 40 years, come holler at me again. I'm telling you, it's gonna be totally different.
Well, Aaron, clearly,
40 to 50 years.
I love when these young guys talk.
Listen, Reese. If it's one thing we know you feel strongly about, it's about this. We get it. Okay. As a Catholic, this is 100% the devil's work. Well, live and in effect.
I don't think Catholics need to be talking.
Oh man, up with the BM. Let's blame Tupac and Gen X. I say that's the easiest people to blame too. Definitely.
Yeah, it's my fault.
Straight people are not organized voting blocks.
That's not true. Married people are the biggest group, the biggest voting block in America. That's not true.
But you'd have two married people voting different.
Bumpkin believes that where there is a problem, there is a Jew involved. Oh, okay. That's what he believes in? Okay. I kind of get it. Sir James Brown says, I is 48.
Well, you might still be alive. You might be 88.
Hey,
you come back to me. You come back to me on that.
So Aaron, I've been these last. Oh, what's up, Sean? Sean ain't said that. Go ahead, Sean. My fault. Go ahead, Sean.
What's good, man? How y'all feeling, bro? I think. So, somebody kept talking about power. Money, and I think that's completely wrong. What you got to think about with community organizing, because this is all community organizing. That's what politics is. You could be, for lack of a better word, you could be agnostic. You could say, I'm going to align with whoever the fuck I need to align with to accomplish specific goals. Now, there could be one big goal, or there could be smaller goals. So if I need to align myself or mobilize or organize the quote unquote rainbow community, then I'll do that if it's gonna lead to whatever I want it to lead to. That could be money, that could be more influence, that could be whatever it is. Just like, say, for instance, us with the war in Ukraine. Now that could be a geopolitical thing because we have geopolitical interest there. We don't really give a shit about Ukraine. We just care about it as it relates to Russia and posturing ourselves versus them. So I think lots of things that we think about, it could be part of a macro goal or micro goal. And they may not give a fuck about any of this that we're talking about, feminizing black men or the rainbow community in general. It's just a strategic piece on the chessboard.
Yeah. Aaron, you're muted.
No, I agree with Sean. I don't think this is a money thing. I mean, a lot of things come down to the money, and maybe there's a different tying picture, but right now the numbers don't add up. It don't add up for them to risk their biggest market for a developing market that is very, very minuscule when we talk about buying power, all this time, influence as well. Think about it. They not influencing the majority. You want the people that can influence the majority of the population. You don't want the influence of the minorities. That's not a common skill practice for people to put in place. So that's not.
Okay. So hold on, Bucky, real quick. I want to say this. So while we've been talking, I've been reading this bill. I've been reading it, and so from what it basically understands to me is it's almost the same process as emancipation, where a child goes to the court and conveys that they should be emancipated before the age of 18. What I'm reading through this bill, it sounds like the exact same process, and they've added gender identity as a form of being emancipated by the parents. And they have things like, so you still, it's the same process. So I'm a little confused to where like this is like a thing. I don't think kids are going to petition the court in order to leave their parents because of certain things. It sounds like the court is going to take each. Okay, Aaron, you rubbing your face. All right, go ahead. I'm just saying. Because they can just emancipate anyway, so they can just emancipate from their parents regardless. So I don't see how. It just seems like it's adding if you're an abused, if your parents are abusing you because that's in here, then that just add that to the reasons of being emancipated. That's how I'm understanding it.
It also can determine custody.
Yes, it said what it said, like relatives or something like that. Like you can go to a relative, right?
Like for instance, if let's just say I believe I'm born something else and my dad hated, I'm in danger. I gotta be moved from that environment now. You see how far we can open that up to what that could really mean?
Right, but all right. What I'm saying is that it's a whole process they're gonna have to go through in order to do this, and they're still gonna hear the parent side. I'm just saying they're still the courts are gonna determine it, right? The judges and things of that nature. So it's still a process. It's not like they just, oh, my parents don't like that I'm gay, I'm running away. It don't work like that.
This is the first iteration of introducing legislation. What you got to understand is you introduce first, and then you start to build out. First is the introduction to something, and it don't happen in year one. Don't happen in year two. You build and build and build, and every time you make amendments, adjustments to laws, add some things, give the straight people more what they want, and slang it on the back end of the bill. That's how it works. That's how politics works. Most of the stuff that we dealing with has been 15, 20 years in the play.
Yep. Well, even without this bill, the kids can still emancipate. So that's why.
But the reason for emancipation can now be denying them denying a 13-year-old to get quote unquote gender affirming care, right? As a parent, even though that gender affirming care could potentially harm that child for the rest of their life. But they've been indoctrinated to believe that they need that care. And now if there's a custody battle, the parent that is going to allow that process is going to get that child just off the sole basis of this legislation. Or now that child can be emancipated at what, 13? Is there any age limit on this at all?
I haven't found the age limit.
It said from early as 1 year old.
That's the bill. The bill said that.
It says early as 1 year old.
It's the bill where it's on a state level or where? What state?
State level, California. It's on a state level, yeah.
Okay, so it passed or it's been proposed?
No, it hasn't passed yet. Well, it passed.
It's been proposed.
It's at the Senate committee at this moment. It hasn't become a bill. It hasn't become a law.
It was proposed by one person or a group of people or what?
No,
wait. Hold on. Sean, did you see the video? I can play it again for you.
Oh, no.
Okay, I got you, bro. I know you like to get the proper context in. I'll just play this first one. I'm not going to even play both of them for you right now. Just the first one here will be enough to get you the idea.
Okay.
Yeah, let me pull it up right here. Hold on. There we go.
Under a new bill in California, which has been modified this month, parents could be penalized with charges of child abuse for not affirming transgenderism in their own children. If you as a parent are not in agreement and do not offer your support, you could face even losing your child's custody. Furthermore, Bill 957 would require courts to rule in favor of the parent that affirms the preferred identity of the child, according to the Free Beacon. Senator Scott Weiner, Democrat of San Francisco, is one of the authors of the law, who also proposed on Twitter in 2022 that drag.
I would never vote for somebody that looked like him.
I was just about to say he in San Francisco too.
As part of the curriculum of kindergarten through the 12th grade.
Okay, so that's there we go. They got a curriculum
from the kindergarten to the 12th grade.
Yeah, kindergarten to the 12th grade. I know we say Kenny as
not a problem. I think it's not a problem. I think it's not a problem.
So it's a bill that was sponsored by two people.
A bill that's passed And I think I forgot what they said. I think it's headed to
No, it passed the Senate Assembly. Now it's going to the
Yeah.
second house because
Yeah.
California has a little bit.
which I
different-
don't see it not getting passed. Honestly,
Why not?
Well, this bill has 2 more steps. That's 2
I
more.
know the steps.
Well, I know you do. I'm just saying to other people.
Well, I mean, let's be real here. I know we can't talk about it, but if that last bill I mentioned earlier got passed, then I'm sure this one is going to get passed.
You talking about the one in Washington?
No, I'm talking about the one in California, the same guy that proposed it. But Aaron said we're not talking about that. But it's a much more extreme bill that got passed, basically.
That Sodom. Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So if that one got passed, I would not see why this one would not get passed.
Because they're threatening to take away your children.
And that's
And
the biggest.
I guarantee you that there's a lot of people that are voting in that Senate have children. And if you are going to allow the tail to wag the dog, you're done.
Yeah.
Wait. You be shocked if California was to do something like this?
No, I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked. But I'm saying reality is coming into more people than you all think. I'm guaranteeing you that this bill will not pass because they're threatening to take away your children. That other bill that Bumpkin is talking about that passed had nothing to do with people's children.
Yes, it did.
They can take away your children?
No, but they could.
No, that's no. So don't go but nothing. It's no.
Gary, how do you get a signal in your bunker?
I have the best internet in the world, man.
Okay, because the way that you think is very archaic.
Explain.
I hate all of your thoughts. End of
Gary, I'm saying, but that is your opinion, and I appreciate your opinion.
Thank you.
I got a question, Gary. Do you think there's a problem with the whole movement? You think it's gonna affect this in the next 50 years? You think it's gonna affect this?
Nope.
Really?
I guarantee it.
Wow, you're very optimistic.
I just been living a lot. I just been living a lot longer than you all. You know how many things that was supposed to stick?
Hey Gary, idiots get old. Look, let me ask you something. You said that you can only get trauma from.
Please don't try to insult me, okay? While you're laughing, I don't like stupidity. Always be a man when you're speaking to me.
I'm absolutely insulting you. I'm not trying, right? So you said only people who go to the military can be traumatized? Is that what you said?
I said war. Get it straight. I said war. I never said anything about the military because 80% of the military don't even see war.
Oh, I just came to tell you that was an idiot opinion. I'm sorry.
Well, that's your opinion. You know what I mean? I can see you're one of them guys.
I am.
I can tell.
I came specifically to talk to you and tell you that you're not a very wise man.
Well, I think I'm wiser than you. How's that?
Okay. What is that? A challenge to a wise off or some shit? Like I don't.
No, I've been alive longer than you, so I think I'm wiser than you.
Man, you know how many fucking dumbasses get old.
Well, I'm sorry for your upbringing, and you know, dumbass old people. I'm sorry for your upbringing and the people that you're around that you considered older people dumbass. But as you get older, maybe you'll get a little smarter and get a better vocabulary.
I think. Okay, cool. Yeah, you're not a smart gentleman, but I don't want to interrupt Aaron's show. But you're not very smart, though.
Yeah, he didn't say all old people dumb either.
It's like what Aaron said. It's like what Aaron said. Everything is building blocks for the future. So right now they might pass a little law here and there, but 20, 30 years from now, you're gonna see the fruits.
All right,
the fruits of every seed they're planting. You're gonna see the fruits.
No, I just think this is going to be terrible. I think this is being exacerbated. That's my kind of opinion on it.
I think
they've always had the option. They've always had the option to emancipate. So I mean, I don't.
Oh my gosh, you keep limited. Okay, all right. What more could they add to a bill that would make you go, wow?
And I don't even think kids even do it that much. I don't even think kids are gonna.
You stuck on your point. Listen, what more can they add to a bill to make you go, oh, if they add this or put this stipulation in, oh, we're in trouble now? Think about it like that. Because I keep trying to tell you how legislation works is introduction first.
Yes.
I
That's
know
all it
how
is.
legislation works.
Precisely. They're planting seeds.
I'm just
They're planting
comparing
seeds.
what's already out there.
Planting seeds.
All right. Well, this okay.
Okay. So look, if it's already out there, why even talk about this or add this? Why do they even need to add it? It's already out there. Why are they doing that?
To codify more for the LGBTQ for kids who want to. Because do you think kids do get abused for being LGBTQ?
Yes.
So
not anymore. Less and less every year. Less and less.
So my question. So should they be abused for being LGBTQ?
Sometimes it's celebrated. Sometimes.
No.
Well then I don't think they should either.
But this bill isn't talking about child abuse. You can already be emancipated for child abuse. This is talking about simply saying no. You cannot get a sex change at 13.
Where do you see that? Where do you see that in the bill? I literally just looked through this whole bill. I didn't see anything. Like where do you see that at? It said confirming gender identity. It didn't say anything about a surgery. It didn't say anything about a procedure, a medical procedure at all. The only thing y'all were right on is that if there's two parents and the non-custodial parent can't have custody. That's the only thing y'all right about.
Wait, so what are the parents are religious? What if the parents are religious? We just completely nullify their religion, their religious beliefs. We already saw what happened with the cake factory. We already saw what happened with the cake factory.
Well, that cake thing wasn't even a real cake. That was a make-believe hypothetical.
Well, we see businesses that are religious that won't do services to LGBT people, and they get fined or criminalized or their license taken away. We've seen that already. So this is going to be a snowball effect.
To answer your question, Aaron, as far as what else could they add to the bill, like I said before, this could be a backdoor way to approving the puberty blocker stuff.
Absolutely, and they're going to do it too. Absolutely.
Thank you for Callie Beth for you understanding that. Let's just add more possibilities. Now the problem is this is the hard stuff, right? You know how they be like, man, serial killers, and we ain't serial killers. So you know what that means? I don't know how to think like one. So sometimes we forget that we lack certain abilities. Like I can't think like no serial killer. I just can't do it. They think differently. So we can't understand the lengths in which strategy they're willing to go to get things done. It is beyond us. We think this, well, we already got laws on the books for this. What's this? This ain't really doing nothing. It's because we can't comprehend the abilities that the way they think and what they're willing to do. We can't understand it because we're not them. We're not them. And that's the one thing we underestimate all the time. We think because we're all human that we not the same.
To your point, Ray, about whether your parents are religious. I mean, that's a lot. That's another reason why kids get emancipated, because they're in these strict Christian house or whatever Catholic households, and they don't want to be a part of it. They don't want to go to these church camps. They don't want to wear chastity.
So you're saying parents shouldn't be religious and have their convictions?
So kids, I'm sure your parents are probably Christian. Are you a Christian now? I mean, that happens all the time. People defect, become other religions.
But I'm saying, are you saying since a lot of kids are identifying as LGBT, saying parents shouldn't be religious anymore and have their convictions?
What did you hear that I say that? What did I say? Parents.
I'm just saying. So you're saying, because a lot of parents are religious, a lot of kids are emancipating. Huh? What did you say?
Did I say that? Did I say parents shouldn't be religious? Because what?
No, I'm just saying. Is that your solution? Because a lot of kids don't want to be emancipated or whatever, or run away from home.
Your parents' religion. I mean, you're individual. Your parents' religion can't control your life, and that's what I'm saying. I mean, that people change all the time.
So should we make laws? Should we make laws against religious parents?
Should I make laws against religious parents? No,
yeah, should we make laws against religious
everybody should be able to practice their religion however they feel.
But that's not what the government thinks.
But if your child does not want to follow that religion, that's his agency to do, his or her agency.
But the government thinks you should be criminalized if you don't affirm a transgender child. That's what they think.
What did it say? Y'all didn't read the bill. Like y'all just.
What did the video say? What did the video say?
Did it say
have your kids taken away? Right.
Yes, exactly. They go through a process.
Exactly. Right? So you should have your kids taken away if you don't affirm their. You should have your kids taken away if you don't affirm their identity. That's basically what it's saying. So if you're a Christian or a Muslim, basically you should just nullify your own beliefs and go with the government.
So my first brain is going constitutionally. They can't do that. They have to make an exception for religion.
I hate to say this, and I hate to be the breaker of bad news, but California doesn't give a single they don't care about the Constitution. They're not going to go by the Constitution. They don't care.
Oh, so this is the part y'all not realizing, right? Let's just, because I think Lou was talking about emancipation and things like that. Child could request it. Here's the thing: you're talking about somebody that can make requests on the child's behalf. You're talking about somebody doing requests on their behalf for them to get involved with your influence over your child. Oh, we don't feel this is the proper environment for this child. We want somebody to do an assessment on your family. What the, like, we don't know how many doors this can open. We have no idea. And the fact that people are so willingly, the fact that we don't feel a fly as a threat is what shows our level of arrogance. It's a level of arrogance. Like, a threat is a threat, no matter how small it is. That's why some people destroy every single threat to eradicate the smallest thing, because they don't take anything for granted. Like, I ain't taking no chances. And some people think like, hey, it's not a big enough issue, I'm gonna ignore it. So I think this is a bigger problem than we're acknowledging. Even if it was to get shot down, the fact that it's being introduced by people that are elected officials, and the fact that we know more and more officials will be elected such ways and continue to be this such ways, you guys just don't understand just how alarming this really can be. And I don't even have kids, and this makes me thinking, I don't know about no kids right now. Forget 250,000 to raise them. Forget all that. It may not be a good time to bring these kids. Listen. I don't know why people are so lax. I just don't know.
So I just read a summary. So basically, it's saying that in custody cases, basically in terms of mitigating and aggregating factors, an aggregating factor would be that you don't affirm your child's identity.
Yep.
So it can work against you if you don't call a boy a girl, basically. A boy. Yep. Okay. So and so basically that can be a pipeline to add more things. Okay.
Which,
yep.
If you're religious, and you don't believe in that.
Hold on, Reese. Which it disproportionately attacks men.
Absolutely.
Because men are historically more conservative. Historically, we're not playing these games. We're very much stern. And women, they'd just say, I affirm it. Give me my baby.
Yeah,
Men ain't affirming none of that. So, like, think about I don't know. Maybe Lou is not really taking the gravity of how far this can go, just because he's making a comparison on what other elements exist. There are some repetitive crimes, right, where they'll charge you with a whole bunch of things that are very similar, and they just slight nuance to it. It's the same crime to a certain degree. So,
no, this is just cultural war exacerbation. That's my kind of opinion on it. I mean, there's way bigger issues to worry about out there in this world. That's just how I look at it. That's why I was just reading.
The culture is the foundation of a nation.
This could be this is an issue, because at some point you do wonder where people would draw the line. And I think, well, first off, let me say this: both parties are full of shit. I gotta keep saying this. Both parties are full of one thing and they do another thing, but that's another thing. But yeah, where do you draw the line? You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all was just talking about kids who identify as foxes. Now, do I have to call this little motherfucker a fox? Like, you know what I'm saying? Just because I didn't call this motherfucker a fox, I'm losing custody? Like, goddamn.
You got to think about this too. Once again, these kids gonna have support in the schools. Think about it. They have the right to say, how's your home life going? How's everything? Like, man, y'all just don't get it. These teachers are all for this stuff. All for it. Especially out in California.
Especially. And most people don't even realize that when on a federal level, when they introduce a bill, right, there will be like one section of what that bill's actually about, and there'll be like 200 pages of a bunch of other stuff that they're throwing in there just randomly that will be intermixed in there. This is how they legislate things. This is how things get passed without people realizing what the bill's even about. It'll be a bill about upping the water infrastructure of the United States, and there'll be something in there about exactly what's going on in California. They do it all the time.
Can we be so? I mean, how many states are taking their cues from California? Let's be honest, though.
What? Every state with a major city like New York, Cali, Chicago,
So that was
Miami.
a question. First off, I'm from Chicago, bro. They don't take shit from.
It's a liberal city. It's a liberal city. Come on,
bro. What are you talking about?
Chicago is a liberal city, a Democratic. Your mayor is a freaking dyke. What are you talking about?
Even get the whole thought out.
That's the old man. You kind of
point.
Well, you voted her in. She's a dyke. So what are you talking about?
It's a black dude now.
I didn't vote anybody in. So anyway, like I said, the point of the matter is, how is this going to affect you? Where the fuck you live, Reese? Is this going to get past where you live?
I live in New York City, one of the most liberal cities in America, besides LA.
Do you think it's going to get past there?
Hell yeah! If it gets past in LA, it's definitely going to get past in New York City.
Don't you have a Republican mayor?
Nah, it's a liberal city. Fuck the mayor. It's a liberal city. Period.
So liberal, but with a Republican mayor, but fuck the mayor.
It's a liberal city.
Come on, man. It is what it is.
Reese, do you think this will get passed in Atlanta?
What, the gay capital of America? Is that a rhetorical question?
No, I want you to actually answer it. Do you think this will get passed in Atlanta?
Most likely, yeah, most likely.
With a Republican governor and a majority Republican state legislature, you think it'll get passed in Atlanta?
Hey, in the next 40, 50 years, hey, there's no telling. There's no telling. This whole country might be LGBT. There's no telling.
That's what you get to understand, Reese. Illinois has
the way things are going. The way things are going, ain't no telling.
Illinois has.
Does everyone have like a memory hold on how the conservative
that is not far fetched. Why are you shaking your head? That is not far fetched.
10 years ago, the Republican Party was anti-gay marriage, and now they're completely okay with that. Now they're completely okay with that. It's the way the Overton window turns. Pretty soon when the left starts to push more extreme ideas on sex and gender, and they start sort of abandoning this transgender thing, then the conservative or the Republicans are going to be like, transgenders are okay, but not this new thing. Most
Republicans nowadays are allies. Most Republicans don't even. Yeah.
Hey, Bumpkin. So you're blaming.
That'll be 50 years ago. That'll be unheard of.
Bumpkin, you're blaming that on the left making them do it as opposed to them choosing to do it.
No, I'm saying it's both. Both parties are garbage. They're both based off of liberalism, and they collude together all the time.
You know what? I'm sorry. Go for it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they just care about filling their own pockets. I mean, at the end of the day, they're both the same.
Expediency.
How are they filling their own pockets with the Republican constituency?
Yeah, no problem. Absolutely. Do you know that super PACs are a thing? Do you know what super PACs are?
Yes, I'm very much aware of what super PACs are.
Okay. So do you know that that's basically legal bribery from mega corporations?
I just said I know what super PACs are.
So these mega corporations, they super PAC to these politicians to pass laws on behalf, and these mega corporations do it to both sides. And same corporation will do a Democrat, same corporation will do a Republican. It doesn't matter. And also, when you look at the foundations of these political parties from the beginning, they are based off of the principle of liberalism. It's just one is going 120 miles per hour and the other one is going the speed limit. The destination at the end is going to be the same.
Thank you, Bumpkin. Thank you. Please get
that's assuming that the constituency is going to go along with it just because the super PAC funded some kind of a bunch of initiatives or whatever.
They always do, though. Why wouldn't they? And history has shown that they would, because if they don't go along with it, they are directly cutting off their financing.
But history has always shown that things can be reformed, like super PACs can be banned. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Like Bumpkin can run for president, and President Bumpkin can ban super PACs. You can take the money out of politics.
Hey, listen, I absolutely agree with that. That's why I own a nonprofit based off of trying to change the culture and politics in America. But
what's the benefit of being a politician if you don't get no super PACs?
The benefit is being a nationalist and loving your people. and wanting the best for your people.
Yeah, we far removed from that.
And you know why? Bumpkin, the problem is you want people to bring a knife to a gunfight. If I'm running against Aaron and Aaron can raise $1 billion and I'm only able to raise 50 million, how the fuck am I going to win? It's not going to work. And that's Bumpkin. That toothpaste is not going back in the tube, my man. It's not going back in the tube.
It is though. Listen, there's ways you can do this, right? So let's say hypothetically a nonprofit organization, which by the way, if you don't know how nonprofits operate, they're really actually really cool, right?
I have two nonprofits.
You barely have to pay any taxes, and you can set up a certain nonprofit where you can have businesses underneath that nonprofit, where that nonprofit will basically own those businesses, and then you'll be able to take tax cuts because you're funneling money from those businesses into that nonprofit, right? So hypothetically, if you had a group of people that created a nonprofit that started going into these communities and buying up property, buying up businesses, buying up all of that, and then they would be able to influence local politics, and then from there you influence upwards. This is how they did it in the first place. And the problem is,
when was the first time you bought your property with your nonprofit?
I mean, it's like 2 years old, man.
So
when was the first time you bought your property from your nonprofit?
I haven't.
So shut the fuck up then until you do the goddamn work.
Bumpkin.
How are you motherfuckers just talking?
Bumpkin, two thoughts. The very first thought, I'm gonna say this, right? And I'm gonna say this from experience, right? The very first thought is, I hear what you're saying about nonprofits and the for-profits and subsidiaries and things like that. I get it. But I assure you, the FBI will pull up on you over nonprofit money. I assure you. Been there. I promise you they will. Don't even have to be your fault, but they'll pull up on you. That's number one. Number two, there is another way to do it. You know who showed us how to do it? Barack Obama. It's called crowdfunding, right? And this is what I speak on when I talk about funding nonprofits.
Which is dangerous, though.
It is, depending on how you do it. It is. It can be. I'll say that. You're right. And so I think when you talk about something that's self-sustaining and self-propagating in terms of funding, something that can sustain itself and that can grow and that's not dependent upon influence, you have to have the people do it. It has to be, instead of 10 $1 million donors, you have to have 10 million $50 donors. And that way those people can just have a small donation towards your thing, but they don't have enough sway in your thing because they're just small donors.
Yeah, when it comes to the crowdfunding aspect, the people that can get involved have a very low level of experience or intelligence capabilities when it comes to assessing whether it's something that they should invest in or not. But that's okay. I believe they should have that right to blow their dang money. That's a position I stand by. Let me get these super chats. Sir James Brown says, my opinion, people should not discuss topics that are not keen in. Google or the barbershop or hair salon does not count. Well, James Brown, I think we're going to talk about, people should talk about all the things that they're uncomfortable talking about, that they don't know enough about. They need to talk about it. You need to bring all these conversations to the surface instead of hiding behind ignorance, because the ignorance is what's causing people to not have the conversation. The taboo conversations about money, people are uncomfortable. So when you have money conversations, you should see my chat rates. They are almost silent. People don't even type because they're just listening, right? As opposed to other things where the chat rates are 80, 85, 90. It's insane. So you still got to have conversations that are uncomfortable, even if you don't know much, because you need to start the conversation somewhere. B Love says, hey, Aaron, showing love to the chat. Hey, Sean. Oh, Sean, no, there you go. Every time you come on my panel, you causing trouble. Don't start today. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. JB says, affirming a child's gender identity 100% involves making physiological changes to the child. What's this dude smoking? Weefa. He's smoking Weefa. Okay. I read the bill. The trans lobby is intentionally vague and academic with their language, but the point is to take the decision power away from parents. That's what I thought too. That's what I was thinking. I miss the good old days when the kids were kids that played outside and had fun with no care in the world. I genuinely feel bad for today's kids. That was before the Amber Alert. So you're talking about just into the 90s. I was that kid that was all out all night. All night. Street lights, we don't care. We in the hood all night. So I know what you mean. And we was good. Nobody came and got none of us. We don't have no stories that such and such was missing. It was good. But that was before Amber Alerts came out. Okay. Coach Doug says, good discussion. Mark my words. Once they legalize pepabilia, y'all will see the true sinister and go. Everything else is a precursor. Breathe easy. Yeah, I believe they are definitely trying to find ways to bring little legislation by little every single time to normalize that conversation. Me and JB had JB did a show on back when Broken Dusty was on fire. You know what I'm saying? We did a show on something like that. It's a mistake to underestimate these moves. They use the same playbook in Canada, and now teens in Canada can transition without parental consent. They not hearing you though. There was a viral story in Canada of a father being thrown in jail for being against his child's transitioning. It's all started with bills like that. What I said, Aaron, it's child, not child. Child ed. I don't know what that means, and I'm not that smart to challenge you, BLB, so you win. Y'all not about to embarrass my ignorant self up here. I ain't gonna go for it. I don't know. It for me, it just gave me cause to pause when I see stuff like this introduced. I see guys like the guy that was represented as introducing the bill, looking at him and going, this is the people that they allowing to write this type of stuff. Do we even have churn? Is he trying to get his hands on some? Does he look like one of those guys? He does. I'm sorry. It sounds kind of mean, but he kind of does. So
what would he have to look like for you to vote for him, man?
Not
like he ordered pizza at Pizzagate.
He most likely did.
I'm just curious. Y'all say y'all shouldn't vote for him.
Hey, no beard, Sharon's a demon, bro.
Look like they get a vote. That's all I'm gonna.
Okay, because the way you look matters. Wouldn't you agree?
I'm sorry. You said your appearance matters.
So for me, he looks super frail. He looks not very manly.
Gay.
Seems docile. I don't even know if that's the case, but he like all of those things make me go, That's what it makes me do. I'm not saying y'all should do that. I'm sure y'all like.
I was just asking. That's all.
Television ruins politics.
That's the question.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Unless it's a fair question. It is a fair question. I'm just telling you, when I saw him, I was like, he looked like the type of guy that would introduce these bills. I know we shouldn't do stuff like that, but we do look at people and go, dang, he looked like he about to rob this place. Or hey, he do look like we make assessments like that. We design that way. Now
sometimes, judging the book by its cover is, you're correct. I mean, you're correct half the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, let's see. Hey, Bunkin, do you own an F-150?
Yeah, he probably shouldn't have picked up Texas.
He's more of a Silverado type of guy.
Oh, you own a pickup truck is a better question.
You got one more guess.
You own a pickup truck?
No.
You can only go to the Ram after that. I know you ain't going to no Toyota.
Oh God, no. Well, okay. Well, if I was gonna get a pickup truck, it'd be between a Toyota Tundra or a Dodge Ram. Specifically
Toyota, not American Muscle. What? Come on, man. We nationalists, right?
Toyota Tundras are all created in America, so it is technically an American. That's
who does that money benefit, man? Come on, man.
We're nationalists, right? For it to be American made, it got to be 51% made in America, and Toyota Tundra is not 51% made in America.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. So this is interesting, right? Because tell me what y'all think about this, right? This is getting off into the possibilities, right? We have the non-binary, non-identifying type of. I probably shouldn't say that, but the weird type of things that make us that, right? That we have that, right? Is it beyond far-fetched to think a woman could just say, pick a guy to sleep with that she's not even really into to try to get pregnant, to get ownership of a child? Is that far-fetched?
Oh, well,
that's being done right now, so it's not a far-fetched thing that's happening.
I can see that
it's not far-fetched at all. I think a lot of lesbian couples are gonna start asking men to just sleep with them just to put a baby in them, and
they do that already. They do that already.
And
Somehow.
That's why I played this video. That's the leading cause of this
Hey, baby.
Look at this excitement.
It's a gay baby.
He's non-binary.
What?
Gay baby.
Oh,
That's the
Gay,
problem.
gay, gay.
Y'all wiping all these bisexual,
Oh,
non-binary.
nah, cuz.
Y'all wiping all these
Oh.
bisexual, pansexual women and wonder why they do this shit.
I like my women bisexual, bro. I don't know what you're
That's the
talking about.
problem. You're gonna have
Be what you
children
want
in
to
the
be,
community.
but be gay. Okay?
That's the problem.
Thank you. Right?
And wonder why your children
No
growing up in
pressure.
a pride parade.
No pressure, but pressure.
This whole trying to go viral.
Yeah, this is just a dummy.
They need to stop wiping these bisexual and pansexual women.
I'm
You
praying.
know what's
I'm
sad
praying
about that
right
whole
now.
situation?
So
They're the
the point,
first teachers.
Why do they have to have a black woman to be the poster child for this?
Aaron had a white woman earlier on the
What you mean a poster child? She did that on her own. Ain't no
But that was-
corporation did that.
No, I never said that the corporation, but there
You said
I
a poster
see more
child.
of these black lesbians and than they have the white ones on.
They
When
the
there's
Gary,
only
am I saying-
13% of black people in America.
Gary, he just played a video not too long ago with a white woman coaching
Reading
her
the
two
news.
white boys to explain to the human beings that's watching it that they are naturally gay and not promoted gay. But he actually dropped the ball in it, and he showed that his mother actually was promoting them to be gay. So that is false. We just see more of black people because that's what we are concerned with.
It's your nigga algorithm, boy.
That's it.
Yeah.
Not the nigga algorithm. That shit is
It's the,
hilarious.
it's the
I'm
old
still with
nigga
that, Sean.
algorithm.
I'm still with it.
Change your algorithm, big dog.
the point,
It's not my algorithm. I notice when you see most of these outrageous things,
Yeah, why am I
it's
backed up?
black people they're showing doing these outrageous
No, that's
things.
for you. I'm pretty sure if you was Bumpkin, he'd probably see a lot more people that look like him, big pancake faces with fishnet dresses on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nigga algorithm.
So the reason why I'm breaking all this down, right? Because obviously this is a lot of information we don't understand right now, right? But when you hear women say stuff like this,
I'd rather be a mom before I be a wife.
Really? That is very interesting.
I just rather cater to a child
Than a husband?
And when you're a wife,
You don't need to get
no, but when
You don't need
just
to
think
get
when you're a wife, you're a
Hey,
wife,
yeah.
you're a mom. You still have to find time to be yourself, and I'd rather just find time to be a mom and just be myself as of right now.
I don't want to hear no more of that. The point of it is
different steps.
The point of it is this: ultimately, women just want access to children and control. Ultimately, and listen, I don't know what more you need to hear from women. We don't need a man. We don't need you. I just want my child. I just want my child. Give me my baby. That's my baby. Like if you just listen to them. Now, I know it's not ideal, right? Because you ain't supposed to listen to them because they don't know what the hell they're talking about. But there comes a point in time where we overestimate our ability to understand people. Sometimes we do that. And when it's too much evidence to show that they just want access and control over children because women are fighting for power and control. And the one thing a woman has power over is a child. It's the one thing that they almost can guarantee. This is why you see women who have bad mothers and go right into having children at such a young age, and they say, I'm going to love my child more than anything. My child's going to love me back. It's some of the major reasons why that exists. To me, it's dangerous seeing this stuff over and over and over and over again. I'm like, God dang. So y'all don't care about no husbands. That marriages is out. And it ain't because the men won't do what y'all ask, because y'all getting your purses, y'all getting things paid for. Y'all can do that, right? Men is the one that's uncontrollable, can't control their legs, right? And y'all the ones give the access according to y'all, right? Men don't. How many men ever told you no or you need to wait? None. Every guy I said let's get it on said let's get it on. So they not hearing no man tell them no. So they the only ones saying no, which means it's reasonable to make an assessment to say y'all in control of that because men ain't telling y'all no, basically. If all that is happening, and then ultimately you find marriage ain't what they want, they've been lying saying men don't want to marry us, which we know that ain't the truth. Women don't actually want to get married, right? That's what I've noticed, and I've done extensive shows about it, proving it time and time and time again. What I've realized is women want power, in any way they can assess it, starting with children. It's unfortunate, but it's the sad truth. Children.
That's why you got sperm banks. You don't need a husband to go to a sperm bank. You could be a total lesbian and just go to a sperm bank and get children. You don't need no husband. That's all they care about is the children. They get benefits. They get government assistance. And fuck a man.
You man, you got some real disdain towards these people, man.
Yeah, he do.
But what I'm saying, is it wrong though? Is the actual argument wrong? What I'm saying.
Some things you say are correct, and some things you say are.
What did I say that was wrong? What did I just say that was wrong? Please tell me. Exactly. Okay.
It's that vitriol in your voice, man. That's what it is. You mean it from the depths of your soul, man.
Attack what I'm actually saying. Because when you have an argument and a conversation, you want to just attack the argument.
It's kind of funny to make fun of you. Passionate about it, bro.
Well, all I know is what I'm saying is not wrong. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, I'm not agreeing.
So women are going to go through all of that just for some government crumbs. That's what you're saying.
So okay, so isn't that what
they go for less?
Just that women want children without the man. Isn't that what he just said? Am I just not saying the same thing? Am I not saying the same thing that he just said?
No, you're not saying the same thing what I said.
Didn't you just say women want children without the husband? Didn't you just say that?
You
exactly what you just said.
And then you said that two lesbians going to a sperm bank. That's not what he said.
It was an okay, use your head. It's an example. I said women go to a sperm bank without a husband. They want the children without the husband. Can we start using some brains?
So they can get the government assistance, right?
Well, you know what's the solution, Aaron? I'm about to start selling my sperm $1,000 for every quarter of an ounce. I'm gonna start selling because I got proof that my babies look good.
Actually, listen to what I'm saying.
I got proof my kids, they play instruments. They're a decent height. You know what I'm saying? So I'll start selling this motherfucker for like $1,000 a pop, baby.
You better not, there, Sharon, because then they'll come for you for child support.
I've done shows.
Then I say, "Oh, well, you sound this, you sound that." Listen to what I'm fucking saying. What I'm saying is not wrong.
You see how you so aggressive with saying it? That's why it's funny.
Me off with that level of intelligence, like
nigga, we don't care if we pissing you off. You think we care if we pissing you off, nigga? Nobody care about that shit.
Like I'm actually trying to have a logical conversation. Oh, you sound, nigga. Listen to what I'm actually fucking saying.
Okay, so Reed,
we
you
listened, and it was still funny.
Right, you want us to listen to what you're saying. What proof of concept do you have in your life to back up your words?
My observation. I see women, single mothers, every fucking day.
So your proof of concept is observation.
Where you be at? Where you see him? You just be sitting somewhere looking at him. What the fuck? You just sitting around looking at him? What you mean you see him every day? Fuck you mean? That's your proof. That's all your proof. You say you 28? Oh, you a young nigga. Okay,
I live in New York City, one of the biggest cities in America. Okay,
bro, I lived there for the last 10 years. What does that mean?
I observe just by observation.
Yeah.
So you just walking around observing women. Wait, what?
You got it. Because you're just a smart ass. You got it. John, you got it. Okay, you got it. You're just a smart ass.
Well, what we're saying, Reese, is that you gotta have to start proving these things, right? So if you want things to change, then you need to go get your own woman, start your own family, have them homeschooled, make sure that they politically understand what's going on in the temperature of today. You got to start doing those things, and therefore you could teach somebody else how to do it as well. You say, hey man, you need to get your family like this, so this way my son can marry your daughter, and we can keep the tradition going. Otherwise than that, you just chatting.
So you're saying I have to actually have children first before I actually observe and talk about what's going on?
No, you do not have to have children first. You need to have a family first.
So I can't observe and see what's going on around me. I have to actually have children and a family first.
No, what I'm saying, if you want to change something, you have to do something.
I'm just talking
about it and observing.
But isn't that what we're doing? Isn't that what we're doing right now? We're on the internet talking about it.
No. That's what you're doing. Some people have families and can make a direct impact. He didn't say you can't talk about it. He said if you
that's all we're doing right now. We're just talking about it. We're having a conversation.
All right, so Reese, this is why it's not just talk. I explained to you why it's not just talk, Reese, because I got married, right? I took my kid out of school and homeschooled them because I don't want them indoctrinated with whatever is going on in that school system once I found out the curriculum. So therefore, you can do the same thing. So therefore, again, I'm not just talking, I'm
But who said
doing. Sean
won't? Who said
Antonio,
I
he
won't?
started a nonprofit organization that helps young children get up out these circumstances and help them to think different. That's not just talking,
But who
that's
says
doing.
who
So
says I
therefore,
won't?
we need you, if you don't like the things, the temperature, that this climate is, you need to go and do something,
So what's
not
the
just
point of watching
talk.
any of these videos and having these conversations? And what's the
So
point?
you could do something about what you are talking about.
So why don't everybody
Do
just go out and
something.
do it? Stop being on the internet and talking about it then.
Again, you got an example of two men right now talking to you that are doing the things that they are
All right,
passionate about.
good for you. Good for you. Round of
No,
applause.
it's not
But who
just
says
good.
I
It's
won't
not
do it?
just good for me. No, it's not just good for
Who
me.
says
If you believe in change, you don't just say it's good for you. You're supposed to say, "Oh, that is
because you want
awesome.
a
How
cookie,
did
you want
you
a
do
cookie or a
that?"
trophy for that. I'm not
You
saying
goddamn right I want a fucking cookie because the problem is you're giving cookies to motherfuckers that don't deserve it. Like every gay person. Maybe you are secretly one of these people that we talking about that is not out in the open, and maybe you in the closet. I have no idea. But if you want some fucking change, give cookies to the people that's actually doing the fucking work.
Okay, but I never said that. I never said that.
What's up,
Good.
Trigger Mike?
Congratulations.
What up,
Congratulations.
y'all? What up, y'all?
I'm not saying what you're doing is wrong. I'm just saying that we could talk about it on the internet. Like I'm not supposed to go out right now and get a girl pregnant right now and start a family. No, I'm here. I'm here with you talking about it.
Sharon, they said you need to get your beard back, bro.
Nah, this nigga, hey man, my boy is airing everything out without the beard, bro. Fuck that.
Bet.
Sharon is shooting.
I wanted to put my thoughts out there on the situation. I heard some things. So one of the things that I heard was that women don't want husbands. I think that is actually incorrect, but I want to amend it a little bit. So women do want husbands because husbands represent outward validation. Women need to be validated. They have an emotional need for men. And in order to feel like you have something over other women, you got to be chosen. So they do want husbands because they want that outward validation. That's why they go so hard at the wedding. Everybody stand up for her. They live for those moments. So they absolutely want husbands and they do want the children. What it actually is that women don't want to perform the duty of wife. That's where they have a problem, right? So wife is a service job. Their focus is either on their real job, i.e. their career, or their leisure and relaxation, which you can't do in a wife role. So what really happens, and to Aaron's point, when they realize they can have control of the man through his children, there is a growing number of women opting to leave the relationship to keep control of the man through his children. The women wouldn't be able to do what they're doing in today's society if we treated children like they were the property of their father. Because if you left the man and he kept the kids, we wouldn't have none of this behavior right now.
See, the problem is, I don't necessarily disagree with your statement. The problem is, if I judge actions, right, women are prioritizing having a child over having a husband. You can't argue that. Now, what you could say is they still deep down inside still want a husband, even if they acting like they don't, which I won't fight you on. But I still argue the level of power or the level of emotions that they can get from a child or that they perceivably believe that they can get is taking priority.
Absolutely. What I think it is too, though, Aaron, is that I'm looking very closely at the actions, like you said, of these women. And I believe the larger majority of women opt for the children without the man once they realize they've disqualified themselves for marriage. They are more likely to take that route when they've been hoes in the past, when they've spent too much time with the wrong man and all of that. They're extremely romantic, just like men are when they're younger. So like a woman who's remained chaste, who barely slept around, all of that, she still wants both. It's really the women who have been out here, spreading it open for everybody. And when they look at the woman they want to be like, and they look at how she acquired that man, I think realistically, they say, I'm never going to get that. So let me start trying, let me just have the baby because I don't qualify for it. The harder it is for a woman to get a man, I believe she starts to go those non-conventional methods of having the children without the man.
Yeah, I see what you mean. And also, as we pay attention, society is giving more and more benefits to you not being married and having children.
True.
Slowly, like if you watch it slowly but surely, they're adding benefits to people that aren't married, that only existed for married people. Slowly but surely, there's adjustments been made. So
I disagree. I think you get taxed more. You get more. There's more incentives to being married than it is. There's more power in America to be married than it is be single.
I know married people right now that say, "Man, I got a," and I don't remember the exact story, but I got people that was married, they divorced because it was non-beneficial for something that they needed to do, and being married was getting in the way of it, whether it's for cost or whatever the case is. But they're still together; they just not married. So I'm telling you, there are advantages being slowly switched over from having to be married to realize those advantages to giving it to people that are not married. They're slowly but surely doing it. You can just check the history on it. If you don't believe it, that's why they call them domestic partnerships, things like this, where you can go down and file for these things so you can get some benefits. They are slowly but surely adding a lot of these benefits to people that are not married. You'll see it.
Oh, well, I think.
I mean,
okay.
yeah. I mean, I guess maybe it comes to like maybe things like in food stamps, and if you get certain kind of benefits of that type of nature, and certain type of insurance is going to be cheaper if you're single than if you was married with children.
Well, think
But
about it.
y'all stay together, but
No, I
you
disagree. I think
separate legally, but y'all still together, so you can get certain kind of benefit packages. I could understand that as well. Well, one thing I do know that I recently had a death in the family, and they've been together for 13 years, never been married, and they wouldn't even let that woman see the body. So like people
were married.
So so I understand why people say these things, but a lot of decisions are made through marriage. They wouldn't let that woman see the body. They wouldn't let her pull the plug, not pull the plug. Like all that decision had to be by his mom. Mom had to come fly down and do things. So they got pros and cons to
but
both.
once again, I said they're adjusting laws to allow people to do things that are not married. There are things you don't have to be married to do that. You can be their power of attorney. There are things legally that you can use that you never did use. You were married. I obviously agree with you. Like marriage solves all those other issues of going out to do the other individual things to get control here and control access here, and it's all in one area. But I'm just saying they're adding to it, giving things more access. That's all.
But you know what's strange to me about Aaron? Like, so they won't get married, but they'll have to do all these different paperwork to get the actual things without being legally married, which is kind of interesting to me. Because if you die and you're not married, then now the family's fighting over your property. Because
listen, I'm not
that's
arguing
crazy.
with you.
I don't.
It ain't
You know what though, Sharon? To your point, I just realized it takes a large degree of foresight to see the value in marriage, because what's really going to happen, like we got to stop talking to people, because if they can't see it, then they won't see it till later. It's really, everybody got to take their age mates, their peers, right? So you always think you're doing as good as your peers in the beginning. Well, I have a job and my married homegirl has a job. I don't have her stresses. What they see is a woman being tired from doing the actual work it takes to raise a family. But I'm not getting on single moms, but you don't see the work that when you start to go down the road 10 years, 20 years, that lady who was married is a homeowner. You are not. Her child does better in math, reading, and science than yours. You didn't realize that, right? It's going to take them a long time to see why they should have took the institution of marriage seriously. We can't really say nothing to them now, because one of the things we don't ask is, I got flack on my show for somebody thinking that I said women couldn't pay their own bills. Absolutely, women can pay their own bills. They make money, they have jobs. But did anybody ever ask, do you want to pay your own bills?
No, they don't. Women don't want to pay their own
exactly.
bills.
At what age do they realize? And I think that's a part of hitting the wall too. When you realize, oh shit, I didn't want to pay them forever. So it's gonna take
when life hits them and they go, oh, this is a circumstance that I didn't expect to happen, or maybe I thought I was gonna have more money by now, or maybe I can't go to this trip I thought I could have, but if a man would have did this, I could have done it. Or maybe my best friend got married and changed up on me, and now I'm seeing them doing like there's moments when everybody gets that moment.
That exactly. So it's gonna take a while, yeah.
Ultimately, the thing is, when it comes to this, is that what people don't understand is the reason why people don't see the value in it is because young people, every generation, people value something differently. right? Whatever it was, you children don't know how to work with your hands. When I was coming up, we worked with our hands. We don't give a damn, old man. We get into this computer stuff. Can you type your name on a keyboard? I don't know how to use those keyboards, but I could do a lot with my hands. And now what's happening is this generation is prioritizing freedom of movement, freedom to say, hey, Sharon, you've been with your girl for 30 years. I walk my way, you walk your way, nobody get involved. It's our own individual choice to walk away. They are prioritizing that. Whether it's
But Aaron, what's crazy is that I that is not only true, but the part that I feel like is very delusional on the part of the modern men and women is that you can't be free without consequence. So freedom, that nobody can give a benefit to too much freedom. What is the benefit? Nobody can ever answer that question. It actually ends up being destructive. Too much freedom is destructive. People actually need to be told what to do. People actually need to fit within an order and a structure. They need that as human beings. You do not benefit from too much freedom. It destroys you. So what you're going to end up seeing with somebody in the chat said, this is not a competition. I guess to the point I made, it absolutely is a competition. You will not realize my kids are in competition with your kids over jobs and all of that. And while I'm getting them ready, you're saying it's not a competition. I'm not saying that person has kids, but you don't realize you took your kids out of the race by not prioritizing the competition like I did. You see, so like I said, it takes go ahead.
But the problem is that competition has only existed at a high level. So like the majority of society, we said, hey, this your sports team. And me and Sharon fight over the Cowboys and the Niners. And we think that's competition. See, only the top level people actually compete. Everybody else is playing a game that they don't know they're playing. So the problem is when you're a top performing guy, or at least a top level thinking person, right? Because we have leaders of thought, right? And a lot of people don't understand that there are people that listen and there's people that think. And then there's leaders of thoughts, right? And which we know tend to be the men for many reasons. When you express your views, I'm thinking to myself, like, you talking about the top performing families, bro. Like the majority of people don't understand what you're talking about. You do realize they was giving out participation trophies that people was like, yeah, every kid is special. And and me and you will sit there and say, no, they not. But we looked at it like we crazy if we say that out loud. So yeah, you have to understand you're speaking to a very small demographic of people that believe in competition, that know this world is competition, that want to compete, know they have to compete, not going to complain about it, just going to get in the game, and the rest of the world is going to think they competing with sports teams and cars and little things that are relevant to the actual competition. So
absolutely, man, this is a compelling conversation. What up, Callie? You just listening? You soaking it all in? We're not getting on your nerves today?
Callie loves me.
No, I'm not. Y'all not getting on my nerves, but no, I was texting my best friend.
Bet.
How was your best?
But I am listening.
No, I just think that we're headed to this dangerous path where we don't realize just how much control parents are losing from their own children. We don't realize it because we're not empowered enough to take away our own selfish desires, because even if you're poor, you can at least have education, right? This is the thing people don't understand. All they doing is reading from a textbook to your child, giving them a curriculum in which you can do yourself. You can go online and find out what curriculum do I need to teach my child and read from the goddamn book myself. You can actually do that. But the problem is, like Sharon said, a lot of these people are not positioned to do that because of selfish desires, their inability to understand what's more important. And see, me, I'd rather just continue to live in this poor life that I have now if it means that I can at least take my children out of that school, raise them, teach them what I want them to learn, instead of putting them in positions of people who don't want to be at their own damn jobs. These teachers don't want to teach no more. They are upset. Have you seen the revolution of these teachers? And they ain't even getting the money. They just want to quit. And the only thing that's making them hold on is the guilt from quitting, because children are involved. And I always tell you,
it's the pension and the retirement.
It's not no damn pension, man. Like, okay, I can see, sure,
it's
the pension.
It's
I
not
don't want to talk about pension.
These teachers leave all the time. They don't give a fuck about these kids. It's the money that's keeping them there. And the reason why we got bad ones because they don't get paid enough.
And it's been this way because I distinctly remember when I was coming up in school, I had teachers that would tell the whole class blatantly, "Look, y'all can do what you want. I get paid either way." So,
Exactly.
like,
Y'all know the answer
It's not a guilt.
the
They
answer
don't care
can
about
be
else.
both, right? It doesn't have to be one or the other. It can be both.
I got a request to be the top spot of the sponsor of the show from the gang, so I'm just acknowledging that. I have to tell y'all, this is interesting hearing different perspective. Mothers, fathers, fatherless children, motherless children, people that ain't got no dog in the fight, that have a dog in the fight. Just how concerned one is, how unconcerned one is. It's really quite interesting to me. I have a level of concern in general because I like to try to think a little more in depth. And I often during these shows don't even give out my full thoughts because they are dangerous, and I'm not unaware that they can be dangerous. So I don't even dive as deep into these conversations as I because I think it can become extremely dangerous for a lot of these conversations. But the stuff that you see on a day-to-day basis, man, listen, y'all see what happened in Canada where they literally all drugs are legal, everything pretty much, right? If you're up to date what's going on in Canada, right? They're not that far away from us. We're not that far away from it either. Like I'm literally walking over bodies in San Francisco every day, zombies, like all the time. And this is one of the richest cities in all of the world. My gosh, man. Man.
So this is The Walking Dead. Where the hell's Officer Rick? Fuck.
He said The Walking Dead. No, it's just that when I saw this legislation, and I'm like, okay, I understand it's not something that's so polarizing to where you can get offended, be like, this is insane, but it's enough to make you go, why? It's enough to make you go, why? And for me, that's all I need for my brain to go into analyzing mode. And then I go in, dang, I got women saying we don't need no man. I ain't heard men say that. I mean, I ain't heard men say they don't need women, right? They'll fight back. You don't hear men saying they don't need women. That's a woman's movement, right? What you hear is a man respond to a woman saying, you need me. What the? See, a man ain't never told a woman you need a man. They came out of nowhere and said, we don't need no man. You know who used to tell women that they need a man? Other women. See, that's Sharon. That's the understand. It was the women. You can't keep no man. Where your man at? I remember distinctly other women was on their line. I bet you can't get a man though. Wasn't no man doing this.
Exactly.
It was predominantly women because women used to hold the line of morals in society. Women used to turn their back on everybody. Nope. If you go against the right way, we disown you. Women have gone away from disowning children. Now only the men are strict to some of this stuff. Like, nah, we ain't moving. The women ain't supporting it no more. So that's why they have I'm sorry, Shira, I know, but that's why the kids, when they get on that podium, I want to thank my mama for this MVP award. Like all these different reasons, man. I don't know how mom jumped to the top of the list, but that's how far are we getting.
Exactly. I mean, you hit the nail on the head because if you think about it, let's not even say, because strong fathers have a hard time with what you're saying. They're like, fuck, no, that ain't gonna happen. But if we look at it logically, mothers are the children's first teachers. Women are also in primitive cultures the griots. They teach the history of the whole culture.
I said that previously.
Yeah, they teach the history of the whole culture. So just imagine if a woman is teaching her daughter or she's enabling her son by telling him he don't have to be industrious. He can relax like modern mothers tend to do. The world is too hard on you, and telling their daughters, you don't need a man. And that's the first thing they're being taught in intersexual dynamics. So you're not even present for that. You just see your daughter out here working on her schoolwork, thinking it's a good thing. The whole time she's doing it so she can be absent of a man in her life. That's just crazy.
But also the way that she came to be in that position is because when we fall and you get a cut or something, your mom is holding you, cuddling you, kissing you, making you something, to eat and shit like that. And dad is saying, don't be a bitch, get your ass up.
Yep.
And whether we need that or not, the way you internalize it is mom cared and nurtured. And dad was tough on you.
You can't take it immediately when you're young. You real sensitive when you're a child, right? We don't know how important that is to fall on our knee and keep crying and get stared at like you better get up, as opposed to mom, oh my baby, you okay? We don't understand the importance of that until it's too late.
The craziest part about it is that it's of course it's gone. It's gone from American culture. It's gone from white families. It's gone from black families. What I can remember though, women used to be so thorough that they would even want to help, but they're trying to emulate what the dad does. They're so on the dad's side. Was like, what would the dad do in this situation? To where I can remember some ladies being like, nah, your dad would want you to suck it up, stop crying. Like they start talking like the father.
Word.
I still remember that when I was young. Women be like, no, your dad said stop crying. You better stop crying. I have not seen that in 25 years.
Yeah, you talk about the
again when I was coming up, Trigger Mike, you speaking to my life, because when I was coming up, anytime that I went through something and I tried to run to mom because I knew mom was the soft one. Kids go to whoever the weak one is out of the two dynamics. Kids will automatically go to whoever they feel is the weak one. So for me, that was my mom. I would run to my mom and she would be like, nah, go talk to your father. And then I start crying, burger bubbles and shit. Yeah, nah, yeah. Because I didn't want that boy.
I don't think that's necessarily true. I mean, I think because when you look at boys, they tend to gravitate toward their fathers. Like, I mean, I don't know if that. I don't know, because like, let's say you ask your mom to do something and she have attitude. You can just ask your dad because he won't take. He thinks it's cool or whatever. I mean, I don't.
Well,
I don't know
it depends on the situation, though, Citizen Lou, because it's what he said. It's who's easier to manipulate to get what they want. So it's not just the crying situation. It's like two parents are home. Dad will enforce the protocol and the rules, and mom might be more likely to acquiesce to my demand, right? I think the issue that women have, because I don't want to call women terrible mothers. It's not that you're actually a terrible mother. It's that without father's presence, mom doesn't even know what she's doing wrong. All they want is for their child to be happy. Now, if that's all a mom wants, how much can children manipulate them? Because it's not about your health. It's not about you not rotting your teeth because you ate too much candy. It's, are you happy or not? You see what I'm saying?
So hold on, let me catch up on a couple of these super chats real quick. JB says, Aaron, if you have Hulu, which I don't, please watch the Try Harder documentary. I'll find it some way, though. I don't have no subscriptions. It'll provide some of the things we discussed on your last show. Yeah, I talked about that Harvard stuff at the beginning of my show. If you missed it, you missed it. JB says, San Francisco and Portland are the top examples in America of the logical conclusion of leftist policies. Leftist policies produce shoot holes. Yikes.
What are right-wing policies?
I don't know. Up with the BM says, spoiled kids do not equal productive adults. Too much spoiling. Nothing spoiled is good. Spoil me rotten. Leave all your money to me. In San Francisco, I was walking into the office of a multi-billion-dollar company, and there was an actual human feces just steps away from the entrance. Bro, it's disgusting. Like, I kid you not. It's, as somebody that's born and raised here, which ain't a lot of us, to see the rise and fall and the heights and all this, it's really disheartening. It's really disheartening to know that a lot of stuff has been taken away. But you know what's interesting? Some white guy put a post up, right? And he said, you know why a lot of the stuff in San Francisco is going bad? Because they pushed all the black people out, and black people are the culture. When it comes to that good barbecue, when it comes to dancing, when it comes to that, the culture is just pushed out. Now it's just about who can afford it the most to stay here, as opposed to the culture of the town. So it was an interesting clip, and I'll find it and I'll play it for you guys when I find it again. But it was kind of interesting. So,
no, it's a true statement, though. The dude's spot on with that. I mean, let's be real.
Hey, I trust all the white people that get on there and say, the goddamn sports is a coliseum. Okay? Why pay somebody $5 million a year? Nobody's worth that. But when you want to distract people.
Absolutely.
So, like, look, when white people breaking it down, I know what y'all, I trust those white people. They telling the truth.
Bread and circuses. It's worked since Rome. Why change it?
Man, we're not changing. As a matter of fact, we're exacerbating. It's actually getting worse to where we're mechanizing everything. Everything that is bad for us, we're turning into a system. So now you're a social media influencer. Social media is bad, not if you're the influencer. So now we go influence people to find a whole bunch of people to influence, right? Which makes them want to use social media absolutely more. That's not good, right? That's the bad part. And then we got video game influencers. Like everything that we've identified that has a negative connotation to it, we put influencers and tied them to it. And the one thing we understand about people is that there's a sheep-like mentality. If you can get people to follow somebody, most people will fall in line. Many people will not object to things and be opinionated against the crowd. It just doesn't happen, because who wants to be isolated and be that one person that says not guilty after 9 out of 10 say guilty, or y'all still stuck in there deliberating whether somebody guilty or not, and you that one person that's like, I don't know. Now you got to stay here 6 more hours, 12 more hours.
And
like
everyone hates you. Yeah.
So a lot of that is going on. And so it's just what I've been noticing. It's
gang.
They don't appreciate JB trying to take this top spot of the stream. JB is a good friend of mine, though he always does support the work that I do. But GMB said, no, you can't have the top spot of the stream, JB. Sit down. And that's kind of messed up. But JB prefers these conversations. You know why? Because he believes in saving the children. He believes in saving the children. And I believe we should give the children to more people that are prepared to take care of children. So that's what I think. But who am I to tell a parent how to parent? That's why I asked you on the beginning of the stream. Should we be involved in people's parenting? Should we have influence? Should we have a say-so in it? Should that lady be able to proud her child around and say, this is a J baby, this is a J baby? Should she be allowed to do that? Should we have a problem with it?
See, a lot of people, I hear a lot of libertarian talking points. Okay. And I understand where they're coming from, right? Because they see any incursion from the state as a bad thing. Because historically in the US, that's a bad thing. And I understand where that's coming from, but politics is a power game. No matter any way you look at it. Politics is a power game. The left is wanting to trans your kids out, and the right is wanting to not do that. So, I mean, if you gave the power in the hands of, and like I said, I hate the left-right dichotomy, but as of right now, if you put the power right in the hands of the right, at least they wouldn't try to do that to your kids. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
that is all.
They'll just disenfranchise your votes and restrict your movement and fuck you over every other way. Yeah, that's
well, Citizen Lou, this is the Bumpkin is actually 100% right, but here's why.
No, he's not.
No. Let me get it out. This liberal conservative thing, we go too far with it, because if you actually understand politics, you absolutely need both. Politics is cyclical. You see what I'm saying? So they're both necessary. There is a time when you need liberals, because conservatives have gone too far. They've gone too far with tradition. They're not innovative. And then that's when liberalism comes in. The young people usually influence things and innovate, right? Because young people are more likely liberal. But we're at a time right now where the young people have gone too freaking far. They're now, the one thing you cannot touch is people's children. So now conservatives, even the people who are moderate, are going to flip to the conservative side to save the children, because conservatism is needed. They're going to go too far. They're going to be too traditional. They're going to give too much power to corporations and the state and all that. And then liberals will have their time again. It's just a cycle, bro. We need both.
I mean, I always advocate for a synthesis of the two, right? Both sides should make a compromise. The conservatives should make a compromise on the economy, and the liberals should make a compromise on the social conservatism. But nonetheless, that's not going to happen.
So
I can agree with that.
I actually got some footage of this. Funny you say this, JB. I actually got some footage of this, but yes, they absolutely do leave doors open, unlock windows down. They don't want you to break their window. They got writing on things, says, please don't break my window. Nothing's in there. They will go everywhere out of their way so that you don't break into their cars. Because I'm telling you, San Francisco, Oakland, Bay Area, at those areas, your car getting taken, something's getting snatched. You know who's really heavily taken advantage of? Foreigners. So people that are visiting from other countries, they leave their laptops or whatever the case is in the car, and foreign money in the car because they don't know no better. They get hit, man. They get hit heavy. JB says, I remember seeing a lot of cars with the trunks up, and when I asked a local why, they told me it's because of all the thieves. Oh, it's actually getting worse, to tell you the truth, though. Let me see. You know what? I actually have a video of a woman, and I think it's from one of the Bay Area.
So why would anybody want to come to California?
I'm not advising you too.
Because it's great. The weather's awesome. Jobs.
Yeah.
I love LA.
California is great.
I got the video right here. Hold on. Now, this is, I believe this is in Oakland, California. But you know, similar things. This is an interesting video because here you will see a woman.
Please don't take it, please, sir. Please don't take it. Thank you. Thank you.
So
please don't take it, please, sir. Please don't take it. Thank you. Thank you. Please.
So is that the lady on the hood saying
Damn,
that?
she's pleading like,
yeah.
Damn, but he got out though.
Yeah. So he jacked it. You know what I'm saying? He was about to get up out of there, and she saw him at the last minute jump on top of the car, and she said, please, 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 right? Because sometimes you never know what people are going through. You know, you don't know how important that car is to getting to work, picking their child up. They going through a bad divorce, breakup with a man or whatever the case is, and that car is everything. To me, I just had to let you take the car because I know what comes with trying to stop somebody from trying to take your car. But
word,
yeah,
I just realized something. They stole the catalytic converter here in Houston from the bus in my wife's business. They have a bus. They pick up their patients every morning. I ordered another one. It came from California. Gang. Yo, the one that I ordered came from California for the low. It was, you know what I mean? I was like, okay, I'll get it. I just ordered a center stack in my car because the other one went out. It was $1,100 from the dealership. It was $200 on eBay. OEM center stack, and it came from California. You just now telling me all of this stuff that I just bought is probably stolen. I'm just now realizing.
Oh, bro, man.
Hey, likely.
Damn. I was like, damn, this stuff is for the low, and it works.
I'm telling you now, they steal and take everything. And listen, I got another video. I got to find out. Listen, they will just take anything, and if it's under a certain amount, a dollar amount, they can't do nothing to you. They can't call the cops either. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. But don't listen. It's not a good place to live right now as far as like petty crimes. They still ain't taking everything. So they're not extremely violent when it comes to like the Chicago's, the St. Louis's, the New Orleans, and all that bad. All those places. It don't have that level of violence, but when it comes to other crimes and things like that, they up there. It ain't comfortable, and it don't mean that they won't get down. It just means they get away with these other crimes. So what happens is when you have like new DAs coming in and out of office, they'll decriminalize something that was over criminalized. For example, breaking and entering, car thefts, right? We got all these black men in jail because of petty crimes like car thefts and things like that, getting 5 years and things like that. We think it's wrong, right? And all the people are like, yeah, you're over criminalizing. So then they decriminalize that law, right? And then what happens is then because it's less penalty for doing it, those crimes spike. So then another district attorney will come in and go, I will get a hold of this. This is wrong. Like we got to put a stop to this and just recriminalize it. Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like, just hefty penalties onto it. And that's all they do. That's
Aaron,
all they do.
You just explained the liberal and conservative cycle that I just explained a second ago. That's exactly how it works.
But yeah, I'm with you. I listen. Listen. I don't care about this whole Republican Democrat. I'm an independent slash don't give a damn person. I want to win in life, and I want to be able to do it in lieu of politics. Although I do think it's necessary for you to vote. But at the same time, I don't believe none of those people. Neither side of them, they're both in it for their own selfish needs, right? But it doesn't mean conservatism is necessarily means you're a Republican. A lot of people confuse those things, but that's
Yep.
the problem that we have.
I will add though, with the with the with the puberty blockers and all that sort of stuff with the kids, that's something that there's really no going back from that point. If that's allowed en masse, where 13-year-olds can start getting puberty blockers or starting getting sex change and stuff like that, I'm getting the panel back on topic, Aaron.
No, it's fine. Look, when you see my face like that, don't assume I'm intentionally doing anything. I'm thinking that I'm intently listening to you.
All right. That's something that we can't go back on. Those allowing kids to do that en masse and indoctrinating them, that's something that you can't go back on. That's like a permanent side effect for generations. Because you know the majority when a child gets a sex change, right? There's no reverting back. You don't get to revert back after that. And even if you were able to, what is it like? 90% of the time, it's basically chemical castration, or it's basically you're not able to have kids. So this is the problem, because this is something that if it happens en masse, it's gonna have a drastic. It's gonna cause a drastic societal just downfall, just straight into the gutter.
Oh, it's already happening. There are people there are people that are suing their doctors for egregious amounts of money because they decided to have it when they were younger, and they don't like the results in their adult life, and they want to go back.
Yeah, they absolutely, they can't stand it, and they decide, and when they're adult, when they're older, and they realize the impact that decision made, they want to revert back. Yeah, it's called like detransition or something like that. But
which is why children should not be allowed to make their own decisions.
Exactly. You wouldn't.
Aaron, and this is what I was talking about earlier. We got to find those people on their side already, so this way they cannot say we are just discriminating, and get them on our side on saving the goddamn children. That's the only way this is going to work. So we're going to have to break a couple of eggs to make this goddamn
the problem is, Sharon, I'm going to say something that's not very comforting. You know which people have to do that? The women. And see, that's the uncomfortable part. Let me tell you why. Men lose if they see us too buddy with men on the other team. Women already have a natural fear, like, oh, what's going on over here? That's your homie. That y'all rocking like that now. Like, we don't get to play both sides of the fence. That's what makes men so consistent and so dependable, because they ain't playing both sides. You know where they stand.
What, goddamn it,
a lot of women already part of the team anyway.
I'm going to change the narrative. I'm going to have me some goddamn friends on that side. I'm going to we're going to be hanging out together.
Part of the team anyway.
We're going to be drinking beers and having jokes with each other, talking about reach around, and I'm going to get them on our
You go for it there, brother Sharon.
I'm going to have to make it. Aaron just said it. I'm going to have to make the sacrifice and have it okay for a straight man to be in their own sexuality, to have gay people on their team, so this way we can fight together side by side, not behind each other. We're not going to be behind. We're going to be side by side. We don't
specifically.
Well, you know
what I see is there's a specific stigma on the black male when it comes to being too close to gay dudes. I don't think the Caucasian male has that same thing, because, like, I'm just throw it out there. Bumpkin, you could vouch for me, because I know that you know about this behavior being of what.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
The white dudes do the most petty, gayish shit to each other and still be straight afterwards.
Yep.
They be doing some pranks and shit that a nigga will kill you for. Like, I'm dead ass.
Anybody who's been in locked up can attest to that.
I'm dead.
No pun intended. Dead ass. Go ahead.
Say that again, Trigger Mike. I didn't hear you.
No, I
Said
don't
no
want to
pun
say it
intended.
again. I had to tell myself pause
He said, "I don't
when I
want to
said
say
it.
it
Yeah, I
again."
had to tell myself
It was
pause.
it
I had
was
to,
it
I had to
was
pause
sus. It
myself.
was sus the first.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep that to
But
myself.
look, what you call it? I was gonna say that the only big influencer that I know that is against those puberty blockers on the left would be Destiny. But for Destiny, then you have this dude FD Signifier that is for it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like for everyone, for so far, all I found was a 1-for-1.
Real quick. Do you see this video? Now, this video is people on their way to merge onto the freeway here in the Bay Area, right? Uh this happens in probably less than 1 minute, right? Check this out.
Shit.
Nigga, use a lot.
So when I tell you,
That was like a Scooby Doo
Why'd
train.
y'all
He
get
didn't
out
know
the
which way
car?
to run.
all right. So for y'all that don't know,
This
we
is
call
in
that
the
for y'all that don't know, we call that bipping where I'm from, right? So
What's
I
it
didn't know
called?
San Fran was that bad.
it's
Hold on.
called
What is it called?
bipping. BIPPEN for back of better words. BIPPIN don't matter, right? It's slang.
Do
We
you
call that.
know what that means?
Bipping.
So
BIPPEN.
essentially, what happens is you have a device, right, that breaks the glass, right? And I hate to tell you, that goes on all the time. This is how they got out of there in less. That was 40 seconds of that video, by the way. 40 seconds. That was all done in about 32 seconds max.
Mm.
And so what? It might have been like a designer bag in the back window or whatever, and they just dipped
So
it
what
and
it looked
grabbed it and
like?
go.
What it looked like to me? Look, Miller and Swag says Bippin spelled it. I let them spell it both ways, right? Because it's not about spelling the word correctly; it's about understanding the terminology, right? This is the sad part. The sad part is that is common on a day-to-day basis. And what happens is I don't know that person that was targeted, whether they were locals or not. And honestly, it wouldn't even matter because if you slipping, you slipping. But the targets are really foreigners. Like that's the ideal targets. You know what I'm saying? But put your head down for a second. Did you see how late their response was?
That's
Hella
because the
late.
one on the
never even
passenger
heard
side,
of
he
this
came out
before.
and he
Hold
ran
on,
in the
hold
wrong
on.
direction.
That's typical, Aaron. That's typical.
Yeah, that's a
It's even like when you're getting stuck up and people think they're. If you don't practice, that's why you got to train. If you carry, you have to practice. Your body got to do the work for you because your conscious mind is going to react in shock. Like they probably froze, looked at each other to reaffirm what the hell was going on. Then they had to fiddle with their seatbelt, then get out of the car. That process takes forever. You know what I mean? So yeah, people think they're going to react in immediately, but if you don't train a reaction, you're not going to have a quick reaction.
and also why get out of the car? They were completely
I
unprepared for
agree.
that scenario. Why get out of the
I
car?
agree.
If
Well,
I
I mean,
have
I'm pretty sure
Never,
when they
I
heard
always
when
got
they
my
hold on
back
there,
on me.
fellas, for a second.
I'm shooting
This
back.
is the first time I've ever seen this in my life. It's first time I even heard of bipping.
So they did grab a item, not a kid, right?
That
yeah,
was
it was
an
the
item.
item.
Oh,
That was
okay.
Okay. It could just
Because
as
I was,
easily be an
yeah,
item. So GBG in full effect. Tell that little nigga we just dropped the bread. The sniper you waiting outside for that ass. Mike ain't sit up, and I know they gon' blast.
It looked to me that it looked like a backpack. Maybe I could play it again because I don't remember exactly what the item
Duffel
was.
bag.
Yeah, let me
it
play
was
it again.
huge. I thought it was a kid. I was about
It
to
was
say
not
Anybody
a
what
that's
kid.
was going on.
It was
anybody
not
that's
a
pulling
kid.
like a random
But
robbery,
look at their body
you don't want
language after,
kidnapping
right?
on top of
Look,
it.
they blaming each other. Well, you didn't see what happened? Why you didn't do this? Look, watch it. Look, this is a 40-second clip. 40 seconds, right? Look at this. 40 freaking seconds for this interaction to take place. 40 seconds is all it took for them to basically get this done. This is crazy.
Man, I would have just
It's
pulled
those
something from
goddamn
behind
Hondas.
us.
I swear them damn Hondas, man. I don't trust somebody that drives a Honda
The first
Accord.
time I saw
honestly.
the door open, I'm swerving off and out. And then
Damn.
look at this.
Damn.
And that's what that exact point where he broke the glass is exactly where his head would be on the concrete. That's y'all get out.
Wow.
Why are y'all
She
looking
looking
around?
up.
Never
Nobody's
seen
They
this
don't
helping
even
you.
realize.
She mad. Wait, look at her. She jump up and down. She mad.
Nobody's going to help you, madam.
I don't even think they realized it was a car that did it.
That's a laptop. It's a laptop in that thing. It's gone.
Y'all get.
I don't think they realized it was a car that did it. They thought they
Yeah,
was looking for somebody that they was looking for a person.
Hey, I'm gonna be real with you. Most dudes or most guys don't react late. Their reaction might even be faster than the lady's
Look,
reaction.
Smash,
They react.
7 seconds. Give me that.
Yeah,
It's
the
gone.
guy
That's
reacted
exactly-
late because he didn't want to confront the dude. That's it.
That's it.
He didn't want to confront. Like once you saw what was happening, you like, oh, if I get out this car, I might get
Because you-
blasted on.
Because
That's right. He's
it
smart.
Trigger Mike, it might just be the black thing or being a nigga from the hood, but situational awareness at all times when you're driving, I would have seen him pull up on the side
Everybody
view
don't have
mirror.
that, y'all. See, y'all been
It was
so
a female
just-
driving though.
No,
You're
I'm
right
not
on
saying
that.
that. What I'm saying, if you don't
you're
have
right,
any
man.
force multiplier, right, then you're likely not going to get out the car, unless you just about that light and you about
Right.
to whatever squad up. But that's what I'm saying. Most people that carry guns, that train.
Oh,
Oh yeah, he might have got out and started just blasting on the car because he had to run.
How?
that's true.
But
Nice.
my
nice
only thing,
charm.
Aaron, I'm trying to
Hold on,
understand.
real,
So
real quick, I'll be quick. Nice Charm said they got A-Rod. Yeah, Alex Rodriguez got hit for like 500 racks. Yeah, he left some
Damn.
in like a parking lot or wherever. They hit him heavy. That's a fact.
oh, but he wasn't in the car though.
He wasn't in the car, but his stuff was. I forgot.
Oh, so it's called bipping whether you in the car or not.
Whether you in a car or not, but if that window break and you use a device to break it, pretty much in and out. You could be in the
I
car,
understand now.
but if we take you, then that's called kidnapping. Like that's
Okay.
right?
So it's that device. It's for tempered glass, right? That just shatters
You
away.
can buy it on Amazon.
Okay, because I'm like, if it don't shatter away, I'm not dipping my hand in there.
You can just use the goddamn spark plug if you wanted to. Shit.
Yeah,
But,
I was about to say spark plug.
Oh, we know what Sharon used to do in them New York streets.
You old school. You ain't that old, man.
He talk about the spark plug. What did you do in your childhood?
I know you
Those are
to know
trade
that you're a little criminal, Sharon.
He turned his camera off. He turned his shit. I told these niggas too much.
This nigga was on fire.
I think you're hiding your age, Sharon. You're older than you say you are.
Well, real quick, Sir James Brown says Los Angeles is the best born and raised Manhattan Beach out here. What? Los Angeles is the best born and raised Manhattan Beach here. F everywhere else. You can experience every culture here. So he's speaking about Los Angeles. Okay, I didn't understand it initially. You can say that if you want to, but let some of these laws take place and see how you feel about that.
Last I heard, Manhattan Beach got some racist ass cops, but that's just my experience.
Racist cops are everywhere. Jabba, the Rainbow Boogeyman, says the reality is y'all do have allies on your side, but we have to walk a fine line because there is no room for us at y'all table and all of the gayness. Now I get it. I know what you're saying. To find that balance is very difficult. Why you dropping the set, Floor? Listen, man, Floor want to get jumped out. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. Ain't nothing I could do about it.
Y'all really believe that she was down the ride? Y'all really? Okay.
Listen, Lisa. We don't know how Floor is moving in these streets yet. We gotta give her an opportunity to represent.
I mean, we seen her here. We know how she's moving in these streets.
That's a fair point.
That's fair.
So in a fair point, one of my least supporters around here sent me a video. This person supports me the least. Don't really support the channel at all. But I will play the video that they sent me, just because I think it's comparable to what we're discussing right now. And some of you might have seen it, some of you have not. So we will go over this video and be careful because some of you are parents.
I'm an 18-year-old detransitioner from the Central Valley of California. I started socially transitioning and identifying as transgender when I was 12 years old. and I was fast tracked onto medicalization at 13, starting with puberty blockers and testosterone. Before I went on to get a mastectomy at 15, and I stopped transitioning at 16 when I realized that I had regretted my transition and that it was starting to cause me emotional and also physical harm. People often blame my parents and they say like they should have known better and that I should be suing them right now, but I think they're victims just as much as I am. My parents actually had pushed back on me medically transitioning at first, but the team of the medical professionals that helped me to push me really to transition um, never presented any other options. They said that the rate of regret is less than 1 or 2%, and they even lied to my parents that I would be at risk of suicide were I not allowed to transition.
Well, I'm gonna pause there for just 1 second. That's kind of shocking to hear. Uh, they influenced the parents and told them what risk was for their child if you didn't support them, turn your back on them, etc. I think that plays a big factor to understanding that there are people that can influence the parents. Uh, it's extremely dangerous. Uh, I don't know. Like when I think about it, what do you do? Like when you're an open-minded person, you understand there are other kids that have gone through stuff, other kids that have not got support from their families, and they've taken an option to leave the rest of us here on Earth. How do you make that decision? I think it's a very difficult thing to do. It sounds good to say my child gonna do what I say. But it's a scary thing to know that these children are human beings as well. They have autonomy, whether we know it or not. And like we said earlier, since parenting matters so much, the environment y'all foster, support or don't support, I don't think it matters when it comes to other stuff. But I don't fight every battle. I think it's interesting that the parents were told that the rates of which they would live or not heightens. And I'm gonna be honest with you, whether I agree with a lifestyle or not, sentencing them to something with a high probability of not going on is difficult to stomach. And I'm a very, very tolerant, stern person. But even for me, I'm like, dang, you saying 80%? Dang. So I think
You
that's
know
interesting.
what's really messed up about that though? 'Cause I'm assuming this was back in the day. Now studies are coming out saying that the rate of suicide is even higher after transition.
Yep.
That's
how
a
it
fact.
goes.
So
That's the
I
exact
think
reason I
uh,
didn't get the jab, because of all of this experimental bullshit that people put up with. Is like,
well,
oh, we're going to experiment, we're going to see, we're going to say that da da da, and we're going to put the narrative out. But I'm just waiting for that quiet ass commercial for the jab, and now we got the quiet ass commercial playing in real time right in front of our eyes for this mastectomy here. Oh, if you are a loved one, you know what I'm saying? There's going to be lawsuits out the ass behind this. This is terrible. This is
Yeah.
absolutely terrible. How are you going to
but
convince a young girl to cut her titties off?
first of all, number
Why is
one,
that not wrong
biology.
inherently?
Like, what happened to
Shit.
like? I mean, common sense. If your child, you like, don't they understand that children? I remember I wanted to be a pilot at 5. What you want to do in a as a child? That's why I say I blame the parents. Nobody should be able to influence you to go against biology. I'm sorry. They could
Listen,
tell me my child, the possibilities your child might self delete is this. Show me the reports. First of all,
I,
Word.
I
people
hear
think
I hear you, Gary. I think it's easy to pass judgment, and I believe you are who you are. You got to give some understanding that some people are more open minded, that they could be wrong, that science is not all the way a complete thing, that we're discovering things in the future all the time, and being so steadfast to your beliefs that nothing could deter you could be the cause of someone else's life that you're in charge of. I mean, it's reasonable to understand that there's a level of influence when people that are in this field or whatnot are telling you, the teachers at your school are telling, like, there's a lot to take in. I understand your sternness, but
No, it's not even sternness there, Aaron. It's just biology. It doesn't matter what somebody keeps telling you. You still have to have a little bit of self
Like
biology. You
let
know, there's male and
let
female. You can think
yeah.
what you want and feel what you want, but what is still what is.
Like let's rule out all of the quote unquote norms, the traditionalism, the religions, and all of that, and saying that these people are going against God to convert who they are into who they feel like they should be. Let's just look at the biology, like Gary said. You're still, matter of fact, when you die, they're going to know whether you were male or female based on your bones. That's how ingrained it is in your being. So the fact that they're not going to know what you identify as, they're going to look at your bones and say, "Oh, these hips were extra wide. It must be female."
I don't understand. I don't understand, y'all. I don't understand the stuff that, like, y'all so all the way to the left. You're dealing with a 13-year-old or a 14-year-old that can run away and find a dark website that will say, if you want to do this or this, we will support you.
Okay, so what's worse then, Aaron? What's worse? What's worse is doing what you know to be right and standing on it and suffering those consequences, or doing what you really don't know to be right, and then
an easy
and then
answer.
later on, this is what happens.
It's not an easy answer, is my point. I don't know. I'm willing to say I don't know. I'm willing to say if the outcome is your child say bye and you like, it is what it is, that's you. If somebody say, I don't want to be that person, I don't want to necessarily be on the wrong side. I want to be supportive of what my child is saying because I've heard things going the opposite way as well. It's within reason to where the confliction is. I understand you guys do y'all perfect human being stuff, and there's
Nothing to do with perfect, Aaron.
Perfect. Yeah,
Come
it's
on,
not
let's
perfect.
get real, man.
No. Listen to how y'all speaking, right? Because there are people that have y'all views that have decided to be, not adjusting, and their children have left. So y'all
Children have left for less than that, my brother. It's not the big.
If the
You
children
know
are
what I
going to
mean?
leave,
Like,
they're going to
come on.
leave.
First of all, you cannot condone fantasy when you know reality. This is not Mr. Dress Up. Biology is very simple. You know what I mean? I know you can think you're this, but you are what you are. No matter they could have a million change put on breasts, cut off penis, whatever, they're still whatever they are. No matter what is. That's why
And
I feel like.
apparently, if your child run away, they run away.
That
If they
Apparently,
run away, they
that's
run
what the
away.
sentiment is.
That's been going on from the 50s.
Wow.
Sorry to tell you, they run away.
No,
Kids run
that's
away.
how it goes. And this is
You know
this
what I
is the
mean?
thing,
You
and this
can't
is why.
stop it.
Yeah, exactly. And
So
this is the thing, and this is why today's parent isn't strong enough.
I'm going to repeat. I'm not for it. I'm getting to the understanding, the mindset of why somebody might cave into it. I know y'all don't understand that you can do that. I'm not supporting and saying, yeah, they're in the right. I'm not stating that. I'm saying, I could see how the pressure of this or that, and you thinking that this is that, could play an influence. For y'all to sit there and act like that's outlandish, it's ridiculous.
Well, gender dysphoria.
Because you're confirming a delusion.
Oh my God,
A
gender
lot of people
dysphoria.
nowadays
Okay,
a lot of people nowadays are easily swayed and influenced by society. So even if they're religious, eventually over time they're gonna learn to accept certain things that people around them are accepting. It's
gender
not like back in the
dysphoria.
olden days that people were more conservative. Now a lot of people are like way more loosey. You know what I'm saying?
Gender dysphoria is a real mental illness. Okay, just keep this in mind, right?
It occurs in less than 1% of people in the
Oh
world.
my God, Gary, I know. Okay, but gender dysphoria is a real mental illness. Okay, it is diagnosed as a mental illness. And people have mental illnesses, right? I think the problem is that these kids that have gender dysphoria need to seek proper help. But the establishment that is currently psychology or whatever we're so fast to jump to gender affirming care instead of maybe, because gender dysphoria, it's like it's not
Brother,
the it's not the only mental illness that is there. Okay.
they're all mental illness.
Okay. It's
Let, let,
usually it's usually
Fine.
hold on one second there. Can I say one thing? Up until 1986, every one of these sexual outliers, as today is, was considered a mental illness. What's different? Are they still not mental illness?
Gary. What's different is you have an entire system that is affirming and accepting them,
You
and
drinking
we're
tea?
and they're a lot. He is
Yeah,
drinking tea.
always.
And they're accepting them, right? And accepting that a 13-year-old should have a sex change, right? What I'm suggesting is that I could understand where Aaron's coming from, trying to put his mindset in, what the parents are thinking, right? If all of these professionals in the high ranking society is saying this is the best option that you can do to try to help your child with their mental health, then I mean, I could also see why a lot of parents, if they weren't educated enough, would go along with it.
Yeah, especially if they're gonna threaten to take away your children, that's gonna be a bigger motivation.
All right. I want to get back to the video. Let's get back to the video, please.
My medical transition lasted for about 3.5 years, and during that period of time, there was really only one doctor who pushed back on it, and that was the first endocrinologist who I saw um, in order to get hormones. He told me and my mom that there would be risks for my brain development, but immediately after, I was just referred to another endocrinologist, and after only about 6 months of being diagnosed with dysphoria, I was placed on puberty blockers and then testosterone a month or so after that.
Mm.
I had been sexually assaulted in my 8th grade year, and that prompted me to start hiding that area of my body. I mean, I didn't even recognize it as sexual assault, and I didn't realize how much it really had affected me. But I bought my first binder about a week after that happened. I would work out in this thing. I would go swimming in it even, and I got sick of it pretty quick. I wanted to be free of it, and I wanted to be able to go out without a shirt, without having these things that I didn't want on my chest. And in my sophomore year, that was when I really started to consider surgery, and I brought this up to my therapist, and I was referred to a gender specialist before being referred to a surgeon. I had been diagnosed with social anxiety and depression, and my mental state was rapidly declining, and my grades were really starting to suffer. And somehow this wasn't considered when I went to surgery. I was 15 years old. It was far too easy for me to go through this. It was only about half a year between being referred to that surgeon and actually going under the knife. After I had to get the stitches taken out and I had to start doing my dressings, that is when reality started to hit. Every single night, after every bath, after every shower, I would have to look down at these huge wounds. I mean, I was told that this would be part of the process, but you don't really understand just how much of a toll it will take on you until you go through it. It's certainly not for kids. No 15-year-old girl should have to go through that. Eventually, I started to realize that I missed little things about being a girl. Sometimes when nobody was home, I would put on makeup or wear some of my old girl clothes. But I was ashamed of it, and I never told anybody about it. But I kept struggling with these feelings, and I continued to get worse. I had to eventually drop out of school and go into an alternative program, in which I was taking a psychology class. And there was one lesson that was about parenting, maternity, and the development of a child into teenhood. One of the most important parts of the lesson that really stood out to me was breastfeeding and how important physical affection, excuse me, how that bond is important to the emotional and cognitive development of a child and how they function later in social situations. I mean, before that, I never really thought about being a parent or breastfeeding. During one of the consultations for my surgery, I was told that I would lose my ability to breastfeed, but at this time.
Oh, that's a lot to unpack. 15. See, I didn't know the age. Oh man. Oh man. Okay, I need a break. We got 2 minutes left. I need a break.
And this is what I'm saying. Most people are confused as hell about who they are at 15. You know what I'm saying? Most kids, individuals, however you want to refer to them, young people are finding out who they are. You know what I'm saying? As a man, you probably got into your first fight or had a few fights since then. You found out whether or not you're Billy Badass or you ran into Billy Badass and got your ass whooped. It is what it is. There's a lot of things that happen at around that age where you shouldn't really be making lifelong decisions based off of what happened at that age.
We
You know what
we
I'm saying?
agree. We agree on that, but to sit here and act like everybody's going to think the same. We don't live in a world like that. Like there obviously we all know there are going to be more people that go through these surgeries. So let's not sit here and act like we just say, "Hey, be a parent, don't fall for it." They're going to listen to us. They're not. There are going to be people that think differently.
And the issue is when you have medical officials and medical people telling you that these are people you trust with your family's health, and they're telling you that your child is suffering, and they're playing onto your emotions as a parent. And what do you want to do? What's the first thing you want to do when it comes to your children above all anything else? You want them to be protected, you want them to be happy, you want them to feel loved. And so when you have someone who you trust to guide you through this process of being a parent when it comes to your children's health, they're telling you, well, yes, you got to affirm this and you have to affirm that. And it's like, how do you question that while still wanting to seek medical decisions from this person? So it's her story. One of the stories that I follow. Another is Jazz Jennings, who's going through this similar crisis, but as opposite of being female to male, but male to female. And she's having mental breakdowns, mental blocks on how that transition and what she needs to do to overcome these challenges and live in the body that she's permanently assigned to at this point, where she can't have this reversed, where she's gone and had the bottom surgery. You can't attach that back. So it's like, I hear what Gary's saying, but I don't think he's really being objective in this moment about where Aaron's coming from and questioning how do we communicate with these people and understanding dean transitioners and their stories. Because I'll tell you what, my side of the aisle, we block it. We don't want to hear it because I think what it does is challenge and question our identities, even though our identities shouldn't necessarily be attached to our sexuality in that way. I feel personally, but that's how it is for us. And so then when we come on to your side, it's like everything's traditional, traditional, traditional. If you're not this way, you're still wrong no matter what. I can agree with all of you here, but the fact that I'm still zesty is for a lot of people will still be a problem. So I think that it's like I said in the super chat, it's a very, very fine line that we have to walk.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Jabba, let me say a little something for a second. First of all, I don't believe any child should ever have this surgery. If the doctor or the parents who allow this should be locked up. It's fine any adult that wants to do this because you're grown and it's your decision. For a parent to be involved in a delusion and going against biology, we already know what is real. There's male and female. It doesn't matter what you feel like inside your head. You go to therapy for that. You put your child as a parent in therapy if that's what it takes until they're 18. When they're 18, they make that decision. Because when you make that decision as a parent, it will always be your fault because that is a minor. A child must not make decisions for themselves in those kinds of ways because you already know it's a delusion. You're muted.
I know, I'm muting him. Go ahead, y'all.
We agree on that. I don't agree with the punitive because I think it's just that like locking someone up for wanting to help their child. It just seems kind of productive to me personally. But we can agree that children should not be making these kind of decisions. How do we go about rectifying that is the problem.
By being parents. Your child can say whatever
like
they want.
You say like that's so simple. Being a parent is the most simplest thing to do in the world. It is not. It's not.
When did I say it was simple? I never used those words. I'm saying, but being a parent is responsibility, number one.
Absolutely.
If you know better, you have to do better. You already know that this is a delusion. It cannot be real. What you feel in your head and you're thinking that this and that. It's like a kid. You have a child, a 5-year-old or a 7-year-old, thinks he's Superman. You don't let him jump out the window, do you?
Of course not.
Well, it depends how tall the window is.
You see, you're a bad parent, Sharon. You know what I mean? Because you will let your kid be in delusion. You can't do that, brother. You're like, I'm not a parent, but I'm figuring if you're a parent, you prepare your child for the best. Understand? You don't let your child live in delusion.
But Gary, you're
Yes,
a man. You have to take that in consideration, which the majority of us speaking right now are men. Do you understand how much women prioritize feelings? How much they prioritize men not understanding what women go through because they don't get to express themselves and for we to understand and to think that their child is going through something that the world don't understand. It's a lot more to this than we're willing to identify. This doesn't mean I'm agreeing. This doesn't mean I'm saying that it's what's right or wrong. I'm saying, go ahead.
I get you that the women are doing this. I have no. It's a fact, though. It's a fact. It's a fact. The majority of children that are doing these things here is women, like single mothers, are allowing and indulging into these kinds of things because they don't want to live in reality. But any 2-parent household that allows their child to do that, like I said, they should be arrested because that dude is not a real dude. Common sense and biology. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter what your child, oh, my child is hurting. No, wake up. You can't let your child live in a delusion if you truly love your child. If you say you love your child, how do you let your child live in Alice in Wonderland instead of today? If we know right and wrong, do we not do it? Or we just compromise in the wrong because somebody feels better?
Well, Granville says Lee drink more tea than Aaron drink water. Cap, not a chance. Kelvin says the old world ended in 2012 and the portals opened. So these are non-benevolent spirits pretending time to be benevolent. You have to raise your energies, your consciousness. Be aware. I wish this was a simple answer, but I don't think that it is. JB says, thank you for playing the video, Aaron. I wanted people to see that this evil leftists are pushing this girl's life is ruined. It's disgusting. I kid you not. I don't necessarily disagree with how crazy this is. AL says, did you hear about the botched circumcision that happened at Grady Hospital in Atlanta during the 80s? I was born in the 80s, but not in Atlanta. They said they turned those boys to girls. Oh, I don't even want to think about that.
I actually know all about that story. It's horrendous. It's horrendous.
Whoa. Is that a true story?
Yeah, it was 2 twin boys. One boy was fine, but the other boy had a botched circumcision. So this dude named John Money He was a psychiatrist. He wanted to prove that there was no difference between gender, right? The whole foundation of
sex and
gender identity is around this guy, right? He wanted to prove there's no difference between genders, right? Man and woman. So he and his parents, the parents of the kid allowed this to happen, by the way, which is mind-boggling. Completely raised this boy to be a woman or to be a girl, right? And then took several provocative photos of him. It gets real bad. Even had there's a lot of sexual stuff that went on as well, and that kid that transitioned ended up killing himself at 32, and then his brother, the twin brother, also ended up killing himself not far after that. And this guy is the basis of this entire ideology. And that guy got away with all of that, by the way. He was not arrested. It's a horrendous story.
BOB says the LGTIEMOP folks have separated sex, gender, and sexuality into three separate parts. For gays to condemn trans is like the Army condemning the Navy, while all of them are a part of the same military. Gay says trans are more like than not. I don't know about that.
I have no delusion that I'm a man, so
yeah, I don't know about that. This is crazy. Let me play the rest of the video. Let me just get through the video. This is crazy. This is probably why I don't watch this stuff, like a lot of stuff, because this stuff is driving me crazy.
This didn't mean anything to me because I didn't know anything about that. I wasn't even thinking about being a parent because I was 15 years old. I had just completed my sophomore year. There was no way that I would have been able to really understand what that meant. It was then that I realized that something beautiful and uniquely female was taken away from me forever. And I was perfectly healthy before that. I was only a kid. I really didn't get any help with the transitioning. I basically just did it all on my own, and I never got any guidance. I stopped taking testosterone cold turkey, and I experienced some complications from that. My gender specialist who referred me to the surgery really was at a loss of what to do with me. And I've talked to my surgeon. I've reported that I regret my surgery and that I'm having complications with it years afterward. And his response was, okay, just put some Vaseline on it. that'll fix things. But it actually temporarily made it worse. And that was really the last straw. I feel like now I can't depend on my healthcare provider or any doctors at all. I don't think the biggest problem with my transition was that I regretted it. What's more damaging was that they lied to me and my parents. They coerced my parents into allowing me to do this. They withheld a lot of information from us. But even then, at the age I was, I just wasn't capable of giving informed consent. And it's seriously affected both my mental and physical health. I'm still recovering to this day. I don't know if I'll be able to conceive a child or safely carry a term, and I certainly won't be able to breastfeed. And the people that did this to me need to be held accountable.
I agree with her 100%. The people that did this thing to her should be held accountable 100%. You're not supposed to be experimenting on children. People trust doctors too easy.
Uh, even then, that's complicated because if the parents signed off on it, how do I argue that the doctors get in trouble now?
Because the doctors were the ones that were supposed to inform the parents, knowing that this was going to cause irreparable damage to this
They
young
don't.
child.
You see, you don't. Oh man, you sound so definitive in what you're saying, and
You're
I
going
don't.
against biology, brother. Come on. Every doctor has to pass biology.
You're not okay.
Aaron,
Listen,
it could be argued that it is more on the lines of malpractice if they didn't inform them the repercussions or the side effects.
the thing is, this surgery stuff is new. There's not an extreme amount of data on it to study. A lot of the stuff that we have more definitive data on is hundreds of years, 100 years, 150 years, an extensive amount of time period for us to assess and then make judgments on. This is relatively short. Now,
But
I'm not listen, I'm not in disagreement. I'm on Gary's side, but I don't only think one way, I think more than one way. And realistically, I put the accountability on the doctors and the parent. Like there are things that people like the parents are supposed to have authority over the children, but now you're saying, oh, the doctors should have authority over the parents over the children, and we're shifting blame. So everything can be right. I don't care. I'm not involved in this, but I'm just being objective. How you gonna blame? What if a doctor is just going there just to do their job? Right? We understand you take an oath. We understand you, but if the data and the research says this is what this person wants, this is what the family signed off on, this is what you trained for, do your job. I mean, there has to be some level of understanding that there's room for them to do this. It's not, I don't think they're just totally breaking the law just to do it.
I hear what you're saying, but my pushback would be surgery, even minor surgery, there is always some level of risk, and they will tell you that. They will let you know what's going on. So even if there's not enough data to support long-term effects of transitioning, there's certainly something to tell you that if you have your breast removed, this is likely going to be an outcome, which they did tell her that she will no longer be able to breastfeed. So I think
they told her family that, who's in charge of signing off on that. This is the problem when I say we shift blame everywhere, and it's not going to theoretically work to punish everybody, because then you have people quitting jobs, people saying I'm not getting involved because I could be liable. That's what I'm saying. Moving the accountability is dangerous. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying I'm right. It just sounds dangerous.
No, it absolutely does. Like
I
you said,
personally
when he
think
said the punitive stuff, I was like, I don't agree with that. So yeah, you're right. I hear what you're saying.
the parents and the doctors, all of them should be liable. They ruined this child's life because the parents are in charge of the child and the doctor gave the false information to the parents.
What is the false information?
First of all, this study, it's experimental. How are you going to experiment on children?
There are experimental drugs that are given to children all the time.
Children that are dying.
Listen, I'm not in a disagreement with you, but I'm saying it exists. There are variables at hand that say, yeah, this can happen. The law, unless the law says no, children cannot do this. How do you then blame somebody who's not technically breaking the law?
Well,
I'm not saying right or wrong. I'm asking a legitimate, fair question.
I know. That's why I have to think about it before I answer.
Because I'm on your side. I don't want none of the children to have to go through this. I don't want none of them to have the option to do it, right? But at the laws, and I'm not saying laws are morally right, because I'm not arguing morality here, right? I'm not the morality police.
No, I don't do that either.
I'm just saying, reasonably so, the doctor said, hey, look, this is a newer type of thing. We don't have everything that on here. This is what and this is the problem when you have psychologists involved. Pundits give different answers. So like one doctor who's an expert in the same field can come to a different conclusion. So like it's a lot of gray area here. And I don't have no problem with people being disciplined. I just don't know where it stops. And if we start disciplining everybody for being associated with something, I think it gets a little dangerous. I'm not saying right or wrong. I don't know. I just in my check. I don't know.
Well, I think the main.
I mean, it wasn't it like what, like 10 different doctors? 9 of them went along with it, and 1 of them was opposing.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that makes me have even more empathy for the parents in that instance.
I understand, Calibev, but as parents, as grown-ups, basic biology, like I just can't get past that. I'm sorry. Like that's just the one sticking point for me. We all went to school. We know there's male and female. You cannot turn a male into a female, no matter what you do or what you try, because of our biology. Our bodies will reject it. It doesn't matter what these people say. Your body, you can't force a male to be a female. There's
Doctors
always going to be a medical problem for the rest of their lives.
Yeah. Yeah, Gary. So I think the fundamental, and I hate to say this, but this delves into the culture war, right? Of the normal people in the extreme. I think the best thing you do, because this at a ground level starts at schools, starts at pushing this sort of agenda at schools, and it's sort of more corrupted California to the point of, you've seen this legislation being passed. But reality, this is a slow burn. This has been burning for a while. So I think that if you have kids, or you want to be proactive, then you need to get proactive in your school boards. You need to get proactive in calling out and making as many people aware as possible. I'm not talking about on the internet. I'm talking about in real life. Make as many people aware as possible that these are the side effects and how horrendously atrocious this is. I mean, what else can you do? I mean, really, like, what else can you do besides that?
Yeah,
but I think
I'm with you. Hold on real quick, but let me read these super chats quickly. BOB says, Aaron, if we started removing their arms because they want to have one arm, then any doctor that did this should be arrested. It's obvious that this is wrong. It may be obvious to me and you who are not in the position to determine what the legality of something is. And I don't believe doctors are breaking the law intentionally just to perform surgeries. Now, I understand there's money involved, but I think there was some area where it wasn't against the law, which allowed them to do this. But I'm fine with being wrong. Go ahead and do this retroactive thing and go round up all the doctors that did this with signed off things and see how far that gets. Civil versus criminal liability, Aaron. I don't know the difference. I don't civil criminal is the same thing to me. Dogs and cats, same thing. John, money was one incident, AL says. From what I've heard, there's a series of them that happened in Atlanta when the people found out and sued. One suit was $22 million, another $31 million, etc. These happened in 85 and 86. That is crazy.
Yeah.
Now the question is, if you think that their child is worth letting that happen to get $22 million.
No.
I'm not saying it is. I'm saying that stuff, nah. Then we get into conspiracy theories. Aaron, you're overthinking the obvious. I'm not overthinking anything. Do you not hear me say I'm not in disagreement with y'all, but I think more than just one way?
I mean, if
I
you
know,
want to
I
get
know that's
conspiracy
weird to you,
theories, I have
CLB, but that's just how my brain works. I don't have a one-track mind. My mind goes everywhere. So unfortunately, that's the gift and the curse of being me, unfortunately. So I apologize, but that's how my brain works. So now, unless you're gonna let me into the nerd crew, which I've been painfully kicked out of, clearly, it is what it is. I think this is a big conversation, and luckily we have some responsible people on the panel that can have this conversation. But I just think it's easy to blame somebody and say what the parents should have done. It's just easy to do that. I don't know. I know what I would have done, but can I sit there and say everybody need to do what I say do? No, because every parent different. People have different beliefs. People have different religious beliefs. People don't believe in religion. People go to doctors and go, "Hey, I'm scared. My child is flunking out of school, being standoffish. My child is doing stuff to themselves when I'm not around. I'm worried. What can I do? What have you experienced?" Well, my experience here, I've seen this happen. I've seen this happen. The studies have shown this. Oh, I'm terrified. I don't know what to do. Okay.
So Aaron, seeing seeing that video and seeing all of these studies coming out saying this is bad, that it's going to have terrible repercussions, all that. Do you think if parents are aware of this and they still go along with it, do you think they should be reprimanded in any way, even though they know now they're?
That's a good question. That's a good question. First, I will go to JB and his harassment of me. Aaron, Matt Walsh, author of What is a Woman, has been investigating gender affirming care, and he actually exposed doctors doing this maliciously. Oh, I think there are some. I don't disagree, because I think we can find maliciousness in a lot of professions. So I don't disagree with that assessment. I don't know how many surgeries has existed, and I don't know if we can definitively say every single one had malicious intent to it, right? Because we have spiritual people, we have earthy people, we have people that think differently. So I think there's not enough data for us to do a genuine assessment without being emotionally involved, because let me be clear, when there are children involved, there are emotions involved. And this is why I might have to do a show on the death penalty, right? Because that's a good conversation that I like to break down with good minds. Kelvin Cook says, plasma donation, stay away. You'd be surprised at what they do with your blood, and you wonder why some people just can't get right. I ain't never donated no plasma, but I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, to be honest with you. But shout out to you, Mr. Cook. But yeah, I'm torn. Well, let me answer your question, Bumpkin. If I see a case where somebody does the complete opposite of what this child did, right, and that child goes on to say, "I got this back, and I'm 30 now, and I'm so happy that I got it," and then I get another one saying, "I'm so happy that I got it," and another one saying, "I'm so glad my parents believed and trusted that I wasn't just a child." I don't know. This is why it's difficult, because we don't want to be honest and just say we don't know. Because there could be a bunch of children coming out saying, "I'm glad my parents didn't turn their back on me because I was about to quit." What happens when you have no information?
I think, okay, I think the fundamental problem with this is we're alluding that children can consent to this, right?
I'm not alluding to that.
You're not. I'm not saying you are, Aaron. I'm saying that the people on the opposite side of this argument, right? That
okay, go ahead.
I'm saying that they're alluding that children can consent to this, right? And what I'm saying is children cannot consent in any capacity. They do not have their brain isn't developed. It's not developed enough to be able to consent to these things that have long lasting, especially with impulse control. Most kids, their prefrontal cortex is not developed. They have bad impulse control.
When is your prefrontal cortex developed?
When does it develop fully?
Yeah.
I believe it's 25.
Listen to what you're saying. You see when you use an argument like that, and then we say, what is an adult? 18. Oh, I don't think they're an adult either. I think they're a child. What does the law recognize? Take out your personal feelings. And this is the hard part. This is why we have to have a respect for science. When we're getting emotional about things, and emotions are a very important part of our society. We need them. But we also need to understand when you don't need to be involved with decision making because you're too emotionally tied to this situation, right? A lot of people have difficulties with that. And I'm saying, even though I have emotions drawn to this, bothers me, I'm conscious and aware that I'm going to have emotions drawn to me. So I have to adjust for that. And I'm saying realistically, can children consent to playing sports? No.
No.
Do they play? Yes. Can they get hurt? Have life-threatening injuries? Yes. And they still play. So when I think logically and I start to challenge things, because I don't believe everything somebody says to me without challenging it, right? I start to think like that and I go, sounds like we're getting into some other areas where this consent thing, that children do a lot of things that they can't consent to, that they do that's dangerous. So why are we drawing the line here?
So sport, can I tell you why we draw the line here?
You can't use sports because they're going to naturally just play and run. So that organized sports is something that, we're just getting them more organized. So they're going to naturally play. They're going to naturally ride a bike. They're naturally going to run and play tag. They're going to naturally just run. Most sports are, connected to running. And it's not something that you got to surgically change
Thank you.
to do. So, you could just be a natural self. Like up until about 12, girls and boys actually could play together because the strength is not that big of a difference.
My guy says 30 yards from now, the victims will handle it. I'm not exactly sure definitively what that means. But listen, Sharon, I'm using the consent. You said what, Jabba?
I think he meant 30 years.
No, he said yards. He's talking about.
It could be 30 years.
yards.
You're right. That actually makes sense to say years, right? You say Sharon is just so Sharon. I'm attacking the consent piece, right? Like children typically need their parents to write off of them playing sports, especially organized sports, right?
Correct.
There are things that children can do because they're autonomous, right? That don't require consent, like to go to a basketball court and play basketball. They can do that, right? We ain't got to tell them that you get to play. They make their own decisions. And ultimately, this is a 15-year-old. This is a very dicey conversation, but 15-year-olds can do a whole lot of stuff. And I'm not saying they have the mental capacity to make these decisions, but they can have a decision to get on a bus, go to Mexico. They're not dumb. So when you say they can't consent to something, I'm saying like there are a lot of things that parents consent for their children.
So they cannot go to Mexico at 15. That's for sure. You think they can?
Listen, what I mean is the attempt to do so, trying to get across the border, making these actions that we didn't agree upon. That's what I mean by they're autonomous to making these decisions that we didn't talk about. I'm not saying Mexico's gonna be like, oh, just come on in, 15-year-old. What I'm saying is they will attempt to do so.
You mean like runaways?
Yes. And what I'm saying is things that they're going to be willing to do that we can't always get involved with because they have autonomy. They don't have the laws to support their complete autonomy, but they have the autonomy to do the things that they want. They are instinctive people. They are.
So because they have the ability to run away, we should double check into these whole consent thing. And
no. What I'm saying is that this ain't got nothing to do with consent for the child, because the child ain't consenting. It's the parents. So I'm not using the consent argument. Go ahead.
But wouldn't you argue that laws are in place to challenge that autonomy, or to at least to protect that autonomy in a certain degree?
Yes, we have laws in place where we have a baseline standard of what is too difficult to allow some people to make their own judgments and decisions. However, we have laws that are in place that says somebody else can make the decision for you. For example, you're too young, let's say, to rent a car, right? And they ain't renting you. They ain't letting you get no car at 18. You gotta be 20 something years old to get the car, right? Unless somebody sign off for it. You get what I'm saying? I'm just using arbitrary examples because I can't think of everything on the top of my head. When I'm saying there are people that can sign off for something on your behalf that they can't legally do on their own.
Okay, but what comes off with them signing on that? Risk. The
Yes.
consequences of the risk.
I
think that's what Gary is arguing.
And I said, fine. He also argued the doctor should be prosecuted. And that's where I said, whoa, you see what I'm saying?
Well, I'm with you because I'm punitive to me in this manner. I think it's a bit extreme, but I'm just presenting what the counterpoints to it.
And then, I'm good with it. And then Bumpkin says, well, what happens if they see this video and now they know that this happened and they still make these decisions? And I go, well, what if another kid get on video and say, I'm 30 and it was the best thing that ever happened? You see what I'm saying? Like, where do we draw the line? How do we assess right or wrong there? Is it just because what we do like, don't like, opinions? And then, it's science. Okay, scientists adjust and change all the time. There's adjustments in science all the time.
Yeah, it evolves constantly.
The only thing that don't typically change is the math.
Are we missing the major point there, Aaron?
2 + 2 = 5, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Lying, laughing out loud. It's like you're talking around something. I don't talk around anything. I'm having a conversation. I don't talk around nothing.
You talk around a lot of things, actually, Aaron. I'm gonna.
And why I say you should charge the doctor there, Aaron?
Oh, nothing. I said hi. How you doing?
You a troll, man. Go ahead, Gary.
I said why I say you should charge the doctor, because they're the professional. Understand? Every doctor, before you become a doctor, has to pass biology. There is only male and female. They've worked on cadavers. They've worked on all these things. Logical. We're not dealing with anything that, okay, we have changed this new drug to enhance penicillin. You're talking about actually trying to change something that is nature, which is impossible. You cannot change a male into a female. You can change a female looking, but a male having this kind of surgery can never, ever be a woman. They can even get some of the same parts, but they're still a male with a female outer shell, whatever the case may be. You can never change it. The doctor should be liable because he knows this.
But see, here, that's where we disagree. I don't think they know that. I think they think differently. There are some, because what I found is that when you use expert witnesses on the stand, right? Same evidence, different conclusions.
Absolutely.
And so I'm trying to highlight inconsistencies where you go, this is an expert, this is an expert, they're the professionals. And I'm like, well, two professionals can come to two different conclusions, or they can come to the same conclusion, but we've seen both exist. And so if that doctor does not believe definitively what you're saying, because what they're reading is consistent to what they understand, it makes sense to me. I'm not saying it's right, I'm saying it makes sense.
Well, a doctor, first thing that says, do no harm. That's the first thing of the Hippocratical Oath. Do no harm. This has a possibility to do harm. So you should be responsible 100%. When you sign off and you're an MD, because I have MDs in my family, the first thing it says, do no harm. Just by attempting this surgery, you're going to do harm.
I guess it turns out to be a bad idea. So if the person regrets it, then they're not to be prosecuted. But if the person says it was great and it benefited them, then the doctor shouldn't be prosecuted.
Well, when you find these people that have been coming out and say it's been great, maybe. But every case I've seen so far of most of these people that's went through this, it's the worst mistake they made in their life. So if I have 100 people and 98 of them come and say this is a bad thing, and just because I got 2 that says, oh, it's a good thing, the 2 can go kick rocks because majority rules. We have to stop. Sorry, go ahead, Sharon.
I guess the problem I have with the whole change in the trans thing is that so it's like body mutilation. So if I decide one day, you know what, I need to be paraplegic, cut my goddamn arms off.
Well,
Is that
Sharon,
okay?
they're
Do
actually doing
you guys
that.
remember the story of the lady who made herself blind?
Yeah.
You don't remember that?
Yeah, people are actually doing that. People are.
Yeah. It started
All
already
right,
a
so
long
cool.
time
You
ago
can make
on
yourself blind, but
MTV.
I cannot cut my
I
own
covered
arm
the
off, right?
blind lady earlier in the
Yes,
show.
you can.
I mean, technically, yes, right?
Did you play that video earlier?
Yeah, I did.
But so
All right,
what I'm
sorry.
saying is that, like, okay, if I do it to myself, that's one thing. But if I get a doctor to surgically take my arm because I said, hey, my arm is evil because it be doing its own thing, it be molesting me at night, it makes me grab a bottle of lotion and do stuff to myself. So you need to take this arm off, doc.
Sharon, is it illegal for them to help you take your arm off?
I believe so.
Okay,
I'm not
if you,
sure.
so this is my point that I'm saying. You have to understand. We think a lot of stuff that people do they don't have to do. But if you listen, if I want to lose my foot, if I want to do it, I should be able to pay to get it done. Do we
No.
think? Listen? Do we think you crazy? Yes.
Absolutely.
But
No, but you couldn't say they're crazy.
So my problem with it is that so a doctor take an oath, right, to not do these
we
type
don't know
of
what
things.
the oath is, and
I don't know it.
Technically, you keeping your arm would be more harmful because you believe you're not supposed to have it.
Right. That's what I was going to say, Flora. The Hippocratic oath is to do no harm. But if I'm telling you this is harming me, you have to alleviate the thing that is harming.
I don't agree with that, by the way. I'm just
No,
saying that.
what the doctor has to do
I
is
don't
send
either,
you to a psychologist, not cut your arm off. 'Cause
Yeah,
then they're
but then
doing
if
some
the
harm.
psychologist believes that you truly believe that you need to have this off, then yes.
Then you should be put in an institution.
Right.
That's not they don't do that anymore.
Like you
Yo,
shouldn't
Aaron,
cut the person's
Aaron,
foot
can I
off.
say something? Can I say something real quick, Aaron?
Yeah, go ahead.
So there's multiple implications here, right, that I think you guys need to think about. The first point is that a lot of people, I think about stuff like this as if we actually always have full control over our bodies in the first place, right? And I'm getting somewhere with this. So, for example, you could be, a grown adult, right? You, at least in America, you cannot. There's no legal way for you to end your life, right? Now there
Isn't
there
it
are
in
other.
some states?
No, there's no legal way in America for you to end your life. No legal way, right? So you even at that level, you don't even if you're dying, right? You have to get to a point where doctors basically say, okay, these are the chances of you being able to survive without being essentially just this vegetable, etc. Like there's a lot more to it before they pull the plug, essentially, right? Now, when it comes to children, this is one of those things to me. I can't make sense of it sometimes because I'm like, we can argue about so many things politically, but this is that one issue that I would have never thought that would be a political.
It's legal in 11 states, just so you know.
Sorry, what?
It's legal in 11 states.
What is legal in 11 states?
Do not get sidetracked.
Physician assisted suicide. Sorry,
assisted deletion.
Assisted deletion. Sorry, Jesus Christ.
This is not. No, it's not. But whatever. I'm not even like Aaron said. I'm not going to get derailed. So we've gotten to the point now where we're actually arguing.
Ironically, California is one of them. Sorry,
Can we not do this like this? I'm more focused on the.
I'm just saying we should at least be factual if we're gonna say stuff. Just saying.
Laura, I don't care. So what we're talking about is the children, right? And when we've reached the point where now we're arguing on whether or not we should be allowing children to do this stuff, where a lot of the stuff that they're using, for example, they're using some of the same things that they use to chemically castrate sex offenders, right? They're using that on children now. Okay, like it's literally the same exact stuff, and they're using it on children, and we're arguing whether or not a child should be sterilized, right? Like that's what we're effectively arguing here. I know you're looking this way, but that's effectively what we're arguing here. Is a lot of this stuff actually sterilizes the children.
But who's making that argument?
When you make an argument, when you make a pro gender affirming care argument, right? I'm not saying you are doing that, but I'm saying when anyone makes a pro gender affirming care argument, that's the argument
I'm
you're making.
trying.
There's a reason, right? And this is why you got to be very careful with words. There's a reason the left likes to use these soft terms. And this is not by accident, right? When they use terms like gender affirming care, it just sounds like, that's why they say it's just healthcare, right? It's healthcare. That's all it is. But what they're leaving out of that is that you're castrating these boys, right? You're sterilizing these girls. Like that's what they're not actually saying, which is effectively what it actually is. Okay. So now once this girl loses her breasts, right, she'll never get them back. There's no way to get them back, right? There's no way to get that functionality back. Okay. Once a boy has lost, his genitals, there's no way to get that back. And not only that, they have to live with those wounds, and those wounds can stay for years, for many years, and they're just open wounds. But you don't get to see that, and all you hear is gender affirming care. This thing that just sounds so simple and so innocent, so soft, but you don't realize, again, this is literally harming the children. Why are we arguing over this? This is like comparing this to like a child playing sports and getting hurt. Like that I mean, I don't even understand that comparison.
That wasn't the argument. The argument was consenting. Because the initial statement was children can't consent. I'm like, they're not consenting to playing sports, but they playing sports because somebody is consenting for them. That was the argument. I'm not making no argument about it's a comparison.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough, right? Fair enough. But that's your job. Fair enough, but that's your job. So when you are that's why we have. See, this is the other thing, by the way, is that we've always had minor laws to protect minors, right? We've always had laws to protect minors. We've always, required parents or guardians
always,
right, for a reason. And now for some reason,
those laws came into play in the 60s. We have not always had laws to protect minors.
Oh, he's speaking in modern time, Flores.
No, but you can't say always, because that implies that it's historically been the norm, and it was not. They had to literally create laws to protect children. So I really don't know what you're talking about.
In modern
those
time,
laws been around before you were born. So why are you arguing
I
something
don't
like
care.
that?
Just because it's before I was born doesn't mean it's all of time.
Always.
Well, it's all the time since you've been born.
You guys have really weak ass conversations, so I'm just gonna leave it.
No, you just like to be a fly in the ointment.
No, you just like to be an old man who doesn't know what the. You were just a while ago saying the dumb. I'm gonna leave it at that.
It's funny. You're
not worth it, old man. You're not worth it.
Makercraft, you sounded really stressed right now.
First of all, you didn't even know that 11 states have physician-assisted deletion. You didn't even know that, and you just came on here and said it's illegal in the U.S. At least know about stuff when you're saying it. Like, at least have some real knowledge. Some real knowledge. Like, I don't know, whatever. Or just talk out of your butthole, then.
Don't laugh at him. Don't laugh at him.
Is the retard done? Can I continue now?
Watch the word.
You gotta say special, JB.
I don't know about retard. She was kind of right though.
She actually wasn't. I'm just not gonna let her derail it. She actually wasn't, because here's the thing. Here's the thing that she's not mentioning, that federal law, supersedes any state laws. So Massachusetts, for example, can say it's legal to do whatever the fuck Massachusetts says it's legal. If federally you can't do it, then you can't do it.
You mean federally you shouldn't be doing it? People still do it.
Well, if we're talking about if we're talking about physician-assisted suicide, no, they could actually get in trouble for that. But again, I'm not even gonna let her derail this derail the point. The point I was getting at is that ultimately this is about protecting minors, right? And we've always had this idea that we must protect the children. Okay, so if we're suddenly changing what it means to protect the children, if now what the leftists are pushing is that actually this quote unquote gender affirming care actually is in favor of the children, except they leave out all the actual harms of it. And on top of that, you have no data, right? There's not a single, this is actually one of the critical things. There's not a single piece of substantial research, okay, that any of this stuff actually works. In fact, there was a congressman recently who actually called out a Yale doctor on this, right? And he actually told him, he asked him, He said, hey, I mean, he asked her, can you tell me one study, just one? Give me one study, right, that shows that long term this does not harm the children. That I mean, he provided the criteria, and she could not name not a single study. So actually they're experimenting on kids. That's effectively what they're doing. Is just like the jab, they're experimenting on kids.
But JB, but then we're having more of a circular conversation because that's what Aaron was just arguing earlier about
What's up, loser?
long-term studies.
Yeah, I don't think I'm disagreeing with Aaron. I think and I do think like Gary, there's one point I think Gary was missing is that because I actually mostly agree with Gary on this, but I think the problem that the parents face it's because I have empathy for the parents, right? Because this is a form of emotional blackmail, right? When you tell a parent that your child might do this, and these people are supposed to be the experts, so by default most people just trust them, and this is the mistake now. Unfortunately, we can't just trust these folks anymore, and I think that's sad, right? Because we used to have faith in the system, right? Or at least when it came to doctors, right? Like I know, growing up, my parents, they trusted my pediatrician, they trusted the doctors in our lives, etc. But when you basically reach the point where you can't just take these people at their word anymore, because now they're going to use these emotional blackmail tactics, and it's very money driven, right? Because transgenderism is, I mean, it's a big industry now, right? This industry is huge now. Okay, just 10 years ago this industry was like very tiny, and now it's huge. So there's so much opportunity for them to make money off of your child. So now they're looking at your child as a piggy bank, right? They're not just looking at your child as a child that needs help. They're looking at your child like, okay, this might be my opportunity to actually make a bag. And that's crazy.
And that's what I really came up here to discuss was the financial incentives, because it's not just the surgeries and the procedures and the hormone replacement therapy. It's also stuff like in California, home state, they're getting ready. I don't know if they passed it yet, but they're talking about having children removed if you don't affirm your child's gender ideology, placing them in the foster care system. Now, I don't know if you guys are too familiar with that. But basically, what the foster care system will do is garnish people's wages for having their children in placement. So it's really, that's what I came to address, is the financial incentives that seems to be going along with this. Because 10 years ago, I was a hardcore leftist, and I never would have thought we would be having this conversation, because it just didn't make sense to me. We were all about leaving the children alone, let kids be kids, let them come into this on their own.
Jabba, you
I'm
late.
trying to warn you.
This discussion derived from AB 957. This is what started this conversation.
Oh, I'm sorry, my bad.
Look, listen, I know they won't let me hang with the smart guys, but I swear one day y'all gonna let me hang with y'all one day.
Nobody said that, normal nerd. You're going off topic.
Who's that? Is that my girl?
Just like JB, you can't admit you were wrong.
You lucky you get the new JB. The old JB would have got rid of you by now.
He don't scare me. I mean, unless he's gonna pay, he could do that if he wants.
No, JB's focused on starting his family.
He's fuming right now. He's Googling it, thinking, wow.
Y'all don't remember the old JB. Y'all just don't know. I've been around for a while. Yeah, I think ultimately everybody here agrees this stuff is out of bounds. But if you are an objective thinker, you have to play. But what about this? And I know that's uncomfortable because there's an emotional tie to children, which I will always say it exists in pretty much everybody. That's the one thing most people will agree. Leave the children alone. Children are innocent. That's what we agree, right? Are they special? That's a whole nother story. But at least they're innocent, right? From the jump, we at least give them that.
Some of those special.
Yeah. So wait. Citizen Lou, you pulled back up because you was a little alarmed by what? What happened, bro?
Oh, what's up, bro? Oh no, I'm here just chilling. I'm here right now, just chilling. I'm waiting for the conversation.
Bet. Okay. Yeah, I saw you in the comment section. Like, what? I was like, okay,
no, I was talking about that's right. That states right. Yeah, he said federal law supersedes states last night.
Right, because if that were true, then we wouldn't be buying, the green ganja.
Oh my God.
Yeah, exactly. A state's right. You know?
Actually, see, this is what I'm saying. You guys see some shit y'all don't know. It
But
is
he
actually
actually
still wait. Even with weed, it's still fucking illegal. You retards. Like
Okay,
that's
but
why
I
you
can
can't.
still go and
Hold
buy
on.
it.
That's
That's
why.
the
This is
point.
why.
I can still
Hold
go
on.
and buy it. I
This
can
is
still
why
go to
you
You're not gonna go to
Massachusetts and
jail
buy
for
it.
it.
So that's the
But
point.
what about
It's
wait,
like
what?
in those states
That's
where
the
it's
point.
legal, just like in the
if you own a weed
states
business
legal,
in
under
Don't stay
certain
on show, my
circumstances,
bro.
a physician can assist you in your deletion. That's the point. Federal is if you're doing something federal, if you're federally moving the whatever stuff, yeah, you're gonna run into a problem. But within your state, it's legal. That's the difference between state and federal law.
Now the feds or federal law or the federal government can do stuff to try to limit you from doing something that's federally
But they're not
illegal.
gonna. They're
But they're
making
not
the
gonna.
states are making money. The states are
Yeah,
probably
the
gonna
states are
pay the
making
feds
money.
off.
Therefore, the federal government's making money, so they're not going to do
Yeah,
anything.
the main thing, like when you talk about weed, since it's federally illegal, you can't use the money. You can't hold the money in banks due to them being FDIC.
Yeah, you can't even pay.
That's really the only.
Yeah.
That's and like like security clearances and things like that. Yeah,
Actually, you can't boom. Actually, it's not just using it at banks. That's what I'm saying. Y'all don't know what the fuck y'all
I
talking
mean,
about.
there's
No,
more
you
to
clearly
it
don't
than
know what the
that,
fuck you
but
talking
that's an
about, nigga.
example.
No, you
Basically,
clearly don't know what the
what
fuck you
y'all
talking
don't
about,
realize is
nigga.
that
Your dumb ass came up here
the
saying
feds
that
are
dumb
only
ass shit. Now
holding
you mad.
the
His ass
feds
been
are
fucking
only
exposed.
holding
You
back
got
for
embarrassed, nigga. That's what
the
it is.
feds are only holding back for mostly optics purposes, right? Because the states are actively violating federal law. So,
Yeah, states'
so the
rights.
feds
Can I
can
get
act.
a
The feds are
bag? Can I
actively.
get a dime bag of assisted deletion, please? That's dumb as hell. What the hell?
Depending on the circumstances in California, yes, you can.
And Oregon.
Yeah.
And a few other states.
All right, I'm gonna go to the super chats because I ain't got time for this delusion. Bob says, Aaron, what would you do if a child came to me about this conversation and I'm in charge? I'm not approving it, but I'm not approving it. If that's your question, yeah, this ain't something that I have approval of, but it doesn't mean it's not something I'm willing to think about. Because the world don't revolve around me, and everything that I think and believe is not the truth, regardless of whether I think that's right or not. It sounds controversial, but it's just the facts. Aaron, most of those doctors don't care as long as they get paid and have consent from a patient or parent. I would argue that I think the large majority of doctors care. I know you guys, but I believe the large majority of doctors care.
And you still believe in the Easter Bunny too, don't you?
Aaron, I listen. I would have agreed with you, Aaron.
No. I'm not talking about in this specific situation. I'm saying the large majority of doctors in general.
No, I'm speaking exactly from the lens that you're looking at. I'm saying in general, I no longer believe that. I used to believe exactly what you believe, but I no longer believe that, especially when you understand the financial incentives, bro. Like I got a cousin of mine in Missouri, right?
But you're making a grave mistake, in my estimation, tying a financial incentive to meaning that they don't care. Because then we're getting into dangerous territory.
Let me tell you what I mean, right? So I got a cousin of mine in Missouri. He's a doctor, and he was telling me how these big pharma companies, how basically they will they'll have these I forgot what he said they call, but basically like these conferences, these events, and they will basically bathe these doctors in I mean, they'll have limos come pick them up. They'll have they'll put them in the nicest hotels.
It's called lobbying,
just to try to get them to basically get on board with specific drugs, et cetera, et cetera. And most doctors end up basically forgetting what they got in this job for, and actually just start basically making decisions based off of the companies that they basically end up having contracts with. So now, a doctor might prescribe you a drug that you don't necessarily need, right? Just because they're going to get a kickback from it. And once you understand how that works, you realize, okay, for somebody to sign up for that, especially for somebody to start, and my cousin was telling me how lots of doctors are doing this. And in fact, he was one of the people who told me that this is why, for example, like when a doctor prescribes you a drug, a lot of times they'll prescribe you a specific brand. And when in reality, you could just get the generic version and it's exactly the same drug, but it's because they're going to get a kickback from it. It's because they're able to then use that to get a kickback. So they have
lobbying is a
That's not the same though.
No,
That's not the same.
It's fine. I don't want to argue it because
the point I'm making is that if you truly care,
especially in medical,
if you truly care, you're not going to be prescribing your patient's shit just to get a kickback. You cannot care.
you can, and there's some nuance there to the aspect of that the greater good is worth some lesser bad. So you may have to do some things that you don't necessarily agree with to have a greater outcome. Now, how you make that make sense in your mind makes sense to me. Now, if you are somebody that's total black and white, there's no up like fluid there, I get it. But I think most human beings will do a little bad if it means that they can do more good, even if the bad to you seems alarming. I think the majority of work that doctors do is really, really good. The things that we hyper focus on is the things that we don't like. So, and I would argue that doctors are heavily underpaid, heavily.
You said doctors?
Yes. When you understand the facts that, and I don't want to get sidetracked by it. When you understand the facts that we don't have enough of them, like they're so in demand that if their true value we couldn't even put on there. They could make so many demands, especially when it comes to when you get to surgeons, neurosurgeons, all these things, anesthesiologists. They could make demands that they're not going to do no work at all unless you pay us $5 million a year. And you know what would have to happen? We might have to do it. So when you truly understand that, you go, yeah, they're a little bit underpaid. But I understand JB, he has his insight to where you start to look at the financials and he understands how the psychology of humans, how that money can lead them and can make her. I get all that. I'm just saying in general, I believe the doctors, the majority of what they do for good. Now, are they bad that's involved in the business that some of us might not even understand because we're not there? Sure. But that's how it's going to always be when we're not in that business. And
I mean, I would say that's not even the fault of the doctors. I would say you should take the target out of the
like I said, blame can go in a lot of ways. I think there are a good amount of bad doctors, and I think there's doctors in bad situations to where they know that look, this is part of how it goes around here. Right. If I say something here, this affect other doctors and the work that they doing and it's a domino effect. There are things that over my head that I say I don't understand because a lot of us fail to accept that answer, that sentence, that phrase. I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't know. We never like to use that no more. We like to put an answer to everything. We can't never accept that we don't know. So that's one of the dangers of the internet. We no longer say we don't know no more. Have y'all noticed that?
So Aaron, back to the
I don't know.
Aaron, just back to the children stuff though, right? So
please.
So Matt Walsh, Matt Walsh, he exposed this one doctor, and this doctor, they were having like this presentation, and the doctor admitted it was a presentation about how doctors should deal with gender dysphoric children, right? And this doctor admitted that he has done some of these surgeries on kids. And then, but he specifically said in the and it's on Matt Walsh's social media, and he posted a video of this doctor admitting that he did not think that these children understood the gravity of what they were doing. And what was disgusting to me was what he said. The next thing he said was, "But I just do it anyway." Right?
Hey,
and this
Jabba.
This is a man that's removing girls' breasts, that is castrating boys, that's doing all of this stuff, and he's basically saying, as a doctor, I don't even believe these kids understand the gravity of what they're doing. I don't believe this, and yet this goes directly against do no harm or any idea of ethics that doctors have, right? When you the very fact that you actually don't think these children understand the gravity of this, and yet you're still willing to do a surgery on them. You're willing to do surgery on a child, an irreversible surgery that will affect them for the rest of their lives, that will leave wounds, open wounds for years, and you're still willing to do it. Like, to me, that's where this gets really disgusting.
Yeah, like I said, me and you don't disagree on this much at all. I'm just trying to bring a level of balance to the conversation because we become overly radical into this side where it's like, no, this is insane, instead of going, how can we? Well, I mean, do you think they could be thinking like this? It don't matter. They shouldn't think like that. It's like, no, these are human beings we're dealing with. There's unique things about how we think differently, which allows us to be put into the same position and do something of a different outcome. So I understand that those are how humans are. And I know that when it comes to children, touchy conversation, emotions run high. and we tend to not have as much as an objective view as we need to have these complicated conversations that affect a lot of people. So I get it. I get it. But my mind don't know how to just go, okay, yes. My mind only knows how to do this.
I just want to know what happened to Jabba's neck. He used to have a neck. Where did it
He used
go?
to have a neck. Sharon, all of our arms are possessed at night. I want you to know that. I don't know why.
It went to the same place where your hairline went, Sharon.
Ooh, man. Get her. Hey, listen, Laguerre was doing good. The Lord's work. Oh, Lord. And said, get out of here, right?
No, he was being a dusty little hater.
And Lamar Black said, dang, I wake up and you Negroes are still up. Yeah, we still up.
But the difference between...
Okay. Sophisticated Jerk said, I've been hanging with B.O.B. for a while. Bring Flora back so she could interrupt and interject in the middle of people's sentences because she like doing stuff like that.
In the middle of people lying, spreading misinformation.
Yep. Yeah, because you're the information queen. We get it. You're the information queen.
You can verify what I said.
But the nigga says federal law supersedes state law. That was a complete.
All right, listen.
It doesn't mean you can. It doesn't mean you can't do the thing in the state.
And one more thing, Sharon. Give me about a week. My neck will be back. Is your hairline coming back?
Yeah. Marriage, politics, and sports. Okay, Aaron, whether they care or not, many will find winning will perform based on money and consent to do so. Yeah. I mean, money rules everything around me. Y'all heard the songs. I'm not here to decide. I'm here to push the conversations, okay? I appreciate y'all being here. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the show. Hopefully you guys found it to be interesting. Hopefully it got you thinking in ways you haven't thought, at least challenge you, okay? Start asking the tough questions. But the Aaron O Show has officially come to an end. I appreciate you guys for being here. Sharon says, I'll find a Dr. Jabba, but you can't get, no, he didn't say that. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for being here, but the show's over. I will see you guys on the next show, which I don't know when, but it probably won't be tomorrow because I have something to do. But outside of that, whenever the next show, we'll see if you're there.